Chapter 38, Chapter 38, Setting Sail, the Golden Kraken. The morning mist was like a grey veil, not yet fully retreated from the jagged coastline of Pike, when the massive black sails of the drinker caught the stiff northern wind. Like the wings of a giant bird, they pushed the slender hull resolutely toward the distant eastern horizon. Two escort ships followed closely, manned by the most loyal and battle-hardened Ironborn carefully selected by King Quellan. Baelor Greyjoy had been called into his brother's room for a private chat the night before. They talked for a long time. When he came out, he became a member of this voyage. Euron had no objection. Another reliable blood relative was beneficial and harmless. The voyage to the far shore began. His first destination was clear and definite: Braavos, the free city built on countless canals and secrets. Choosing it was no accident. Over the years, through secret channels, clever investments, and undeniable cooperation, he had rooted the most ties and loyalty, or at least fear, in the complex veins of that water city. His foundation was deepest there, like an invisible, tough web quietly woven in the shadows of Braavos. It was an ocean of information, a crossroads where merchant ships from all kingdoms gathered, exchanging goods and rumors. Every day, countless stories and secrets poured into those labyrinthine docks and taverns with the salty wind. To Euron, it was the beating heart of the world, and he was going there to listen to its pulse, and eventually, hold it in his hand. But the city attracted him far beyond secular power and intelligence. He had long yearned for the city's soul, the mysterious forces hidden behind water mist and legends. He longed to witness how priests whispered to the silent night sky under the massive silver dome of the Temple of the Moonsingers, to explore the ultimate mysteries of life, death, and devotion behind the unassuming doors of the House of Black and White, and even more, to glimpse a trace of the Faceless Men, the legendary messengers of the many-faced god, to understand their transcendent fear and power. Braavos, to him, was both a huge strategic chessboard and an ancient tome written in mysterious symbols waiting to be discovered. The sea wind was biting, blowing across his mismatched pupils. The drinker would cleave the waves, sailing on this long journey of fully 3 weeks. A 3-week voyage was isolated time, but absolutely not boring, at least not for Euron. The drinker became his mobile academy. 2 mentors, the battle-experienced Baelor and the skilled water dancer, lifted the curtain on the vast world across the narrow sea for him. Decks, the captain's cabin, even the rocking forecastle became classrooms. Lisa spread out maps and scrolls. Her voice, calm and clear, systematically dissected the subtle political chessboard of Western Essos, the power balance between the Sea Lord of Braavos and the key holders, the hereditary conspiracies of Pentos Magisters, and how the suffocating slaver wheel of Volantis turned. She explained the composition of people everywhere, from Braavos' keen merchant tycoons and proud bravos, to Pentos' spoiled noble sons, to Lys slave masters indulging in sensual pleasures. Water dancer Raphael was responsible for more grounded teaching. He elegantly demonstrated the particularities of Braavosy dress, how to wear a simple robe to imply different statuses, how to judge a person's school or even character by their sword-wearing posture. He described the food there, from salty oysters at seaside stalls to roasted peacock dripped with honey and poppy milk at noble banquets, emphasizing which table manners were taboos never to be violated. When the waves calmed, he sparred with Euron on deck, teaching sword skills and analyzing the different fighting styles and philosophies across Essos, the berserk Dothraki, the discipline of mercenary companies, and the chilling efficiency of the Faceless Men. But these were just the overt lessons. In the deeper night, only Lisa accompanied Euron. By the dim whale oil lamp, he spread out the core roster of the intelligence network he had spent years building. Parchments were dense with names, code names, positions, character weaknesses, leverage held, and prices. He had to brand every collaborator across the narrow sea into his mind: that greedy Braavosy customs clerk, the Pentoshi Magister's mistress with a fetish for Valyrian blood, the Lysane pirate leader whose family was firmly in hand. Similarly, he had to know the capabilities, loyalty, and contact methods of all subordinates he sent: accountants lurking in trading houses, assassins infiltrating mercenary groups, informants working as servants in the Moonsinger's temple as clearly as his own fingers. This was not just memory, but a drill. He needed to rehearse countless possibilities in his mind, how to use grace and might when meeting A, which sleeper to activate if B betrayed, how to cross-verify C's intelligence with D's news. The sound of waves was the only accompaniment. His mismatched pupils repeatedly scanned the names deciding his expedition's success under the flickering candlelight, transforming them from cold symbols into living pieces of his will's extension. On the 10th day of the voyage, gale winds wrapped in hail smashed down. The sea tore off its gentle disguise completely. Lead grey skies pressed down heavily. The gale whipped up giant waves like countless dark green mountains collapsing and rising violently, trying to tear the tiny toy drinker into pieces. The bone-chilling cold was no longer wind but solid entities, walnut-sized hailstones smashing madly on the deck and sails with heart-palpitating cracks. The world fell into chaotic roaring, the boundary between sea and sky blurred. At the moment when the power of heaven and earth was most tyrannical, Euron, standing on the rocking prow, felt a completely different throbbing originating from the abyss. Through the thick planks, through the churning cold water, an ancient, massive consciousness capable of making souls tremble crashed into his perception like an awakening undersea volcano. The awakened bloodline of the Grey King roared. It was not sight or hearing, but a deeper resonance connected by blood. His consciousness seemed forcibly pulled downward, penetrating 10,000 fathoms of gloom, finally seeing the terrifying silhouette coiled on the endless seabed. It was a kraken so massive it defied imagination, its form identical to the golden kraken totem embroidered on the Greyjoy banner. Tentacles thick as castle towers slowly churned the cold water, each covered with terrifying suckers capable of snapping keels. Its torso was like a moving mountain, and in that shadow, huge, indifferent, inhuman pupil glows flickered faintly. It was the incarnation of the deep sea, the awe-inspiring totem of ancient iron-born legends, now truly prostrating at his feet. An ancient, desolate will surged back along the blood connection cold, barbaric, yet strangely devoid of malice, more like a scrutiny, a confirmation of one of the same source. Euron felt no fear, only an indescribable surge of power. Without words, a pure thought passed along this invisible bridge. Help me. The next moment, the originally chaotic giant waves seemed combed by an invisible giant hand. An unusually stable, precisely directed undercurrent quietly supported the keels of the drinker and the two escort ships, neutralizing the deadliest jolts. Like an invisible escort, it forcibly carved a relatively stable channel in the storm of destruction. Surrounding waters still roared with rage, but their ships alone were quietly sheltered by the totem beast's might. This was not taming, but recognition, not magic, but a covenant older than magic, deep-rooted in blood and legend, being reawakened. Euron Greyjoy stood between storm and shelter. Beneath his feet were mortal warships, deeper below lay the mythical beast submitting to his bloodline. When the wind calmed and waves settled, the golden kraken extended one immensely massive tentacle toward Euron. Euron reached out and lightly touched the tentacle. Then, the golden kraken slowly sank into the seabed, leaving only a cheer seemingly from ancient times drifting over the sea for a long time. The golden kraken had always existed only in iron-born legends. They never thought they would see it with their own eyes one day. Kneeling on the deck, watching the silent communication between Euron and the golden kraken, tears streamed down their faces, unable to calm their emotions for a long time. Charm the golden kraken appeared at your summons, viewed as a miracle by the Ironborn. 220 men are willing to offer their lives to you, loyal unto death. Your charm increases by 1 point. Charm, 15 points. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, The Red Viper. When the distinctive black sails of the drinker finally pierced the perpetual mist of Bravu's harbour and slowly docked at the bustling quay, a well-dressed man with a look of shrewdness mixed with awe had long been waiting at the designated spot. Malio, one of the pawns Euron had planted deepest in this water city, was now welcoming his master with a grandeur far surpassing that of an ordinary merchant. Behind him were several burly men who looked like servants but had sharp eyes, quickly and efficiently clearing a space for Euron from the curious crowd. Almost simultaneously, another group marched grandly onto the pier. They were more numerous, their equipment mixed but radiating the fierce aura of battle-hardened survivors. Embroidered on their armor and banners was a deadly viper with head raised and tongue flicking, the Red Viper Mercenary Company, which had recently risen to fame in the disputed lands. The mercenaries' coarse laughter and the clang of weapons instantly drowned out the harbor's noise. Euron's gaze swept over his loyal agent, then was firmly attracted to the figure at the head of the mercenary group. The man stood tall, wearing gorgeous Dornish-style velvet robes and scale armor. His skin was swarthy, and his black eyes burned with insatiable vitality and dangerous light. Baelor had seen this Dornishman before and was deeply impressed. Because of the man's high status and unique personality and style, he immediately reminded Euron, that is Oberyn Nymeros Martell, Prince of Dorne, nicknamed the Red Viper. I've seen him, absolutely no mistake. Euron's mismatched pupils contracted slightly, a rare trace of genuine surprise flashing in his heart. Oberyn Nymeros Martell? Why would the Red Viper Prince of Dorne appear here? And dressed as a mercenary? Euron's consciousness backtracked rapidly, piecing together all fragments of intelligence about this prince. Oberyn Martell, 258 AC, 300 AC, eventually perished in King's Landing. In his youth, the rulers of Dorne intended to marry into Casterly Rock, so he met the Lannister twins and their dwarf brother. But what truly earned him the name Red Viper was the famous duel with Lord Edgar Euron Wood at 16. The Lord died from festering wounds, and everyone believed Oberyn had poisoned his blade. Since then, the nickname Red Viper followed him like a shadow. In the original story, he indeed served as a mercenary in the disputed lands across the Narrow Sea for 5 years, first with the Second Sons, then forming his own company. Thoughts flashed like lightning, but Euron maintained that faint smile of indifference. One was a High Prince of Dorne, the other the son of the drowned god from the Iron Islands, now meeting at the docks of Braavos. Oberyn's talent and danger were equally astonishing. His poison was as deadly as his spear, and his loyalty, unpredictable as a summer storm. His reputation was not baseless, passionate, intelligent, vengeful, and reckless. What an unexpected fellow traveler, Euron sneered inwardly, withdrawing his gaze after a brief pause on Oberyn. A beautiful and deadly desert viper swam across the narrow sea. Should I view him as a handy blade, or a cup of poison ready to backlash? Trust, in this setting, became the most extravagant and unwise thought. When the massive black hull of the Drinker approached Braavos' busy pier like a ghost, before the ropes were tied, a figure greeted them with just the right amount of enthusiasm and respect. Malio, Euron's nail buried deepest in this city of secrets, perfectly played the role of a shrewd and somewhat influential local contact. Honored Lord! Welcome to Braavos! Malio's voice was loud but polite. He bowed slightly, movements smooth and natural, expressing respect without attracting excessive attention from surrounding dock workers and merchants. His gaze quickly swept over Euron and the elite Ironborn behind him. Confirming no mistakes, his smile became a bit more genuine. The voyage must have been arduous. Malio has prepared everything for you, hot water, hot food, and an absolutely quiet place to stay. His words were watertight, like a well-rehearsed script. Then, as if just noticing the well-equipped, fierce group nearby, he turned to them appropriately, wearing a merchant's characteristic expression of appreciation for potential partners. Ah, surely you have witnessed the grace of this renowned group during your voyage. Malio extended an arm, elegantly pointing to the Red Viper Mercenary Company. Allow me the honor to introduce you, my lord. These brave warriors are the Red Viper Mercenary Company. Recently in the disputed lands, their name is enough to make the most stubborn enemies tremble. Their commander. His gaze landed on Oberyn Martell, who was observing this meeting with an interested expression. Malio injected a just right amount of admiration into his voice, is a truly outstanding leader, Commander Oberyn. His martial prowess and wisdom are widely praised in the mercenary circles of Western Essos. For my lord to arrive simultaneously with them and meet in Braavos is undoubtedly a clever arrangement of fate, perhaps foreshadowing a successful cooperation. Malleo's words were like smooth silk, trying to wrap the accidental encounter into a positive omen, flattering the mercenary company while subtly showing his value as well-informed and good at networking to Euron. Under his manipulation, the scene looked like a successful rendezvous carefully arranged by him, rather than an accidental encounter between two dangerous forces full of variables. Malleo, thank you for your hospitality. Euron then performed a standard Westerosi noble bow to the mercenary commander, smiling, Oberyn Martell, I have heard of your great name for a long time. I didn't expect to meet across the narrow sea, nor did I expect a dignified prince to form a mercenary company. You've seen me. Never had the chance, but those in my retinue who have seen the prince were deeply impressed. Oberyn blinked and laughed. Does meeting me feel less impressive than my reputation? Far exceeds the reputation. So, having a dignified prince as my guard makes me feel uneasy. Oberyn Martell let out a short, low laugh mixed with self-mockery and unquestionable pride. He raised his head slightly, those famous black eyes burning with fire looking straight into Euron's mismatched pupils without avoidance. Guard. He repeated, tone lilting as if hearing an amusing joke. Lord Greyjoy, you may overestimate the weight of titles east of the narrow sea, and underestimate a viper's caution in choosing hunting grounds. He took a step forward, elegant as a leopard patrolling its territory, completely ignoring the salty wind and rude mercenaries around him. In Dorne, the sun scorches the red earth, and the water gardens are full of sweet conspiracies. I am a prince, every word and deed concerns the spear and sun banner of House Martell. But here, he waved casually at the vast and chaotic eastern continent, copper bracelets clinking, in the dust raised in the disputed lands, under the glitter of gold in Pentos and Slaver's Bay, the identity of a prince is meaningless. Here, only two things are recognized, the sharpness of your blade, and your credibility in fulfilling contracts. I am here not as anyone's prince, his gaze sharpened, the corner of his mouth maintaining that trademark dangerous smile, but as the commander of the Red Viper Mercenary Company, an expert who gets things done for money. My reputation, whether you heard good or bad, is built on my ability to complete missions, not my bloodline. Your unease is unnecessary worry, and an offense to my professionalism. You need to worry about whether you can pay enough commission, not focus on whose son I am. His final words carried a trace of cold teasing, frankly admitting the complexity of his identity while forcefully drawing a line here. He followed only the mercenaries' rules. Then, for the journey ahead, I will rely on the commander to take good care of us. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. Euron was not afraid, just didn't want this Red Viper to discover his secrets across the narrow sea. With him around, future actions would need to be much more careful. Chapter 40, Essos. Doubt not whom you use not whom you doubt. Oberyn Martell was now the mercenary commander he had hired. Oberyn himself had said to disregard his status in Westeros or Dorne and treat him only as the leader of the Red Viper Mercenary Company. Since that was the case, Euron dispensed with politeness, immediately adjusting their relationship to that of patron and mercenary, boss and employee. In a secluded secret room in Braavos where the whispers of the canal could be heard, the air was stagnant and heavy. Euron Greyjoy stood with his back to Oberyn Martell, his gaze seemingly piercing the thick stone wall toward the distant east. The massive map of Essos on the wall looked like a chaotic territory waiting to be conquered. He didn't turn around, but his voice cut through the silence clearly and coldly, every word was like an iron nail driven into wood. Commander Martell, we have 1 month in Braavos. Euron finally turned, his mismatched pupils flickering with inhuman luster in the dim light. 30 sunrises and sunsets. By then, I want to see a perfect plan laid out on this table, every route step, every supply point, strategies for every type of enemy, and a detailed list of the talent you require. His finger stabbed at the map like a general deploying troops on a sandbox, sliding from the complexities of the free cities to the scorching shackles of Slaver's Bay, sweeping across the endless grass sea of the Dothraki, passing over the dead silence of the Red Waste, pausing briefly on the death shadow of the Valyrian Peninsula, and finally pointing to the spice mists of Karth and the dark legends of Asai. 1 month later, you and your men will accompany me. We will personally measure every inch of secrecy on this continent. His speech was steady but carried unquestionable decisiveness. Linguists, guides, assassins, beast tamers, maesters who can read stone inscriptions, even wizards who can smell magic. Recruit whatever strange talent you need. All funds, naturally, are my responsibility. He took a step forward, closing in on Oberyn. Though lacking in height, his imposing aura pressed down like a tsunami. This journey will last 2.5 years. Not a day more, and absolutely no perfunctory rushing. His voice suddenly dropped lower, filled with warning. When the winter in Westeros thoroughly ends and the first spring breeze blows past the neck, I must be back in the Iron Islands without a shred of delay. This concerns your commission. This speech was no longer a discussion, but a decree. It set the time, granted unlimited resources, and also placed an absolute temporal shackle. It would be a grand expedition racing against time, a journey demanding everything. Oberyn Martell let out a low, husky chuckle. He tilted his head, his famous black eyes flashing with amusement and probing light, like a viper scrutinizing prey before it. Son of the drowned god. He dragged out the tone, as if savoring the weight of the title. What great boldness! So, you suddenly decided to trust me, a viper famous across the 7 kingdoms? Aren't you afraid that one night at camp, you'll be sent to the afterlife by your own guard? Euron's expression showed no fluctuation, only the light deep in his mismatched eyes shifted slightly. Trust? He sneered, as if hearing the most boring word. You've been messing around on this continent for 2 years, Oberyn. You should know the rules here better than I do. Interests last far longer than loyalty. And you undoubtedly know how to use rules to survive better than most. Secondly, my father and your brother have always been close. There's no enmity between the Iron Islands and Dorne, only much cooperation. Besides, would the dignified Red Viper lay a vicious hand on a 7-year-old child? Precisely because I know, I want to advise you. If you want to live a little longer, please remember, nothing is impossible. Maintain vigilance against everyone around you. I will etch your advice in my heart. Oberyn's smile restrained a little, a rare seriousness entering his tone. Not all places are like Bravos, where gold coins and intelligence open all paths. Further east, there exist things that cannot be explained by swords. Ancient magic, whispering cities, creatures in the shadows. That is not a domain the Iron Fleet's longships can conquer. I know. Euron's answer was simple and crisp, carrying a hint of near-fanatical anticipation. I came precisely to witness that magic and mystery with my own eyes. Otherwise, did you think I crossed the ocean from Frozen Pike to enjoy a warm winter here? Witness. Oberyn raised an eyebrow. The cost might be your life. Danger is everywhere. We won't necessarily die there, but it's more likely that one or several of us will disappear forever in ways no one expects. That is why, Euron leaned forward, voice lower but more oppressive, I had Malio spare no cost to hire what is supposedly the best mercenary company. If you, or your Red Vipers, lack this confidence. He paused deliberately, observing the other's expression, before continuing leisurely, no matter. My gold can just as easily open the doors of the Golden Company or the Second Sons. I hear that although their prices are high, at least their spirit of contract is reliable. These words were like a precisely thrown needle, piercing the core of Oberyn's pride. The playfulness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a wild, provoked light. Afraid of death? He scoffed back almost immediately, as if greatly insulted. If you Greyjoy aren't afraid of losing your life at the end of the world, we will certainly accompany you to the end." He paused, the unquenchable fire of adventure reigniting in his eyes, admitting frankly, honestly, "Such a journey into the unknown is exactly what I want too." "Very good." Euron leaned back in his chair with satisfaction, as if he had just completed an ordinary transaction. "Then, we depart in a month. In the meantime, I will handle some Chamber of Commerce affairs, and by the way," the corner of his mouth curled into an ambiguous smile, "have some fun in Braavos. If your plan isn't to my liking, I will replace your Red Viper mercenary company." "Humph, just wait and see." In Braavos, a city woven of canals and secrets, Euron Greyjoy's wish list was long, but one name stood at the top like a dark lighthouse, unshakable: the House of Black and White. It wasn't Braavos' most magnificent building, its unassuming, low-key lintel was even easily overlooked, like an inconspicuous shadow in the city's texture. However, for Euron, it radiated an attraction more heart-palpitating than the Iron Bank. Simply because it housed the legendary Faceless Men, the world's most terrifying assassins who elevated death to a sacred art. Legends about them circulated on every damp street corner and in dimly lit taverns. They were ghosts without faces, messengers of the many-faced god, able to change identities at will, mimicking anyone's voice and mannerisms. They harvested lives not out of hatred or greed, but to fulfill a cold, absolute, transcendent contract. Their assassinations were silent and traceless, often descending at the target's most unexpected moment, in the most unexpected way. Kings might die suddenly in heavily guarded chambers, magisters might drown in a glass of pure water, mighty knights might pass away peacefully in their sleep, as if death were a willing sacrifice. This absolute control over life, this terrifying power beyond secular rules, fascinated Euron deeply. He longed to stand before those plain doors, feeling the soul-freezing chill seeping from within. He longed to glimpse a trace of their operation, to understand the ultimate logic of cost and trade hidden under religious rituals. This was not just to seek their services, but out of a near-instinctive curiosity and inquiry of the strong toward a stronger power. To go to Braavos without attempting to approach the House of Black and White would be, for him, like entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, System Lucky Draw, 7 consecutive draws. After 20 days of sailing, the Drinker, like a black blade, had sliced through more than 60% of the narrow sea's unknown waters and entered the colder, more mysterious Shivering Sea. When the magnificent Titan of Braavos, known as the Guardian of the City, emerged from the sea mist like a mountain, looking down with eternal vigilance at every ship passing beneath, Euron knew the first stage of the journey was over. He was about to arrive in Braavos. Cold system prompts floated silently deep in his consciousness. Exploration: your voyage crossed the narrow sea, obtained 320 points. Exploration: you discovered the Shivering Sea, obtained 120 points. Exploration: you discovered the Titan of Braavos, obtained 60 points. Exploration: you discovered Braavos, obtained 120 points. Total, 620 points. Added to the remaining 30, his total points reached 650. On his first day in Braavos, Euron met the Red Viper and also met with Malio. The residence Malio arranged for Euron was in the Purple Harbor district, prosperous, safe, and convenient. However, Euron did not immediately step into that comfortable nest. Late at night, Euron moved like a ghost, quickly shuttling along the mist-shrouded canals. His gaze swept over distinct locations: the Green Eel Inn, smelling of fish and ale where sailors gathered; the Black Ship Workshop, smelling of tung oil and rust, echoing with shipwrights' laughter; the small temple of Makoro worshipping some exotic god with incense smoke; the Outcasts Inn gathering the frustrated and exiled; the September Beyond the Sea flickering with scholarly candles and debate; and the Cattery brothel shrouded in ambiguous lights and soft whispers. An indescribable restlessness, or perhaps a paranoia for completion, drove him into the noisy alleys at dusk. He was not there for pleasure, but for a unique pilgrimage. Euron wanted to round up his current points to a whole number. Before starting his travels, he would use the Pirate King system's lucky draw to give himself an extra edge. Every time he stepped into a place, he paused briefly to feel its unique atmosphere. Faint prompts of point growth sounded in his mind: 5 points, 10 points. These fragmented gains, like the last scattered pieces of a puzzle, precisely pushed his total points to the satisfying integer mark of 700. As if completing a necessary ritual, he returned to his residence contentedly. Inside the closed room, candle light flickered. Euron dismissed his attendants, sinking his mind into the mysterious system interface. A full 700 points evaporated instantly, turning into 7 dazzling streams of light that tore the veil of reality. One eternal pose, an ancient, broken bronze compass appeared in his hand. Its needle did not point north but stubbornly, tremblingly pointed to a distant, fixed direction, silently telling of an eternal coordinate. No explanation of where it points. Useless for now. 2 Tashiji's glasses, a pair of goggles with smooth lines and eerie deep purple lenses. Wearing them made no difference to how you saw the world. Lisa, here, put this on. Wear it in front of your eyes, yes, like that, hook it over your ears. Looks good. Does it? I feel silly. What do you know, this is called Mo, very cute. Cough. Is this the attitude for receiving a gift? Oh, thank you for the gift, master. Lisa is very happy. 3 Skype, a pumpkin, a massive pumpkin with strange cloud patterns and a pale blue hue on its skin, emitting a sweet and unfamiliar scent, seemingly not a mortal crop. 4 Scapegoat straw doll, a palm-sized doll crudely tied with withered black straw, emitting a faint mix of ominous and protective aura. Automatically triggers during a fatal crisis to take 1 instance of deadly misfortune in your place. 5 Pirate King system, 9 cubic meter space, an independent void area opened in his consciousness. With a thought, the items just obtained vanished instantly, reappearing at his will. Like an extension of his arm. 6 Sea pork hormone soup, a sealed stone jar. When opened, an extremely rich smell mixed with the sweetness of the ocean and intense life energy wafted out. A revival soup that eliminates chill, dispels fatigue, and quickly restores stamina and strength to a body exhausted by cold. 7 Skill, Naitoryu, 2 sword style, LV.1. This was not simply holding a knife in each hand, but a combat philosophy rooted deep in blood and soul, sublimating slaughter into cruel art. When this ability merged with Euron's will, all mysteries of balance, rhythm, and the symphony of killing blasted open. Euron's consciousness seemed torn apart and reassembled. Countless combat images of dual-wielding flooded in like a tide, no longer the wild hacking customary to Ironborn, but another kind of supremely precise dance of slaughter. He instantly understood how to turn 2 blades, whether longsword and dagger, or 2 distinct curved sabers, into extensions of his will. 1 for offense, 1 for defense, yet switching roles in an instant to form a ceaseless storm of death. Each weapon possessed an independent life, yet was perfectly integrated under his singular mind. Left hand drawing a circle, right hand stabbing a square, parrying and slashing simultaneously, using the impact force of one weapon to create a killing angle for the other. All these techniques were branded into his neural reflexes like innate instincts. The core of this art lay in creating undefendable intervals. When an opponent fully blocked the assault of one weapon, the other would strike quietly like a viper from the blind spot of their vision and thought, reaching the fatal flaw. It required split focus, absolute control of distance, and the manic courage to place oneself in danger to secure a kill. For Euron, this skill arrived at the perfect time. It perfectly compensated for his slight lack of pure strength, tempering his combat style from the wildness of a sea raider into a deadly aesthetic combining power, guile, and extreme efficiency, more suited to the complex environment of Essos. Where dual blades danced, a path of blood opened for him. Euron Greyjoy walked on the slick stone pavement, steps steady. The scapegoat straw doll in his tunic emitted a faint, reassuring chill, while the exquisite variations of skill, Nitoria flowed silently in his mind, giving him the confidence to face the unknown. Behind him, Lisa now wore the strangely lined, deep purple Tashige's glasses on her nose, silently observing subtle changes in energy flow around them. Dagmar Cleftjaw was like a vigilant warhound, rough hand always on his sword hilt, eyes full of instinctive distrust for this heathen city. Rest well. Tomorrow, we go to see the legendary Faceless Men. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Faceless Men. Bravos before dawn was wrapped in heavy grey mist, muting even the sound of the canals. Their destination was a building filled with taboo and legend, even in Bravos, the House of Black and White. It did not have the grandeur expected of a temple, it looked more like a massive, ancient, forgotten mausoleum. The structure was low and stout, built of a lusterless dark stone that seemed to absorb all surrounding light and sound. No ornate carvings, no colored glass, only deep traces of erosion by time and a layer of slick, seemingly eternal dampness. It didn't seem to be praying for divine grace, but silently proclaiming a cold fact: the end of all things returns here. A massive double door, made of inlaid ebony and weirwood, stood open. Inside was deeper darkness, emitting a scent mixing old dust, peculiar incense, and a faint, sickly sweet smell of decay that was unsettling. This smell wasn't like rotting corpses, but it evoked a deeper rejection from life itself. Euron stepped in without hesitation, Lisa and Dagmar following closely. The light inside was exceptionally dim, illuminated only by a few scattered oil lamps in wall niches. The flames were motionless, like frozen tears. The air suddenly became cold and stagnant, as if time slowed its pace here. Massive stone pillars supported a towering dome hidden in darkness. The space was unimaginably vast. The first thing felt was silence. An all-consuming, heavy silence where even one's heartbeat and breath seemed jarringly loud. It felt as if countless eyes were staring from the dark, yet no sound of observers could be heard. Next was the layout. It looked less like a place of prayer and more like a gallery. Along the walls, deep in the shadows, stood countless statues, not of the many-faced god itself, but icons of death gods from every corner of the world and different faiths. There was a strange god in a hood holding a scythe, an old woman with a kind face holding a skull, fierce beast forms roaring. They represented different concepts of death, yet coexisted here in eerie harmony, collectively telling the same ending: all men must die. The floor was smooth as a mirror, a complex spiral pattern of black and white stone extending to a bottomless pool in the distance. The pool was shrouded in deeper shadow, vaguely revealing the silhouette of a massive stone idol, perhaps the body of the many-faced god, but its form was ambiguous, seeming to change at any moment. Euron felt dark energy flows in the air, almost condensed into substance, writhing slowly like living things, converging toward the depths of the temple. Dagmar felt the hairs on his neck stand up. There was no obvious threat, yet every corner radiated a death aura sharper than swords, making even this old pirate's throat dry. Euron stood quietly, his mismatched pupils slowly sweeping this grotesque hall. He felt no fear, instead, a cold excitement flowed in his veins. Here, there were no hypocritical prayers, no hollow comforts, only the nakedest, most honest worship and utilization of death. Death was not the end, but a power that could be traded and used. A figure separated from the deepest darkness, appearing soundlessly before Euron. His, or her, appearance was extremely ordinary, wearing a plain grey robe, the kind of face that vanished instantly once merged into a crowd. Only those eyes, ancient, calm, like two bottomless old wells, reflected no emotion, only pure indifference to the end of all things. Valadoha Eris, all men must serve. The newcomer spoke in High Valyrian. The voice was neutral, flat, without inflection, stating a truth as common as sunrise and sunset. Vala Morghulis, all men must die. Euron responded with a smile in High Valyrian. The figure asked indifferently, "What do you seek?" Euron's mismatched pupils contracted slightly. The way the other appeared almost triggered his Nitoriu instinct, but he suppressed it. Facing the faceless man's question, Euron cut straight to the point, his voice exceptionally clear in the dead silence. If I want someone not to see tomorrow's sun, and hope your house provides this service. How is it done? The many-faced god accepts sacrifice, but accepts equivalent exchange even more, the faceless man answered, gaze sweeping over Euron's expensive clothes but seeming to look right through them. The price is not always gold coins. It could be an impossible mission, a precious memory, a part of your body, or what you cherish most. The price must be commensurate with the target. A beggar's life and a king's life naturally have different values. Name your target, and we will tell you the price. An interesting way to trade. Euron's lips curled into a cold arc then, conversely. If someone offers my name and gold to you. If the many-faced god accepts the sacrifice, the contract is established. The faceless man's answer held no hesitation, cold enough to bring despair. Whether you are in a castle in the Iron Islands or under the shadow of Asai, no matter how many guards you have or how much magic you wield. All men must die, we merely deliver the gift. Of course, he added, tone still flat, you can pay a higher price to buy back the contract. But that price will far exceed what your enemy paid. Euron was silent for a moment, feeling the faint presence of the scapegoat straw doll in his tunic. This gave him a shred of confidence facing this declaration of absolute death. He asked the last question, the one he wanted to know most, then, what about myself? Can I learn this art of delivering gifts? For the first time, the faceless man showed an extremely subtle reaction. It wasn't a change in expression, but the surrounding shadows seemed to ripple. Those old well eyes truly and carefully scrutinized Euron for the first time, as if seeing every fold of his soul clearly. Many come here seeking to become one of us. There seemed to be an imperceptible trace of something near pity in the faceless man's voice. But first, you must discard. Discard your name, your identity, your desires, all your loves and hates, everything that makes you Euron Greyjoy. You must truly become no one, become an absolutely blank vessel in the hands of the many-faced god, waiting to be filled. Can you do that? His gaze seemed to pierce Euron's eyes, looking straight at the burning ambition, greed, and extreme thirst for power within. You do not seek oblivion, you seek to control the world in another way. This runs counter to our path. These words were like ice water, extinguishing any possibility of a shortcut. The faceless men were not an organization one could simply join, it was total devotion and self-destruction. Euron understood. They were not mercenaries, they were fanatics. Death was not a business, it was a faith. Their power stemmed from absolute nothingness, not the ultimate possession he pursued. Read more in Pat. Cave Leather. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, The Many-Faced God. After the faceless man had pointed out, with almost judicial finality, that Euron's nature ran counter to their path, the dead silence in the hall seemed to gain weight, pressing down on everyone's chest. Yet, the mismatched fire in Euron Greyjoy's eyes did not extinguish, instead, it burned deeper. Euron did not retreat from being seen through. He took a half-step forward, his voice low, carrying a probing tone that bordered on provocation. Since neither transaction nor conversion is a smooth path, he said slowly, staring intently at the messenger of death before him, is there another possibility? Does the many-faced god or his servants accept friendship? Or rather, can a mortal, through some method, ensure they never appear on your delivery list? Besides cold trade and total self-annihilation, is there no third way? His question went beyond simple fear or hiring, it touched the edge of establishing a special connection with this absolute power of death. This was not pleading, but a more arrogant probe, attempting to find a blurred and dangerous third position outside the opposing identities of employer and target. The faceless man who had spoken earlier remained silent, his old well eyes showing no ripple, as if the question itself was meaningless. Just then, the shadow on the other side slid open silently like a curtain. Another faceless man stepped out. He wore a hooded robe, the right half black, the left half white, seeming shrouded in an older, more heart-palpitating silence. When he came before the three, Lisa and Dagmar widened their eyes in shock. Beneath the hood, his face was a yellow skull with clinging skin, and a white worm crawled out of one eye socket. Euron reacted calmly. The Grey King bloodline granted his black left eye the ability to see through all illusions. He could see the priest's true appearance. He did not look at Euron but walked straight to the deep pool, scooping up a little of the pitch-black water with a bone-white bowl. Then, he turned to Euron and offered the bowl, his movements slow and full of ritual. "Drink." His voice was dry as a rubbing tombstone, speaking the common tongue of Westeros. The kindly man, a priest serving the many-faced god in the House of Black and White, and the only one there who spoke the common tongue. All signs indicated he was the person in charge, or at least the highest ranking. Euron's mismatched pupils narrowed slightly. Hesitating for only a split second, he took the bowl and drank the bone-chilling water, which carried an indescribable bitterness and a faint taste of rust. The liquid flowed down his throat like a line of ice dropping straight into his stomach, followed immediately by a strange clarity sweeping over him. Euron closed his eyes slowly. The cold touch slid down his throat but instantly ignited some inner scorching heat. The surrounding world faded and collapsed rapidly. His consciousness was violently yanked into an endless, suffocating dark ocean. He felt the bone-deep cold again, the sea water squeezed his chest like giant icy hands, his lungs burning with pain, the despair of struggling and drowning in the Golden Path sea area. Then, the cold sensation was replaced by an eerie resuscitation, as if dragged back from eternal silence by an invisible force. Salty water sprayed from his mouth and nose, and fuzzy cheers of Ironborn for the drowning ritual echoed in his ears. Right on this blurred boundary between life and death, an ancient, seductive whisper sounded directly deep in his soul, like an echo from the abyss itself. Death is the gentlest gift. Death is the only end to all worldly suffering. Death is the eternal gate through which mortals find release. The voice was ethereal yet possessed the power to pierce the heart. Are you afraid of death? Are you afraid to finally embrace this eternal peace? Just as his consciousness was about to sink into the temptation of eternal sleep, a roar erupted from the deepest part of his subconscious, originating from the most ancient pride and unwillingness in his bloodline. It was not a thought, but the most instinctive, fierce roar against fate. Vala Morghulis. His will, like the hardest reef, smashed that hallucinatory whisper. But my day to die is absolutely not today. Without me, this world would still turn on its trajectory, but because of my existence, it will become unprecedentedly spectacular. Boom! As if responding to this rebellious declaration, the Grey King bloodline slumbering deep in his veins boiled completely. His heart beat violently like a war drum, pumping scalding blood filled with ancient power with every throb. Faint but clear crackling sounds began to explode in the air around him, weak arcs of blue electricity, like small snakes, appeared out of nowhere, jumping and flickering around his body. A sea breeze rose without cause, swirling his hair and robes, carrying the scent of ozone and the roar of the ocean. Euron snapped his eyes open. His right eye remained icy blue, but his left eye had turned into a pure, bottomless black, as if connected to the abyss of eternal night. It no longer reflected any light but seemed to swallow everything around it, light and sound included. At this moment, the faceless man, the kindly man, slowly raised his hand. In his palm, a rough, ancient, heavy iron coin had appeared. It had no exquisite carving, only a blurred outline of a human skull on one side and a primate-like skull pattern on the other, emitting an incomparably ancient, pure aura of death. The faceless man placed the iron coin in Euron's hand. The coin felt freezing cold yet seemed to burn the skin. This is not a promise to you, nor protection. This is a marker. For the first time, he raised his eyes to look directly at Euron. Deep in those absolutely empty eyes, Euron seemed to see billions of twisted faces flash by and return to silence instantly. All men must die, and you are no exception. The faceless man's voice remained steady but carried an unprecedented weight, almost oracular. But your death, its form, its timing, its meaning, has long been watched by eyes higher than ours. You are not a pawn of fate, you are the unstable core in the eye of the storm. Countless threads of fate tangle, break, and reshape because of you. Take it, remember the taste of this water. When the true price arrives, when there is no other way, perhaps you can find the path back here again. Having said what needed to be said, the faceless man left expressionlessly, as if he had never appeared. The meaning of his words was obscure and profound. He promised no friendship, yet clearly indicated Euron was someone watched by a higher existence, a god. A person watched by the many-faced god would not become a target for assassination by the faceless men serving him. Euron carefully put away the iron coin. This coin meant he would not appear on the faceless men's hit list, an unexpected gain. No one wanted to be stared at by master assassins all day, and the faceless men were the best assassins on 2 continents. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Braavos. Euron's second stop in Braavos was the renowned palace of the Sea Lord. The Sea Lord was the ruler of Braavos. Before the advent of white gold sand, the Iron Islands and the Sea Lord rarely had business dealings. Trade had only gradually increased in the past 2 years. Euron did not come as a beggar, but as a trade partner holding scarce resources. The meeting with the Sea Lord took place in a cold marble hall, flanked by statues of past Sea Lords looking down with piercing gazes at those present. Sea Lord Ferrigo Antarion clicked his tongue in wonder. Euron Greyjoy, son of the drowned god. 7 years old, yet able to sail alone and manage crucial family business. When I was 7, I'm afraid I was still running around bare-bottomed, peeing in the mud. A joke, teasing, and also a probe. Euron did not dodge. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he calmly took up the conversation, his tone carrying just the right amount of humility and unmistakable sharpness. Your Grace jests. Only in mud can form be shaped, childish games can also reveal ambition. This aquatic kingdom you now command perhaps originated from that zeal to shape the world back then. Euron then turned to the main topic, his tone flat but every word clear and weighty. When discussing white gold sand, he didn't sound like he was selling goods, but stating an order, a rule defined by him leading to a world of ultimate sensory experience. He didn't rush to boast about profits, but calmly wove it into a web. Luxury goods. Product equals status. Huge tax revenue was naturally enticing, but what attracted the Sea Lord more was Euron's implication that this was a bond deeply tying the hedonistic needs of Braavos elite to the fundamental interests of the Iron Islands. It wasn't a one-time deal, but a dependency slowly injected into the blood. Euron confidently assured the Sea Lord that in the near future, the Iron Islands would have more products far exceeding the value of white gold sand as part of their trade. When the topic turned to port usage rights, the conditions Euron proposed were precise and restrained. He showed familiarity with Braavos maritime laws, tidal patterns, and even dock faction distribution. He asked not for privilege, but for a stable, sustainable channel. This didn't sound like a short-term merchant's bargaining, but a strategist laying the first cornerstone for a long-term trade route. Sea Lord Ferrigo Antarion gradually stopped treating Euron as a 7-year-old child and started treating him as a business partner of Braavos. The entire meeting had no loud arguments or bluffs, it was calm and polite. Except for the inability to hug women and drink like Oberyn Martell, both host and guest were happy. The true authority of Braavos lay half in the Sea Lord's palace, and the other half deep behind the massive stone walls of the Iron Bank. If the Sea Lord controlled soldiers and laws, the Iron Bank controlled the bloodline that flowed silently but determined the rise and fall of nations' wealth. The Iron Bank of Braavos was an international financial institution capable of directly influencing currency value through interest rates. There was none of the grandeur and noise of the Sea Lord's palace here, only endless cold corridors, archive shelves towering to the dome, and air filled with the scent of aged parchment and ink. Officials walked lightly and slowly, voices low as if in confession. Their eyes were sharp and restrained, as if they had long converted emotions into interest rates. In this fortress built of numbers, Euron put on a completely different mask, no longer a sea madman or a glib diplomat, but a calm, precise, to-the-point business leader. Euron didn't come to beg for a loan, but to present a proposition. He laid out the wealth prospect brought by white gold sand clearly, not just huge profits, but a stable, continuous, and expanding cash flow. He discussed transport costs and output, estimated market saturation and demand cycles, explored the possibility of building white gold sand refineries in every port city, and even proposed a vision of deep financial cooperation bound with the Iron Bank in the future, as well as joint investments in new trade routes. Euron's language lacked wave-like passion, possessing only gear-like rigorous logic. Under the gaze of those mismatched eyes, even the most stubborn auditors seemed to glimpse a silent flood of gold coins behind the dry numbers. He didn't need to beg for trust, he only needed to display order. And order was the only language the Iron Bank believed in. Finally, Euron exchanged the gold dragons he brought from Westeros for Bravici iron coins, more commonly used on this continent. Gold coins once symbolizing power and faith in his homeland were collected by the Iron Bank, replaced by stacks of dull, heavy iron coins stamped with the moon crest of Bravus. These iron coins were cold and plain, without ornate carving, but were widely recognized in every corner of this continent. Their value lay not in luster, but in the credit granted by the Republic behind them, a republic with no king, only contracts and capital. Leaving the Iron Bank, Euron lingered in the noisy markets of Bravus. He stopped at smoky stalls by the canal to taste eels roasted with strange spices, feeling the mixed impact of slick flesh and stimulating taste buds. He walked into bustling taverns, ordered a cup of locally brewed sour ale, listened to sailors and dock workers bragging about adventures in various accents, filtering out valuable rumors and intelligence. He also sought old establishments hidden in deep alleys, trying secret clam chowder said to have a century-old recipe, tasting the unique mellowness endowed by time. These seemingly casual tastings were actually his way of measuring the city's pulse. The taste of food, market conversations, and even the eyes of vendors were sources of intelligence more real than any official report. After maneuvering in Bravu's power network for days, only one last, most symbolic stop remained on Euron Greyjoy's schedule, the Isle of the Gods. This island in the city center, connected to the main districts by countless elegant bridges, was the concentrated embodiment of Bravu's unique soul. Here, all known gods found a place. From the Seven of Westeros to Arhillar the Red God across the narrow sea, from the horse god of the Dothraki to the mysterious black goat, and even minor sea gods remembered only by a few sailors, all had altars and temples large or small here. There was also the drowned god worshipped by the Ironborn. The air seemed to vibrate slightly with these diverse faiths. Various incenses, prayers, and ritual sounds interwove strangely, forming a disturbing yet incredibly harmonious background hum. Stepping onto the Isle of the Gods was like entering a miniature pantheon bazaar. His pace was unhurried, mismatched pupils calmly sweeping over every temple of distinct style. He saw solemn statues behind the stained glass of the September, and the dancing fire and red-robed priests before the Red Temple. He passed low stone caves worshipping nameless deep-sea entities, with shells and salt grains offered by fishermen at the entrance. He also glimpsed small shrines decorated with exotic totems, strange spice scents rising from censers. There was no single truth here, only parallel faiths. Bravu's freedom was displayed vividly. Faith was a tool, a comfort, a trade. As long as it didn't affect the flow of gold coins and the city's operation, it could coexist here. The Sea Lord and the key holders wisely knew that suppressing faith only bred underground sparks, while giving them a public place brought them under control. Euron stopped before a small, seemingly abandoned altar. Its rough stone base was carved with ancient runes blurred by wind and rain. Beside it lay a rusted iron lamp that seemed to have once held oil. No sign, no priest, not even knowing which god it enshrined. Perhaps a forgotten ancient variant of the drowned god, or a relic of a lost civilization. He stood quietly for a moment. The tolerance of the Isle of the Gods, in a sense, was a ruling wisdom more powerful than swords. It allowed fanaticism to vent in controllable channels, incorporating mysticism as part of the urban landscape. But what Euron felt was not awe, but a deeper calmness. These gods competed for beauty here, accepting offerings, but their power seemed imprisoned on this island, becoming harmless parts of the giant machine that was Braavos. Truly, shrewd. He muttered to himself, lips curling into an elusive smile. Braavos seemed to have built something stronger than any single faith, a secular and efficient system that allowed and managed all faiths. The trip to the Isle of the Gods didn't make him convert to any god, but made him understand the true source of Braavos' power more deeply, not a specific god, but the ultimate practice of the concept everything can be used by me. Euron asked, Lisa, do you think if I utilize an uninhabited small island in the Iron Islands and build something like the Isle of the Gods? After a brief thought, Lisa shook her head decisively. The Iron Islands aren't Braavos. Braavos come from everywhere across the narrow sea, bringing different faiths. But the Iron Islands only have Ironborn. Euron sighed, agreeing. You're right. Dagmar snorted disapprovingly. We don't need so many gods. Just the drowned god is enough. Euron nodded in agreement. You're even more right. Almost forgot, I am the son of the drowned god. Why look for trouble? Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Plans and Recruitment. Oberyn Martell spread a thick parchment map before Euron, tapping his finger on the mark for Braavos. Euron had originally asked for the plan in a month, but the Red Viper was highly efficient, finishing it in half that time. Perhaps, as he said, he had always planned to travel Essos, just hadn't acted on it. We start here, first the 9 free cities. His tone was crisp, like a mercenary captain assigning missions. Southeast along the coast, stopping at each city, finally reaching the Basilisk Isles. His finger traced the route, speaking steadily, we depart by ship from Braavos, heading east. The first stop is Pentos. Leaving Pentos, we must first find a large Khalasar. We will present gifts, and the Khal will allow us to follow as guests to their holy city, crossing the Dothraki Sea. The gifts are on you, naturally, but I will offer ideas. If the gifts are improper, Dothraki Iraqs show no mercy. Turn southeast along the mountain road into Norvos. Ruled by bearded priests. Food is crude hard smoked meat, gritty black bread, and murky ale are staples. What can't be missed in Norvos is their runic ironwork, especially daggers hand-forged by mountain smiths, blades engraved with ancient warding runes, sharp enough to cut shadows and never rusting. After Norvos, we turn due east into the forest of Qohor. Many bandits there. One day isn't enough to cross, we will spend a night in the forest. Be ready to fight bandits. Through the forest lies Qohor. The city is a giant forge, the air always smells of burnt metal and sulfur. Smiths here hold forging secrets passed down for thousands of years, and red priests study blood magic. Continuing south, the road narrows, winding deep into the grey mountains of Lorith. Note, geographically, Lorith is north, route seems slightly stylized or deterred, likely meant moving towards the Rhoyne/Andals then south. Far from trade routes, silence is the language. Locals are silent and hard as their mountains. Lorith is rich in silverstone and mines, stone carving workshops are everywhere. Craftsmen turn cold stone into art of soft curves and sharp edges. Turn southwest to enter Lys. A city of extravagance, desire is open trade and life's base color. More pleasure houses than taverns line the streets. Men and women in gauze lean on carved balconies, laughter drips like honey. The air always mixes sweet wine, expensive spices, and intimate musk. Oberyn Martell smiled brightly, that is Lys, my favorite city. Euron listened quietly, only raising questions or changes on a few routes. Otherwise, he mostly followed Oberyn's arrangement. Before Oberyn gave the plan, Euron had already thought of dozens of feasible routes, otherwise, he couldn't have decided so quickly. Besides the plan, extra manpower was needed. Not just warriors, this dangerous journey required all kinds of people. 1 Vittorio Grey. Once a feared gull on the Dothraki Sea. His roar could make war horses bow, grass seas made way for his arak. Fate played a cruel joke, a brutal fall in battle broke his leg and his warrior's spine. He cut his braid, shaved his head. Now he walked with a limp, unable to ride. A Dothraki who cannot ride is an eagle with broken wings. Losing his cull status and meaning of life, he left the grassland disheartened, wandering city-states, a shell carrying past glory. His prestige and strategic eye as a former cull made Malio decide to keep him. Though Vittorio could no longer charge into battle, he was the best choice for dealing with Dothraki. 2n3. Ario Hota and Sebastian Fernandez. 2 bearded men. Ario Hota, captain of the guards for House Martell, sent by Prince Doran to protect Prince Oberyn. The phrasing annoyed the free-spirited Red Viper, but he couldn't refuse. It was an order and irrefutable concern from his family. Ario was steady as a mountain, trained by the bearded priests of Norvos. His skill with the longaxe was terrifying. Sharp-eyed and vigilant, he was more a moving fortification than a guard. With him was his friend Sebastian Fernandez, a fellow disciple of the axe. Equally skilled and loyal. Standing together, they were like Dorne's sun and sand, one calm as rock, one fierce as a blade. These longaxe monks offered powerful combat ability and rock-solid loyalty. 4 Lomos Longstrider. Named for his unusual height and ceaseless steps. A scholar and writer, combat power negligible, but value immeasurable by swords. He had traveled every corner of the known world, even secret realms unreachable by most. Ruins, isolated cities, forgotten relics, he explored them all. He compiled these experiences into his famous book, Wonders. It was a Bible for understanding world wonders, showing deep observation and inexhaustible curiosity. His mind was his strongest weapon, his experience his toughest armor. Euron remembered Tyrion Lannister was his loyal reader, that book was almost worn out by the imp. 5 Sorrowful Man Castor Daniels. From Karth, belonging to an ancient, mysterious assassin guild. Known for elegant, deadly actions and a unique farewell ritual whispering "I am so sorry" before the final strike. Different from faceless men, they lacked that specific faith, or they wouldn't have come for the high pay. The Red Viper knew Castor. Euron didn't care about their history. Euron asked one question: "I'm interested in your martial arts. Can you teach me during the journey?" Castor: "Silence." Euron: "Double commission." Castor: "Willing to serve." 6 Samuel the Savage. From Sothorios, a savage from deep within the Green Hell. Massive physique, bones like rocks, muscles like armor. His long arms seemed to belong to an ancient jungle creature. Currently a mercenary in a small band. His face was like a primitive totem, sloping forehead, heavy jaw, giant square teeth. Rough black hair draped like thorns. Samuel arrived in a heavy cloak, fully covered, not out of shyness but because he had just slaughtered a Sea Lord's guard and his lover in a tavern. The death was reportedly gruesome, limbs twisted by inhuman force. Oberyn's men recruited him for his strength. Euron looked at him coldly. "The journey is long and dangerous. Loyalty is the first quality. How can I be sure you won't stab me in the back?" Samuel met Euron's gaze without fear, only primitive calm. "My previous company, the Stone Crows, can testify. I never betray companions." Oberyn nodded, he had checked. Euron smiled. "Welcome aboard." 7. Edwin Ramirez. From the Basilisk Isles, a former pirate captain with complex temperament. His mustache was always perked up like his uncrushed pride, but his deep eyes hid fear and paranoia. Months ago, a cruel betrayal changed his life. His trusted crew stabbed him in the back and threw him into the sea. He floated for 10 days, surviving on wool and luck. He often touched his back subconsciously, eyes oscillating between trust and suspicion. He rubbed his mustache, voice low with obsession, "I need money, enough money. Your commission is good." He looked past everyone, seemingly seeing the shadowed docks of the Basilisk Isles. The Basilisk Isles are your last stop, but my starting point. I will go back, find those traitors one by one, slit their throats, take back my ship, and return to my sea. The summer sea of Sothorios is a death riddle to others. To me, I can swim 3 laps with eyes closed. The Basilisk Isles are my home. I am the best guide. Euron needed someone familiar with Sothorios. If Edwin didn't lie, he was essential talent. 8. Gwendolyn. A red priestess of Arhilla from Asai. Flames danced in her eyes, seemingly peeking at threads of fate untouchable by mortals. Euron recruited her not out of faith, but cold curiosity. He knew of Melisandre's terrifying power from the original story: prophecy, shadow manipulation, life theft. He didn't revere these powers, but ignoring them was fatal stupidity. He didn't expect to learn these arts, but someone must understand their rules. Gwendolyn was a firewall. Through her eyes, he would gain insight into light and shadow, guarding against being calculated by similar dark tricks in the future. Knowledge of the enemy is a weapon. 9. Evelyn the Shadowbinder. Also from the Shadowlands. Always masked, covered in heavy dark fabric. Only her dark emerald eyes were visible, eyes sedimented with centuries of secrets, looking at people with inhuman calm and penetration. Euron was intensely interested in her. He had a greedy curiosity for all rare, dangerous magical powers. Whether Arhilla's fire or the Shadowbinder's tricks, they were forms of power worth understanding, dissecting, and mastering. Oberyn could only shrug. The Dornish prince was well-traveled but couldn't understand Euron's obsession with such dark arts. But he said nothing, smiling helplessly. After all, Euron was the one paying. Euron was the boss. And the boss's will was the direction of the voyage. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Euron's Travel Diary, Part I. Pentos, the harbor of cloying sweetness, the city of calculation. It is the free city of Essos closest to King's Landing, the capital of Westeros. Before the ship even docked, the wind delivered the scent of Pentos, an aroma of wine so sweet it was cloying, almost chewable between the teeth, entangled with the salty sea breeze, lingering and refusing to disperse. They say this is the city's breath, its soul. To me, this is merely Pentos's most direct introduction. Here, everything can be intoxicated, and everything can be tagged with a price for trade. Pentos was originally ruled by a prince, chosen from the adult males of 40 noble families, ruling for life until death, upon which the next is chosen. Today, Pentos is practically ruled by magisters. The prince is still chosen from the 40 families, but he bears only ceremonial duties, presiding over balls and feasts. Peace treaties dictate that Pentoshi cannot own more than 20 warships, cannot hire mercenaries, cannot contract free companies, and cannot maintain an army beyond the city watch. So, this city is weak. Weak enough to pay tribute in gifts, gold and silver to the Dothraki horse lords. I visited that palace, a gift from the magisters of Pentos to a Dothraki cul standing by the bay with 9 high towers, brick walls covered in ivy. That is where a certain story begins. It was worth a visit. Pentos is a prosperous port city, so the docks here are the most lively and bustling. The docks were crowded and noisy. Bundles of carpets, colorful as the wings of poisonous butterflies, were piled mountain high, nearly bending the planks. Merchants stepped forward to greet us, smiles sweeter than wine, words stickier than honey. They raised silver cups, every sentence dripping with friend and respect. But I know clearly behind every compliment here lies an calculation, every look assesses your value. If you praise his carpet, he has already drafted a price in his mind. If you glance at his slave, he is already speculating if you want to discuss a trade in human flesh. So, I only smiled and nodded, stingy with any genuine praise. In this city, silence is the highest courtesy. Today I visited 3 wine merchants and drank no less than 10 cups of their proud heirloom vintages. Without exception, sweet. Too sweet. Sweet to the point of panic, like drinking syrup. They proudly swirled the amber-purple liquid in goblets, recounting family heritage and secret recipes. But I only thought, with wine like this, the first cup is enjoyment, the second is tolerance, and the third becomes a burden. True fine wine should make one crave to look back again and again. And I, who have sailed the seas since 7 but was never allowed to drink, tasting this so-called nectar for the first time, felt only disappointment. Before this, due to my age, I had never drunk alcohol. After drinking the Pentoshi sweet wine praised by everyone, my feeling was these so-called wines are just grape juice for children. In the afternoon, I went to the vineyards outside the city. Under the scorching sun, vines were neat, workers bent to harvest, everything was as it had been for centuries. I picked a plump grape near bursting, juice splattered out, deep red as blood. Such perfect fruit, yet only brewed into sweet water to please children. This is a waste, and even more, a disgrace. The idea in my mind became clearer, this is an opportunity to let the people of this world taste what real wine is. Absolutely a rolling source of wealth. However, I must wait until I return to the Iron Islands to truly experiment controlling fermentation temperature, or introducing certain dry spices from Dorne to balance the sweetness, improving packaging so the wine can sail farther and longer without spoiling. The Pentoshi are masters of trade, and I will offer them a trade they never imagined. I don't want to buy your wine, I want to use your grapes and my methods to redefine what wine is. One day, while cursing the wine I brew for stealing the business they are so proud of, they will drink deep of my improved vintage, and my purse will be filled with the money snatched from their hands. 2.5 years to complete the travel plan is indeed a tight schedule. Most of the time will be spent on the road, so time for sightseeing in cities is destined to be limited. In the end, I stayed in Pentos for a total of 14 days. From the trip to Pentos, a total of 2,600 points were credited. Norvos stairs, bells, and the shadow of monks. We arrived at this city severed by theocracy and stone walls. Norvos is not one city, but two, one suspended atop a high hill, one crawling in the river valley, connected by the renowned Sinner's Steps. A height of 300 feet separates not just wealth and poverty, but two completely different lives. The upper city is locked tight by massive stone walls, the fortress of the bearded priests. Life here is as hard and cold as its architecture. Summers are sweltering and humid, winters bone-chillingly cold, and the only thing that never ceases is the endless sound of prayer from the temples. Everything is shrouded in a solemn, dull, suffocating piety. But their goods are tangible, thick textiles sufficient to withstand the salty winds of the Iron Islands, and high-quality timber exactly what we need to rebuild the fleet. I suppressed my temper, intending to exchange gold coins and silence for what we needed. I conferred with those monks, they wore rough hemp robes, beards hanging to their waists, eyes devoid of the greed a merchant should have, holding only a bottomless scrutiny. Doing business with them feels strange as if you aren't bargaining, but conducting a silent confession. Walking down the Sinner's Steps is like falling from an altar into the mortal world. The lower city is filled with the chants of dock workers, the low laughter of brothels, and the noise of taverns. The air mixes the bitterness of dark beer and the sourness of fermented goat milk. I tasted their winter cake, a hard cake mixed with ginger, pine nuts, and cherries washed down with an iron cup of mead mixed fermented milk called nahas. The taste was coarse but distinct, much like the city itself. Lomos Longstrider calls the bells here a wonder of the world. When I heard the 3 giant bells toll simultaneously, the roar seeming to come from deep within the mountain belly, shaking the clouds and the human heart, I had to admit he was right. The sound was solemn, seemingly able to cleanse all sin, yet firmly locking everyone within the order of God. However, a group of monks ruling a nation, it suddenly reminded me of certain Buddhist kingdoms in Journey to the West. A very strange feeling. If there is a chance to make these bearded monks walk down the stairs and become true monks without desire or demand, that would certainly be interesting. Chapter 47, Euron's Travel Diary, Part 2. Through the forest of Qohor shadows have teeth, legends say they bite. We entered the domain of the forest of Qohor. If Norvos is a mountain city locked by faith, this place is land soaked in ancient malice. Towering ancient trees twist and knot, blotting out the sun, light is as scarce as mercy occasionally doled out by gods. There is no road underfoot, only mud and tangled roots waiting to trip you, every step feels like walking into a nightmare one doesn't wish to wake from. The air is sticky and damp, thick with the smell of rotting leaves, wet earth, and something indescribable like metal, or perhaps blood. The locals call it the rusty scent of magic. They say there are bandits here, traps more cunning than bandits, and older things black magic sedimented here like miasma among the trees, invisible but deadly. We passed a forgotten temple. Less a temple than the wreckage of stone and madness. Vines wrapped around crumbling statues like veins, their features were blurred by time and runes but remained disturbing. I had never seen those symbols, yet instinctively felt repulsion. They were not praying for blessing, but imprisoning something. A mercenary reached out to touch a broken steel that seemed to whisper. The red viper sharply stopped him. Here, curiosity is a faster way to die than any blade. Deep in the forest, we encountered bandits, but clearly, we had more men and sharper blades. They retreated silently. We didn't pursue because the forest of Qohor is their turf, they know every blade of grass and tree. I didn't want to fall into a trap and be ambushed. After nightfall, the forest truly awoke. Darkness was so thick that firelight could only prop open a small, fragile circle. Outside that circle, things were moving. Not humans, nor beasts, but some slow, low, patient existence. It disliked disturbance, and we were all uninvited guests. I ordered double watches, standing back to back, no one to leave the firelight. Ironborn and mercenaries gripped their weapons, silently listening to the slow scraping sounds circling us, as if something massive was dragging its feet around our only halo of light. Only at dawn did that thing retreat. No one saw it, but everyone felt it. No one slept soundly that night. But when the sun came out, even though we were dead tired, we set off immediately, determined to walk out of this damned forest before dark. I guarantee, this is a place you absolutely don't want to stay another night. Qohor iron and fire, blood and price. We walked out of that damned forest, leaving shadows and whispers behind. What hit us head-on was the scorching breath of Qohor. The whole city is like a giant, ceaseless forge. Even the air is burning, the charred smell of metal, the sting of sulfur, and a deeper, more primitive power, like blood and soul being smelted. Every breath feels like inhaling sparks into the lungs. The streets here don't belong to pedestrians, but to smiths and their creations. Hammering sounds come from every corner, never stopping, like the city's violent heartbeat. Craftsmen labor in firelight and shadow, holding secret arts passed down for thousands of years, forging blades said to be able to drink moonlight and cleave spells. Deeper still, those in red robes mages study magic at the cost of blood and fire. I saw an old man's eyes, what danced inside wasn't a gaze, but the core of a furnace. Here, knowledge is more expensive than gold, and more dangerous. Every question has a price tag, and for some answers, you may not be able to afford the cost. But I like the rules here. Clear prices are always more real than Westeros' hypocritical vows and hollow honor. Tired of walking, I stopped at a smoking stall and ordered a spicy sausage and a cup of strong liquor they call fire breath. The sausage sizzled on charcoal, rough and solid, hot juices mixed with sharp spiciness exploded instantly. Following that, downing the cup of liquor, it wasn't wine at all, simply liquid fire, burning from throat to stomach. The heat was so violent it almost induced hallucinations. In an instant, the chill and fear stained by the forest were thoroughly burned away. With triple pay, I invited those excellent smiths to the Iron Islands, promising freedom, gold, and endless charcoal and ore. Some wavered, distant firelight flashing in their eyes. But a few stubborn old ones bowed their heads silently, saying they were rooted in this cold soil, coins couldn't chisel their faith. So, I turned to look at my silent iron-born entourage. My voice wasn't loud, but enough to make the stiffest spine shiver slightly. Remember our old way. Need not say more, they remember, and never forget. We come from the sea, taking by force is our doctrine. If requests aren't accepted, then, there are many ways to persuade. If they refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, the method of invitation might not be so harmonious. Qohor thought it was guarded by mountains, watched by gods. But they forgot, children of the Iron Islands never knew what obstruction meant. After we left the city, many smiths disappeared. However, contrary to imagination, no one pursued us. Except for their blood relatives, no one investigated their whereabouts, because this city doesn't lack smiths, and the bearded priests care just as little about these lower classes. Lorith Stone and Shadow, Blood and Silence. Continuing south, the road narrowed like a shrinking snake, winding into the grey mountains of Lorith. No clamour of caravans here, no salty wind of ports, only suffocating silence. It's a heavy thing, pressing down on shoulders. Locals are like the mountains themselves, hard, grim, reticent. They weigh you with their eyes, respond with silence. A nod might mean approval, looking away might mean a warning. Here, words are superfluous, possibly even dangerous. A sound echoes through the valley, the crisp clash of chisels and marble. Lorith isn't rich, but it abounds in two things: silver-white stone textured like moonlight, and deep-buried rich silver veins. Stone carving workshops are built along the mountains. Craftsmen converse with stones for generations, transforming cold hard ore into art possessing both softness and sharpness. They carve silently, as if every cut inscribes unreadable family secrets into the stone. Food is as coarse and solid as the land: salty bitter goat cheese, nut cakes hard enough to be armor, accompanied by a pot of bitter tea brewed with mountain spring water. It can't please taste buds, but it keeps you alive here. Survival is the only recognized luxury. But my purpose isn't stone or cheese. I saw their silver mines, saw their workshops polishing weapons for generations. Their stonemasons are highly skilled. I threw out pay 30% above market price, hiding Iron Island's ambition in my eyes. Some shook their heads silently, loyalty rooted deep in family soil like mountain roots. For those hesitating, my iron-born followers just silently stepped forward, fingers casually resting on axe handles, saying nothing, yet saying everything. The Iron Islands have lots of stones, they will be very happy there. I am also happy. The Iron Islands need talent in all aspects. Here, the deepest veins aren't silver, but family feuds. A careless greeting, a wrong name, could detonate blood feuds accumulated over generations. Their way of solving problems is terrifyingly direct. The silver-hilted dagger at the waist is their law. I noted everything: vein locations, craftsmen's names, which families are sworn enemies with which. Knowledge, whether about metal or human life, is a weapon sharper than Valyrian steel in the right hands. I write all this into this booklet, believing that when I step on this land again, they will play a huge role. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Euron's Travel Diary, Part 3. Lys honey, blades, and lucid pleasure. Before the ship even docked, the scent of Lys entangled us, cloyingly sweet, warm, carrying a fragrance of decay like overbloomed golden lotuses. The entire city is steeped in a perpetual warm mist. The sunset seems to stall here, gilding painted roofs, lazy balconies, and every smile with extravagant yet false golden edges. Here, desire is a commodity clearly priced and displayed. Pleasure houses outnumber bakeries along the long streets. Men and women draped in gauze lean on balconies, their laughter dripping stickily like honey onto the shoulders of every passerby. The air is a chaotic symphony of scents, sickly sweet wine, expensive eastern spices, and a more intimate, provocative musk, the unique perfume of Lys, masking the smell of calculation and trade. I tasted their honey cake, dusted with gold leaf-like spices. One bite, and the scalding syrup almost burned my throat. Delicious, yes, but danger stems from this. Too many sweet treats are laced with gentle narcotics, not for flavor, but to knock you unconscious directly. The classic trap involves those garish flower boats, velvet cushions, floral decorations, promising a tour of the most beautiful water alleys. But once aboard, the sweet air knocks you out. When you wake, you are no longer a tourist but a commodity, chained at the feet, standing on an auction block for appraisal. The Red Viper warned repeatedly, but many Ironborn and mercenaries remained dismissive. However, it is precisely this undisguised hypocrisy that makes Lys appear so real in my eyes. It doesn't pretend to be noble, nor does it hide greed. It blatantly uses beauty and sweetness to deceive, yet generously gifts ultimate sensory pleasure. Here, a blade might hide behind every smile, every handshake might be an appraisal. Lys doesn't lie to you about what it is. It simply spreads a web woven of temptation, testing the will and sobriety of every intruder. And I immensely appreciate this cruel honesty. This is the favorite place of the Red Viper, our Dornish Prince Oberyn Martell. Upon arriving in Lys, he couldn't wait to dive into a gentle embrace. The other mercenaries and my Ironborn were of the same virtue. I gave them 3 days of free movement to play to their heart's content. After all, they are men, I understand. Though I say this, being less than 8 years old leaves me powerless in spirit but not flesh. So, I decided to teach my handmaid Lisa how to use a sword and dagger to protect herself. An unintentional act led me to discover another way to earn Pirate King system points. You defeated handmaid Lisa, obtained 5 points. My handmaid cannot be that weak, so I decided to continue training her. You defeated handmaid Lisa, no points obtained. Can only obtain victory or kill points from the same enemy at most once per month, and points will decrease. A pity, I wanted to farm points. But, I looked at the other 2 women, the bright red-haired Red Priestess whom the Red Viper had been eyeing greedily with her voluptuous figure, and the Shadowbinder from the Shadowlands, fully wrapped, mask covering her face, revealing only emerald eyes. I kindly persuaded them, magic is good, but, casting magic takes time, and sometimes magic doesn't work. So you need to learn how to use a short sword or other weapons. You defeated Red Priestess Gwendolyn, obtained 20 points. You defeated Shadowbinder Evelyn, obtained 30 points. On the 3rd day, when Oberyn Martell returned after playing all night, he saw the 3 of them clutching their buttocks and looking at me resentfully. He suddenly realized, extending a thumb towards me. Soon, all mercenaries and Ironborn knew of my feat, admiring me prostrate. Sigh, too lazy to explain, let them misunderstand. Staying in this luxurious city for 20 days, I finally understood what debauchery meant. In the end, I didn't buy the local specialty, bed slaves. I only bought a few madams who knew how to train bed slaves. Westeros might need some exotic features. I plan to open such a red pavilion in every kingdom. Making money is secondary, these are places where news spreads fastest. Building an information network is something I've always wanted to do but lacked the chance. This might be an opportunity. Gentle lands are tombs for heroes. If I hadn't issued an unquestionable order to leave, they would have stayed here forever, eventually dying on women's bellies. 2 Ironborn and 1 mercenary are missing. They didn't appear at the agreed time. They might be dead, or living a fate worse than death. Integrity and keeping promises are universal standards. So we wait no longer, nor will we scatter to search. They must take responsibility for every willfulness. Tyrosh ostentation, pepper and knives in dark alleys. The moment the ship entered the harbour, the city rudely pierced my eyes. Painted towers, gilded domes, mansions carved with complex gods and monsters. Tyrosh is like an overly dressed prostitute, brazenly showing off her vulgarity and wealth under the scorching sun. The entire city is an unending stage, and every entrant is forced to become an actor. On the pier, heat waves wrapped in 2 scents hit our faces, the pungent chemical stench of the dye market, and the fresh fruity aroma of the citrus market. They intertwined weirdly, drilling into nostrils. Baskets of oranges and lemons piled up bright colors, while nearby, indigo, crimson, and purple dye vats splashed stronger blocks of color, dyeing fabrics through, and dyeing the fingertips and soles of bargainers red. This is a paradise for trade, and a sanctuary for outlaws. Pirates with scimitars at their waists and scarred mercenaries shuttle through the crowd. They pay with gold coins and reason with blades. I witnessed a dispute at a gambling table with my own eyes. Before a sentence was finished, a dagger was plunged into a throat. Daytime noise covers transactions, but once night falls, the port district belongs only to shadows and murder. In dimly lit places, cold arrows are more common than greetings. I sat before a smoky stall and ordered their specialty, fire pepper grilled fish. The whole fish was wrapped in a thick layer of scarlet chili, grilled charred and hot. I took a bite. Instantly, extreme umami and violent burning pain exploded simultaneously, rushing straight to the top of my skull. Delicious, but full of aggression, as if warning the diner, here, even a dish carries an edge that brooks no provocation. Tyrosh never hides its rules. It lures you deep with ostentation, and teaches you sobriety with savagery. Here, relaxing vigilance is suicide. Ironborn and mercenaries clashed with pirates in a tavern, which evolved into a slaughter. We killed all those pirates in the end, but 3 Ironborn and 10 mercenaries died here. Sigh, this is the norm of life. Life and death are unpredictable, I learned to accept it long ago. Best sellers here are pear brandy, gaudily decorated armor, and exquisite torture devices. I don't love brandy, I prefer practical, cheap armor. Torture devices are useless, though the Dornish prince who likes kinky games is very interested in them. After cremating our 13 dead companions, we left this city. Chapter 49, Euron's Travel Diary, Part 4. Volantis, the Long Bridge, former Flowers, and today's Swamp. The Rhoyne River, like a murky artery, splits Volantis in two, with the Long Bridge being the fragile vessel connecting these 2 distinctly different worlds. I stood on the bridge, feeling the vastly different pulses beneath my feet. On the east bank, the quiet world of ancient nobles behind the black wall, filled with the whispers of power and the haze of sandalwood. On the west bank, a noisy mire formed by mercenaries, foreigners, slaves, and commoners, the air churning with the intense smells of sweat, spices, and decay. The division of this city is so naked, so cruel. Slaves. This is the underlying color Volantis cannot ignore. Their numbers are suffocatingly huge, reportedly 5 times that of free men. They shuttle silently through streets and docks, eyes lowered, forming the silent pedestal on which this city runs. People say this was once the city of flowers and fountains, the strongest, most prosperous pearl of the 9 free cities. Today, I can only barely piece together its former glory from the ruins of massive statues and ornate fountain pools. That foolish war of conquest a century ago drained its lifeblood. The resentment of defeat led the populace to smash countless statues of Tiger Party triarchs. Today's Volantis is like a patched-up gorgeous robe dazzling from afar, but up close, the stitching is crude and full of flaws. Many fountains have long dried up, becoming stagnant pools breeding mosquitoes, some districts have even been reclaimed by swamps, desolate with only memories remaining. I went to the places one must see to say they've visited. The Black Wall, it is not just a wall, it is a declaration, coldly proclaiming the insurmountability of bloodline and class. The temple of the Lord of Light, red priests serve there are hiller in gloomy halls, flames dancing in shadows, promising illusory power and salvation. The red priestess Gwendolyn dragged me inside, preaching their god to me. The merchant's house, the best in Involantis, a 4-story behemoth overlooking the surrounding docks, wharves, and warehouses. Its hall is larger than the great halls of most Westerosi castles. The central courtyard is paved with stone, planted with many grape trellises. Surrounding pavilions and alcoves make the hall look like a maze. It is said to be the world's largest and most expensive inn. Yet guests fill every table, showing there are plenty of rich people in this world. If I opened a large-scale tavern in King's Landing's port, there should be money to make. Finally, the Long Bridge. Spanning the mouth of the Rhoyne, connecting the two districts of Volantis. The entrance is an arch of black stone carved with sphinxes, manticores, dragons, and other beasts. All kinds of buildings are erected on both sides of the bridge. You can buy almost anything here. In the middle of the bridge, thieves' hands and criminals' heads are impaled on spears for display. We were lucky, we arrived just in time for the city's election. In Volantis, triarchs are elected annually from the tiger and elephant parties. Every freeborn, land-owning Volantine has the right to vote. The election lasts 10 days, a carnival for Volantens. Whether tiger or elephant, I am just a passerby, so I enjoyed this sea of joy, but this election system makes their policies change constantly, giving this nation a smell of rot. Volantis is still breathing, but every breath carries a trace of staleness and weakness. It taught me one thing: the deepest decline begins with internal decay, not the blades of foreign enemies. The Dothraki Sea, Grass Sea, Arax, and the land of Trial. We finally left so-called civilization behind and stepped into this boundless grass sea known as the Dothraki Sea. The sky here becomes incredibly vast, like a giant bronze bowl with green patina overturned at the end of the world. The wind is the only eternal voice here, blowing through waist-high grass, emitting an endless low whistle, as if thousands of souls are sighing simultaneously. Here, laws are written by hooves and revised by Arax. We found a massive Khalasar, presented gifts, and showed eyes that were not timid, barely gaining permission to follow as guests. But the look every Dothraki warrior gave us was crystal clear: guest? Prisoner? The distance between them is merely the outcome of a fight. We migrated with them, chasing water and grass, scorching sun overhead, horizon extending to the stars underfoot. Finally, we reached the legendary place Vis Dothrak. No walls, no gates, this giant city grows savagely from the earth's chest. Thousands of tents fill the view like a white ocean. The air mixes the charred scent of roast horse meat, the sour rot of fermented milk, and eternal dust. The neighing of horse herds is denser than thunder, more heart-palpitating. Right here, I met Col Barbo, the Col with a voice like a great bell. And I, in a duel watched by all warriors, laid his son Drogo, who is about my age, flat on the ground with a clean fishman karate strike. In that moment, the noise stopped, only the grass still hissed in the wind. You defeated Drogo, son of Col Barbo, obtained 40 points. Here, all language is superfluous. Strength is the only past strength of muscle, strength of will, strength to command hearts. Humility is the virtue of the weak, weakness is original sin, receiving no pity. Only by proving your value will this grassland stingily grant you an inch of ground to stand on. After I defeated Barbo's son Drogo, Barbo deigned to look me, a child the size of his son, in the eye. I wanted horses. Yes, Dothraki horses, the best in the world. I would trade salt, wine, and iron for their horses. Barbo agreed to this deal. The Red Viper was somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand why an Ironborn from the Iron Islands needed horses. Did an island lord need to form a cavalry regiment? I didn't explain to him in the future, my territory will be not only the ocean but also the land. Slavers Bay clearly priced humanity and 3 masks. Oberyn sketched this coast for me in his tone mixed with poetry and venom. He called it the 3 sisters, 3 whores born of the same source but wishing to slit each other's throats. And now, I saw them with my own eyes. Yunkai scent rushed into my nose, first cloying fragrance mixed with faint whip cracks, disgusting yet inexplicably rousing. The entire city is a giant, meticulously run brothel and beast-taming arena. They claim to export the world's most perfect pleasure slaves and servants, but in reality, they systematically dismantle and polish humans into docile commodities. I walked through it, watching slaves with trained smiles, feeling only irony. They turned tenderness into the coldest business. Mirian is shrouded in a layer of ochre dust that never disperses. That towering pyramid pierces the sky, like a tombstone left by some giant. Dust covers everything, seeping between teeth, inhaled into lungs. It is the true ruler here, symbolizing an ancient, stubborn tradition that refuses change. Slaves here wear copper collars, laboring silently under the shadows of the great masters. Even resistance seems heavy. But what truly stopped me was Astapor. If the first 2 cities wrapped their goods in a layer of illusory gauze, Astapor tore even this last bit of hypocrisy to shreds. This is a human modification factory. The product is only one type, the unsullied. I visited a training line, they call it the flow. Boys are stripped of names, emotions, fear, even flesh, recast into slaughter machines of absolute obedience. Every finished warrior is born standing on countless broken souls. No deception here, only efficiency and cost. Slavers Bay makes no secret of its nature. Here, people can be dismantled into parts, clearly priced, and put up for sale. Oberyn was right, this is the ultimate place where humanity is priced. I cannot change this place, at least not now. In the 3 cities of Slavers Bay, I traded with those arrogant slavers who look down their noses at everyone. I need people, all kinds of useful people, doctors, smiths, carpenters, stonemasons, scholars, poisoners, warriors, merchants, generals. I want them all. The future of the Iron Islands needs countless useful talents. Chapter 50, Euron's Travel Diary, Part V. Valyria Ash, Whispers, and the Land of Fallen Gods. We finally arrived at this land that should only exist in nightmares or legends, the Valyrian Peninsula. Even just lingering on its edge, the aura of destruction originating from ancient times, almost condensed into substance, was enough to make the bravest sailors hold their breath. This is not a journey, but a pilgrimage, a dark pilgrimage to doom and power. As far as the eye can see, scenes of the end abound. The sky is shrouded in an eternal curtain of ash, sunlight struggles to penetrate, casting sickly, dim shadows, distorting the flow of time. The earth beneath is covered in a thick layer of pale dust, every step sinks deep, as if dragged down by countless dead hands. Past glories have long turned to ruins, with only twisted stone pillars and grotesquely crystallized walls piercing the dust, like the millennium-weathered bones of ancient beasts, silently telling of the catastrophe that tore civilization apart. Wandering in the air is not just dust and death. There are also them stone demons, stone men/gargoyles come to life. Terrifying creations condensed from solidified magma and endless resentment, devoid of consciousness or purpose, possessing only a pure instinct for the destruction of all living things. Their existence itself is the whisper and warning of that catastrophe continuing to this day. Crossing this place requires perfect preparation and the favor of fate. We tread carefully, as if on thin ice, every breath tasting of sulfur and despair. But I am not afraid, instead, I feel an unprecedented clarity. Here, the pride of civilization and gods was thoroughly torn apart and crushed into dust. It cruelly displays the ultimate face of power, not just creation, but thorough, indiscriminate destruction. We camped far from Valyria. At night, I went alone deeper into the more dangerous parts of Valyria. Approaching this place, the dragon glass compass, the beacon of blood and fire that I had left with Lisa, began to heat up. The needle spun constantly, and I seemed to hear a voice calling me. Deep Valyria whispers, dragon glass, and the weight of destiny. I walked as if at the bottom of the world's ashes. Every footstep was swallowed by heavy silence, every step felt like blasphemy. When I penetrated an area where even starlight was completely devoured, I suddenly stopped. The dragon glass compass, silent in my hand until now, was becoming scorching hot, even emitting a faint dark red glow through my fingers, as if ignited from within. It was no longer a tool for direction, but a frantic living thing. The needle spun madly, emitting an almost inaudible high-frequency hum, breaking free from all known geographical laws, stubbornly pointing only to the deeper, darker front. And just then, I heard it not through ears, but resonating directly inside my skull, a low, ancient call carrying the crackle of flames. It repeated a syllable that wasn't a word, but its meaning was branded directly into my consciousness. It was my name, it was waiting, it was destiny. Following the guidance of this crazy compass, we finally stopped in a depression surrounded by massive, twisted black stone structures. The magic permeating there was thick enough to make teeth ache, the ash in the air seemed to dance slowly. In the center of a patch of eerily glowing volcanic glass, it lay quietly, a dragon egg. Its scale-like shell was profound ink black, yet meandering with dark red veins like flowing molten gold. It felt warm to the touch, as if eternal embers slumbered within. Beside it, half buried in ash, was a massive, twisted horn. It was entirely pitch black, made of neither metal nor stone, its surface carved with ancient Valyrian glyphs. Those characters flowed under the moonlight, seemingly possessing lives of their own. When I reached out to grasp it, a powerful force instantly surged into my arm. At the same time, I almost hallucinated a dragon roar traversing the ages. I stood amidst the ruins, holding the dragon egg nurturing life in my left hand, and the horn binding power in my right. Destruction and rebirth, creation and control, Valyria handed its legacy and curse together to me. I placed them into the system space where no one but I could peek, waiting for the day when they would need to appear. Karth, golden eyes, mist, and the taste of power. We finally arrived at this city of immense wealth, claiming to be the center of the world. Karth. Even I have to admit, it deserves this arrogance. 3 massive walls, like rings thrown down by gods, guard layer upon layer, from 30 to 50 feet, from sandstone to granite to the inner black marble. Each more majestic than the last, each more deadly. The walls are carved with scenes of extravagance, copulating men and women, fighting armies, leaping exotic beasts, as if to brand all the world's desires and conflicts onto the city's shell. The inner city gates, inlaid with golden eyes, silently stare at every intruder, sending chills down the spine. Inside, countless slender spires pierce the sky, as if climbing stairs to heaven. Every square has fountains in the shape of griffins or dragons flowing with clear water, but the air is filled with spices, gold, and a deeper, rusty smell belonging to magic. Nominally, the pureborn rule from the Hall of 1,000 Thrones. But whispers on every corner know that true power lies in the hands of those massive merchant guilds, the 13, the Tourmaline Brotherhood, the ancient guild of spicers. It is their gold coins that weave the city's fate. Above all this hangs another shadow, the Warlocks. Their house of dust, that terrible building known as the House of the Undying, swallows all fools seeking power and revelation. They drink a blue, honey-thick shade of the evening. I tasted a sip. The first sensation was like swallowing rotten meat mixed with ink, utterly disgusting, but then, a strange warmth exploded in my chest, like flames wrapping the heart, and my tongue weirdly tasted the sweet fragrance of honey, anise, and cream. Dangerous, but intoxicating, just like Karth itself. Here, Lisa's reaction drew my attention more than any fountain or spire. When a member of the 13 and a spice magnate passed on the avenue, she instantly stiffened, fingers clenching tight, nails digging into her palm unaware, blood seeping through her fingers. "You are my person," I whispered to her, gaze still scanning this city full of golden eyes and mist. "If you have a grudge against them, you might as well say it." She remained silent, but that silence was more deafening than any accusation. I watched those milkmen magnates draped in silk. A thought spread in my mind like shade of the evening: the 13 are just merchants. They can control a nation with gold. How simple, and how alluring a rule. If we prop up a merchant, I turned to Lisa, voice devoid of jest, say, could we make him replace one of them? This city taught me one thing: true power doesn't always need to wave a sword. Sometimes, it just needs to sit on a big enough sack of gold, smile, and buy everything. "This benefits you," I looked at her pale face, adding, "and me as well." I told Lisa, "Use your intelligence, think of a way to control this city. I am absolutely your investor, because I believe this deal is definitely worth it." The Red Viper surprisingly nodded in agreement. "If true, I'm willing to invest a share too." Yin and the Summer Isles, whispers of the rainforest and ballads of the archipelago. The edge of the sea chart distorts here, the route turns abruptly south, resolutely piercing into blurred areas marked with legends, fantasies, and skull warnings. If fate holds a trace of mad favor, we might become the first lunatics or fools in centuries daring to sail toward the cursed coast of Sothorios. I stood on the poop deck. The salty, fishy wind couldn't disperse the image of that dense green hell in my mind. My gaze seemed to pierce the horizon, seeing the tropical rainforest greedily devouring time and civilization. The ancient Yin crawls in the eternal swamp, its broken massive rocks tightly strangled by python-like vines, like the bones of strangled giants. Deeper still, the legendary green hell leaves only inhuman stone arrays silent in the churning miasma, guarding long-forgotten secrets. There, the humid air itself is poison, fever follows like a shadow. And the natives with dappled paint on their skin greet us with poisoned blow darts and cold silence. They view us as intruders on this point. I must say they see incredibly correctly, and act incredibly correctly. That is not a land waiting to be explored, but a graveyard waiting to bury. Making it a place of fear ensures no one dares invade. This tangible danger was bloodily confirmed by the fate of 2 foolish mercenaries. Spying a girl washing clothes naked by the shore, they were hooked off the ship by primitive desire, disappearing behind that deadly green curtain, never heard from again. We didn't waste a single soldier to search in this land. Mercy equals suicide. Their fate became the clearest notice: Sothorios only takes, never gives. So, our prow slowly turned, following another whisper of the trade winds, pointing northwest to the paradise favored by sunlight, the Summer Isles. The laws there are the opposite of the gloomy aura of death here. The sea wind delivers not warnings, but leaping drum beats, uninhibited ballads, and the fragrance of myrrh. People with dark, shiny skin adorn themselves with gold and feathers, smiles as hot and open as the noon sun. They are children of the sea, masters of the longbow and curved blade, even more skilled at praising the vitality of life itself with ceaseless dance and feasts. Under swaying palm trees, sweet rum flows like spring water, ancient sailing ballads sung generation after generation, chanting legends of courage, hunting, and pure joy. Chapter 51, Euron's Travel Diary, Part 6. The Smoking Sea Faith, Madness, and the Golden Kraken's Protection. Today, we made a decision that might go down in the Iron Islands annals to sail into the Smoking Sea. Just speaking the name, my tongue seems to taste the curse. Authentic records of this treacherous region are scarcer than dragon glass, blurrier than shadows. It is a sea utterly abandoned by the gods, shrouded all day in thick, never dispersing toxic fog. Sunlight tries in vain to penetrate this heavy curtain, only dyeing the sea surface a sickly, ghostly green, like a colossal, slowly rotting emerald. Only the maddest gamblers or desperados forced to a dead end by fate would grit their teeth and turn the trembling helm toward this domain of death. For us iron-born, this is not a voyage, but a sacrifice to the drowned god. Here, the ocean itself seems stricken with an incurable disease. Underwater volcanoes occasionally wake screaming from long slumber, spewing the stench of sulfur and pitch-black smoke into the twisted sky. Boiling sea water crashes violently against dark currents from the freezing abyss, tearing open countless deadly whirlpools that swallow everything. Beneath that deeper darkness lurk nightmares far more terrifying than sailors' drunken tales, their forms beyond mortal imagination, mucus-covered tentacles like pythons. With just a light touch, they can drag the strongest ships like toys into the lightless abyss of oblivion. The wise Oberyn the Red Viper naturally refused this mad proposal. Reason is always the talisman of the clever. I did not force him or his mercenary company, letting them detour to a safe route to wait ahead. Then, I turned to my Ironborn. Waves beat against the hull as I asked loudly, "Are you willing to follow me, to witness the true miracle of the drowned god?" Answering me was a burst of rough, heroic laughter and a firmer shout, "Drowned god above! The sea belongs to the Ironborn." Those unwilling to risk it, I gave them a last choice: can board the Red Viper's ship and enjoy safety. Answering me was louder laughter and the command to set sail. Not a single person left. So, we sailed into the mist. The sea water gradually became scalding, as if boiling in a demon's cauldron. The air became pungent, burning the lungs, every breath like swallowing corrosive pus. The whole world seemed to be slowly festering. However, as the drinker led the fleet deep into the core of the smoking sea, the incredible happened: the violent waters suddenly became unusually calm. The thick fog parted gently around our ships, as if making way for us. My Ironborn looked at each other and smiled. They knew this was not a miracle, but protection. With the golden Kraken banner flying on the mast and the firm faith of the Son of the Sea in their hearts, Ironborn fear nothing. In this cursed sea, we were not prey, but children returning home. The Red Viper, who said he wouldn't enter the smoking sea even if he died, was actually standing on the prow of his ship, teeth bared, following behind us. "You haven't paid the commission yet. If you die, who do I ask for money?" the Red Viper roared. The Basilisk Isles' filth, desire, and the whispers of the black market. If Valyria is the graveyard of fallen gods, the Basilisk Isles are the hotbed where mortal sins breed. This is a festering sore on the northern coast of Sothorios. The few so-called settlements are actually nests piled from mud, blood, and despair. The towns are overcrowded, the air eternally mixing the sour stench of cheap rum, the stink of leather, and a deeper, indescribable scent of corruption. It is packed with people abandoned by fate, fugitive slaves with shifty eyes, merchants peddling blood-stained hides, numb-faced prostitutes, and slavers with steel scimitars weighing everyone's value like a scale. Everything here is clearly priced. As long as you have enough gold, you can get fresh water, food, and even any taboo you desire. The laws here are simple and cruel. Pirates and slavers, like scavenging vultures, raid everywhere. The peaceful Isle of Noth is one of their favorite hunting grounds. They chain the peace-loving naughty like livestock, shipping them north to become commodities on Slavers' Bay auction blocks. Sin is the currency here, violence is the only authority. Former pirate Captain Edwin Ramirez is a cheerful, prank-loving man with a fierce face but kindness in his heart. Along the way, he got along very well with the mercenaries and Ironborn, reaching the point of calling each other brothers and swearing blood oaths. Upon arriving at the Basilisk Isles, over 20 mercenaries and a dozen Ironborn grabbed their weapons without a word and followed him to hunt down the crew members who betrayed him. For such personal actions, naturally, life and death were their own responsibility. I didn't interfere, on the contrary, I helped them find some useful clues, because I quite liked this guy who resembled Captain Jack Sparrow. I stopped at the Basilisk Isles because I heard that beneath this filth lies a black market that can satisfy almost any desire. What I want is not ordinary goods. The ancient whispers of dragon eggs, the cold touch of Valyrian steel, treasures unattainable elsewhere might be hidden under some smoke-filled shack here, waiting for a pair of eyes sharp and ruthless enough to discover them. Risk? Everywhere. Every transaction could be a meticulously set robbery, every treasure could be a deadly trap. But to touch true power, how can one not steep oneself in filth and lies? Here, eyesight is more important than blades, and ambition is the best compass. A warlock with a face full of pustules and a pointy black hat was selling a dragon egg. My companion, Shadowbinder Evelyn, told me it was a dead egg, only good for collection, but I still spent gold to buy it. Dead egg? A certain mother of dragons had 3 dead eggs too, but in the end, she hatched 3 dragons. Maybe I can too. One must have dreams. Edwin Ramirez found his original crew. He didn't kill all the traitors, only hanged the ringleader, his first mate. He chose to forgive the others. This indeed exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect him to have such magnanimity. Personal charisma is truly a strange thing. After Edwin Ramirez became a pirate captain again, more than 10 mercenaries chose to follow him and stay on his ship. Lomas Longstrider also decided to stay by Edwin's side. He said he wanted to write a biography for the pirate captain, believing the days following this man would be very interesting. Come and go freely. Before leaving, the Red Viper and I gave them our sincerest blessings. The return journey: red sand, blazing sun, and cold homecoming. The end of the route finally pointed west. We set sail from that hotbed of sin, the Basilisk Isles, rounding the entire southern edge of Essos, leaving the mystery and danger of the east behind. The prow broke the waves of foreign lands for the last time, sailing toward Westeros, the land we call home. The first to welcome us was Dorne. The territory of Oberyn, my partner, that elegant and deadly red viper. On the distant horizon, that familiar sight gradually became clear: crimson mountains like the earth's exposed muscles, boundless sand seas shimmering with blinding gold under the scorching sun. We docked on this burning land. Dorne's sun, without haze or compromise, poured down like furnace fire from the gods. It roasted our decks, its heat seeming to forge away the alien salt frost on our armor, burning away the eerie shadows and distant memories entangled in our bones. Let this land, with its scalding sand and howling gale, judge the stories we brought back. Let its scorching breath wash away our dust and bloodstains. Here, everything is exposed under naked light, with nowhere to hide. Oberyn stepped onto the beach, taking a deep breath of his homeland's dry, hot air. For him, this was truly home. And I had merely returned to Westeros. I stood under the same blazing sun, feeling the same hot wind, but my gaze had crossed the dunes of Dorne, cast toward the northern horizon. My home is the Iron Islands, that grey sea and hard reef. There lies the destination for the children of the drowned god. Dorne is good, but it is just a stop on the return journey. The true destination lies ahead. But since I'm here, naturally I must let this red viper host me properly. After nearly 3 years of traveling together, facing life and death adventures, I found the red viper actually quite cute and reliable. During the journey, he didn't put on airs of a prince or an elder, treating me, a 10-year-old child, as a friend. I didn't stay long. Eager to return home, I couldn't wait to taste the sea breeze of the Iron Islands. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Big Mom Soul Fruit. The end of the voyage arrived between the sea breeze and fine sand. Euron Greyjoy stood on the shores of Dorne, issuing a final invitation to the strange and talented people he had recruited along the way to return with him to the Iron Islands, using angry seas and hard rock as a foundation to fight for a magnificent future together. Vittorio Grey, the fallen Dothraki, was invited by Euron to become the new combat instructor of the Ironborn. Vittorio's exquisite Iraq skills matched perfectly with the swift and fierce combat style of the Ironborn. Facing Euron's invitation, the man of the grasslands agreed straightforwardly. Vittorio didn't want to return across the narrow sea, that was a place of sadness, a past he wanted to leave behind. Perhaps changing continents would allow him to start anew and open a different life. The bearded priests from Norvos Ario Hota and Sebastian Fernandez chose to stay in Dorne. As the captain of the guards for House Martell, it was only right for Ario to return to his post, and his best friend Sebastian stayed with him. This was all expected. Sorrowful man Castor Daniels, the elegant assassin who apologized softly before killing, was recruited by the Red Viper Oberyn Martell. Their temperaments and aesthetics were more compatible, and the prince's offer was indeed more generous. Samuel the Savage from the Green Hell chose to return to Essos with the Red Viper Mercenary Company. That vast, primitive, and dangerous land was perhaps his ultimate destination. The members of the Red Viper Mercenary Company didn't accept Euron's invitation. Compared to serving Euron, they yearned more for the freedom of dancing on knife points. However, they bid farewell to Euron one by one, promising to come when summoned. Unexpected yet seemingly destined were the choices of Red Priestess Gwendolyn and Shadowbinder Evelyn. They decided to follow Euron. They had witnessed his communication with the Golden Kraken, his command over storm and thunder, the strange flames, and his insight into illusions. To these two women well versed in magic, Euron Greyjoy himself was a profound and dangerous secret far more fascinating than any oracle or magic. They stayed to uncover it. Euron Greyjoy was only 10 years old, yet his physique showed astonishing development far beyond his age. He stood straight as a pine, his height approaching 1.7 meters. His build wasn't crudely bulky, but smooth and lean like a cheetah, muscle lines clear and sharp, every inch containing flexible power and potential for instant explosion. Though lacking exaggerated knots, his body was like a reef polished thousands of times by waves, symmetrical, tough, poised when still, agile as lightning when moving, like a young cheetah about to pounce, hiding overwhelming explosive power within elegance. Throughout the long and perilous journey, unless encountering extreme weather or sudden combat, he practiced swordsmanship daily without fail. Decks, beaches, even foreign courtyards were his training grounds. Sometimes he sparred with Raphael, the Bravasi water dancer whose movements were agile as water, learning to overcome hardness with softness. Sometimes he fought with his fierce iron-born crew, tempering his strength and toughness in head-on collisions. Later, he actively challenged experts in the accompanying mercenary company, frequently asking Red Viper Oberyn for advice on his unpredictable and deadly spear techniques. Euron viewed every clash, win or lose, as a precious opportunity to absorb combat experience. This was a path of truth learned from blood and sweat. Initially, facing these experienced warriors, he only met defeat. But he grew with astonishing speed, and battles gradually turned into fierce stalemates. By the end of the voyage, only a very few top experts could not be easily defeated by Euron, but he could stalemate them for a long time with his flexibility and high agility. Of course, Euron didn't use his trump cards. Euron's dual swords were like living things, swift as lightning in his hands. His footwork was agile to the point of eeriness, always cutting into opponents' defensive gaps at incredible angles. Though young, his hacking power was no less than an adult warrior's, combined with an agility rare among Ironborn, like a water dancer. He integrated the Kami, paper art, evasion technique from the Pirate King system, the fluid sword skills of the water dancer, and the footwork and speed of the sorrowful man, forming his own unique and unpredictable combat style. On the ship returning to the Iron Islands, Euron issued a public challenge on deck again. The sea breeze filled the sails, becoming the only horn for this contest. Experienced Ironborn warriors stepped up to challenge one by one, only to be forced into corners by his fierce sword momentum and stumble to the ground. Young Euron stood among the fallen, breathing steadily, gaze sharp, like a born conqueror silently harvesting the prestige and submission due to him. This long journey across Essos was fraught with danger but yielded amazing returns. Through a series of thrilling adventures and duels, Euron Greyjoy accumulated a massive amount of points. Knowing the dangers ahead, he didn't hoard these points but unhesitatingly invested them in immediate strengthening. He chose to grasp power firmly in his hands rather than pin hopes on an ethereal future. 70% of the points were used to upgrade existing abilities, and 30% for lucky draws. Due to the uncertainty of the draw, he often got inexplicable items and food, such as a marine justice cloak, smoker's cigars, Alvida's iron mace, Calipha's stockings, Calipha's red high heels. Red Priestess Gwendolyn had a beautiful face and a top-tier figure. Putting on the stockings and red high heels made her incredibly sexy, causing countless hungry wolves to swallow saliva with lust wherever she went. After letting her wear them once, Euron had Gwendolyn put them away. Such clothes were better suited for her to wear for him alone in a few years. After drawing countless similar items, finally, a loud noise in the sky, and Lady Luck finally opened her, mouth to kiss Euron. Purple light flashed, and a devil fruit appeared in Euron's hand, milky white, surface covered with flowing cloud patterns, emitting a soft halo like a cocoon wrapping soul power. It was the Sora Sora no Mi, soul fruit, possessed by one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. The system corrected the side effect of devil fruit users being unable to touch seawater, but didn't correct its disgusting taste. This beautiful fruit tasted like eating shit. Although anime said one bite grants the ability, Euron wasn't sure if eating it all would have better effects. So, despite the taste, Euron endured the nausea and ate it all, leaving nothing. Sora Sora no Mi, soul fruit. System adjustment, seawater weakness removed. 1 can extract souls. 2 can create element-like creatures, homies, and endow them with souls. 3 can endow own body organs with souls for healing or temporary enhancement. 4 to be developed. 5 to be developed. 6. Currently, he only possessed the ability to extract and endow souls, far from Big Mom's terror. He could only extract souls from the recently deceased or extremely weak. Extracted souls were stored temporarily. Euron wanted to create elemental lives like Zeus and Prometheus, but the sun he created was only pinky-sized, and investing all obtained souls didn't give it any intelligence. A long way to go before reaching Big Mom's level. Euron named this flame Apollo after the sun god in Greek mythology. Only Red Priestess Gwendolyn noticed the light spot Euron placed on his shoulder, others thought it was just a flame-like piece of metal. Another item from the draw was a support skill, Doriki Test, LV.1, from CP9's Fukuro. By withstanding an opponent's attack intensity combined with self-perception, it quantified the target's comprehensive combat power. Theoretically, higher Doriki means higher martial force. It served only as a basic judgment, blindly trusting Doriki while underestimating enemies would lead to an ugly death. Mitoconpora, the sword of Marine Vice Admiral and Admiral Candidate Momuzagi Jun. Blade like autumn water, unparalleled sharpness. It was now Euron's second sword. Conqueror's Haki, upgraded from LV.1 to LV.3, changed from passive to active. Passive, innate kingly pressure became more solid and controllable, able to deter those with weak wills precisely by will. Active, consumes stamina and spirit, 1 point each per second. Stops automatically when either drops below 2. Upgrade cost, LV.1 to LV.2 took 2000 points, LV.2 to LV.3 took 4000 points. LV.3 to LV.4 requires 8000 points. Too expensive for now. Combat and self-preservation abilities were prioritized. Rokushiki, Kami, paper art promoted directly from LV.1 to max LV.10. His evasion reached perfection. His body could drift like paper based on subtle airflow changes caused by opponent movements, neutralizing physical impacts. Upgrade halted at LV.10, requires agility at least 20. LV.3, movement speed increase, agility +1. LV.5, Kami Slime, force unloading, has a chance to dodge back attacks. LV.7, Kami Bushin, fighting body, reduces strength to save stamina and increase speed, greatly enhancing Kami effects, dodging many attacks by instinct. LV.10, Kami combat intuition, combined with combat instinct to form predictive defense mystery, agility +1. Nitoryu, 2 sword style also upgraded from LV.1 to LV.10. Dual swords were extensions of his arms, offense and defense unified, moving like a storm without flaws. Upgrade halted at LV.10, requires strength, agility and stamina all above 20. Fishman Karate, upgraded from LV.1 to LV.3. Now, when Euron focused and punched the air, the trajectory was round and smooth, hardness and softness generating each other. The fist wind faintly pulled airflow, forming a miniature vortex. Normal skills, LV.1-3 cost 1000 points/level. LV.4-7 cost 2000 points/level. LV.7-10 cost 4000 points/level. Additional effects may appear at LV.3, 5, 7, 10. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, I'm back. 3 years of travel across the narrow sea, though fraught with hardship and danger, yielded substantial points, confirming to Euron that his initial persistence was correct. The 9 free cities, the Dothraki Sea, Slavers Bay and its 3 major slave ports Yunkai, Mirian, and Astapor Valeria, Karth, the Basilisk Isles of Sothorios. Every city, every sea area, every forest provided Euron with significant point rewards, totaling a full 34,000 points. Pirate King system bound to host, Euron Greyjoy. Synchronizing world laws. Adapting to low magic plane. Loading complete. Consuming a certain amount of points grants free attribute points 9,000/10,000/14,000/16,000/20,000. Remaining free attribute points, 11. 800/9,000 points consumed towards next AP. Remaining points, approximate 34,000, based on text, though exact math isn't shown, total gain is stated. Basic rewards, digitized character panel, standard Westerosi adult male value in parentheses. Strength, 10, 10. Agility, 16, 10. Stamina, 12, 10. Spirit, 17, 10. Command, 12, 10. Charm, 18, 10. Luck, B, AF, F is extremely poor, A is excellent special attribute, highly variable. Bloodline, Grey King Bloodline. 1 Ocean Perception Extension. 2 Beast Awe. 3 Deep Sea Body. 4 Bloodline Majesty. 5 Unknown. 6 Unknown. Talents. Archaeologist. Fishman Breath. Ability, Sora Sora no Mi, Soul Soul Fruit, System Adjustment, No Sea Weakness. 1 Soul Extraction. 2 Create Elemental Creatures, Homies. 3 Soul Endowment, Self-Healing/Temporary Buff. 4 To be developed. 5 To be developed. 6. Skills. Conqueror's Haki LV.3, Active Release. Causes pressure on creatures in a designated area. Worship/submission, decreased combat power, low morale, blank consciousness, fear/trembling, weakness/fainting, etc. Basic navigation. Fishman Karate LV.3. Basic shipbuilding. Cooking arts. Meteorology. Rokushiki, Kami, paper art, LV.10, max. Nitoryu, 2 sword style, LV.10, max. Doriki test LV.1. Items/weapons. Reaver card, subcard X1. Mount, Ferule, juvenile. Weapon, soul solid, cold spirit, and Mito, Conqueror. Dance powder, sea prism stone, sea pork hormone soup, eternal pose. Except for strength, which matched an average adult, all other attributes exceeded normal levels. Being able to defeat numerous Ironborn and mercenaries relied on his high agility, water dancer swordsmanship, and skills in paper art and Nitoryu. He had 11 free attribute points but wasn't in a hurry to use them. Self-training could still increase stats, and points would become harder to earn as leveling costs increased. Currently, known methods to earn points were exploring new maps and defeating enemies, meaning no stable source, making attribute points harder to come by later. The ship slowly sailed into the familiar harbor. The rough outline of the Iron Islands finally pierced the sea mist, entering his vision. After 3 years, Euron Greyjoy had finally returned. On the dock, a group of figures waited quietly for his docking his family. As the ship gently touched the pike dock, before the plank was fully set, Euron leaped onto the rough stone shore. His father, Quellan Greyjoy, stepped forward first. The ruler of the Iron Islands didn't hug his son but pressed a rough, reef-like hand heavily on Euron's shoulder, with force enough to almost crush bone. His deep gaze swept over Euron like a falcon, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if inspecting a warship returned from weathering storms. Taller, and solid, he finally spoke, voice low as distant sea thunder. "The sea wind didn't blow you away, looks like the drowned god doesn't plan to take you yet." Though words were hard, trembling fingertips betrayed deeper emotion. Mother Sranza Greyjoy stepped forward almost simultaneously. Unlike her husband, she reached out, gently but firmly cupping Euron's cheeks, forcing him to lower his head slightly. Her fingertips were cold, eyes swimming with tears she fought to hold back. "Let me look at you," her voice trembled, gaze greedily tracing his features. "These eyes have seen too much. My child, you're home." She finally pulled him into a tight embrace, carrying the scent of seagrass and unquestionable motherly love. His 2 younger brothers, Victarion and Euron, tried to maintain seriousness but couldn't help crowding around. Victarion punched Euron's arm lightly, exclaiming, "This arm is almost thicker than my thigh. What do Easterners eat?" Euron curiously tugged at the exotic sword tassel at his waist, only to be glared back by his brother. Brother Balon stood shoulder to shoulder with his wife, smiling steadily or perhaps pretending to be steady. Balon reached out, clasping Euron's forearm tightly, the Iron-born warrior's sign of recognition. "Welcome home, brother." Concise, but the grip, strength and relief in his eyes said everything. His wife, Alanis Harlaw, gently pushed the 3 children before her. "Go, meet your uncle Euron." When he left, Roderick Greyjoy hadn't been born. 3 years later, Balon was a father of 3. The little girl was over a year old, shy, hiding behind her mother's skirt, only poking half a head out. "I'm Asha." Roderick was bolder, looking up to ask, "Uncle, have you really seen man-eating sea monsters?" 2 boys, Maron and Roderick, and 1 girl, Asha. For a moment, the dock was filled with voices, greetings, exclamations, laughter, and even his mother's suppressed sobs. Euron stood among his family, feeling his father's unreleased hand on his shoulder, his mother's warm embrace, his brother's curious tugs, and his nephew's childish questions. These familiar yet strange emotions expressing concern in the most direct way were like countless warm currents impacting the heart, defense tempered cold and hard by wind and waves over 3 years. He took a deep breath of the Iron Island's unique scent mixed with sea salt, wet stone, and smoke, and revealed his first truly relaxed smile since returning. "Don't be afraid. Sea monsters eat people, but they don't eat Ironborn." He answered the boy's question, but his gaze swept over all his family. "I'm back." Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Grain for Iron. Euron Greyjoy's return gift to his father Quellan Greyjoy was not gold, silver, or jewels, but a dozen master blacksmiths carefully selected from Qohor and brought back across the ocean. This gift precisely struck at the long-standing sore spot of the Iron Islands, sitting on abundant iron ore, yet lacking top forging skills. They could only export raw materials cheaply and import finished iron goods at high prices, with a profit gap so huge it was heartbreaking. Quellan gazed at these silent, highly skilled craftsmen, eyes shining with undisguised appreciation and joy. He knew these were the key to making the Iron Islands steel truly flow with gold. Subsequently, a carefully designed strategy of carrot and stick fell upon the blacksmiths. The carrot, extremely generous appeasement. The blacksmiths would not only receive salaries far richer than before but also a solemn promise soon they would be reunited with their families in distant Conqueror. Furthermore, the Iron Islands' endless iron ore resources would be at their disposal, and they were encouraged to freely practice their technical ideas, which undoubtedly touched the core pursuit of every true craftsman. The stick, an unambiguous bottom line. Euron and Quellan drew a red line that could not be crossed. Before they successfully trained a batch of local blacksmiths capable of inheriting their skills and being useful to the Iron Islands, no one would be granted permission to leave. This was not a request, but the Iron Islands' hospitality, the inevitable return expected for this precious investment. This combined strategy offered heart-moving respect and a future while delineating clear and unquestionable responsibilities and boundaries. Its purpose was singular: to make these treasures of Conqueror willingly yet with no other choice dedicate their skills and blood sweat unreservedly to the Iron Islands. Whatever thoughts these dozen master blacksmiths harbored, now that they were here, leaving would be difficult. Regardless, they could now only serve the Iron Islands, there was no other way out. Euron did not place the blacksmiths from Conqueror on the noisy main island but carefully selected a remote, uninhabited island among the Iron Islands. Surrounded by cliffs, easy to defend and hard to attack, it was far from prying eyes. Euron had long felt that the dozen idle uninhabited small islands around the Iron Islands should be utilized. Accustomed to land being precious as gold, he couldn't stand such waste. Now it was perfect. From now on, the Iron Islands had one more island, Iron Smoke Isle, the Isle of Blacksmiths. Euron Greyjoy personally selected the site and participated in the design, building an isolated yet fully functional workshop village on the seaside highlands. Sturdy basalt stone houses were built like loyal guards around a massive forge in the center that roared day and night. Sea wind wrapped in salty breath and the smell of hot iron filings filled the air. He stood before the gathered blacksmiths, his voice piercing the noise of wind and furnace, clear and powerful. Here, stone houses shelter you from wind and rain, endless iron ore is yours to take. Everything you need, tools, materials, food, will be supplied in abundance. His gaze swept over every skeptical face. Your skills will receive absolute respect here. It is no longer a means of livelihood, but a treasure worth inheriting. Then, he threw out the weightiest promise: I swear by the name of Greyjoy, soon your families far away in Conqueror will be safely brought here to reunite with you. This sentence was like a heavy hammer striking every blacksmith's heart. The arrival of blood relatives would reassure them, and secondly, every wife, child, and lover would be a hostage, ensuring they wouldn't flee. Euron Greyjoy formally announced the arrival of the Conqueroric blacksmiths to the lords of each island. When these lords ruling over hard reefs and cold waves learned of this, they saw not a group of craftsmen far from home, but a brand new financial path about to open, shimmering with metallic luster. Euron had already proven his Midas touch with the astounding profits of the white gold sand trade. Now, no one doubted he could turn cold iron ore into gold as well. Based on this established trust and expectation, Euron promulgated an Iron Islands decree. The order went out from Pike, quickly spreading through the entire Iron Islands, to every fortress and mine. From this day forth, not a single grain of iron ore mined within the Iron Islands shall be sold externally. Simultaneously, the Iron Islands launched a more aggressive operation. House Greyjoy began to publicly and forcefully acquire all circulating iron materials on the market on an unprecedented scale. Raven messages spread through the Seven Kingdoms: grain for iron, anyone want to trade? When the long 3-year winter finally retreated slowly from Westeros, it left behind a land thoroughly hollowed out. The Seven Kingdoms had just survived this catastrophe, only to find themselves destitute at the first breath of relief. 3 years of bitter cold were like a greedy beast, swallowing the last grain, exhausting the last margin of every granary. Though ice melted, signs of spring brought little comfort. Fields remained barren, granaries unprecedentedly empty. Anything that could fill a stomach, any edible food, could now exchange for various resources at 3 to 5 times the usual price. It was in this crisis that Euron Greyjoy's 3 sea ships slowly sailed back to the Iron Islands. Unlike ordinary merchant ships, their holds were not loaded with rare treasures but stuffed with various grains carefully acquired from Essos across the narrow sea: wheat, barley, oats, and storable beans. These ordinary goods became the most maddening wealth at this moment. Euron's move to exchange grain for iron immediately triggered an unprecedented sensation. News spread like wildfire through the 7 kingdoms. Lords eager to escape hunger brought out their treasured iron ingots and ores. Many desperate rulers even took off their armor and handed over their weapons to exchange for the life-saving grain on Euron's ships. The docks of House Greyjoy were bustling all day long, representatives from everywhere rushing to buy, fearing that a step behind meant missing the chance for survival. This had long surpassed a simple trade, it was a strategic layout showing foresight. Euron not only harvested mountains of iron material but also invisibly drained the armament potential of potential opponents. Hungry people ultimately cannot survive by gnawing on swords and armor, while the grain he provided truly saved countless fiefs and families on the brink of collapse. This batch of grain from across the narrow sea allowed the starving people under many lords to survive the final difficult moment. Thus, this trade not only brought tangible resources to the Iron Islands but also won heavy gratitude and friendship from lords across the 7 kingdoms. For those without iron ore, timber and gold, dragons were equally acceptable to Euron. Meanwhile, the ports of the Iron Islands changed their former appearance, known for longships and raiding. They became the first harbors in all of Westeros to welcome such large-scale merchant fleets after winter retreated. Masts like forests, sails covering the sun, voices and cargo chants weaving endlessly, the sea area once echoing only with iron-born war cries was quietly transforming into a new trade center. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, Pirate King System, 5 Lucky Draws. 10-year-old Euron Greyjoy ended his 3-year journey and returned to Pike. This child, once frail and easily lifted by his brother Balon with one hand, had grown taller and stronger, stained with the dust of lands across the narrow sea and an unfathomable silence. He did not indulge in the comfort of returning home. Instead, at the next dawn, he appeared on the pebble beach outside Pike. Every day, before the sea mist was fully dispelled by the morning sun, his lean and exceptionally tough figure would appear punctually. Euron challenged any ironborn willing to accept a combat spar, from rugged warriors to curious sailors, he refused no one. With wooden swords, blunt blades, or even bare hands, the beach became his exclusive, cruel training ground of sweat and seawater. Driving him was not simple honor or love for martial arts, but a deeper, stronger motivation: the Pirate King system. Every effective defeat, every successful dodge, every time an opponent surrendered, a cold notification sound would ring in his mind, accumulating trivial but continuous defeat points. These points were the shortcut to becoming stronger in his eyes, the only currency for lucky draws and enhancements. Over 3 years, through system exchanges and his own bitter training, Euron was no longer the person he used to be. The water dancer swordsmanship from Bravus granted him fluidity and precision like water. Nitoriu, 2-sword style, LV.10 allowed him to wield 2 weapons simultaneously, offense and defense unified, dazzling the eye, and the Rokushiki, Kami, paper art, LV.10 from a profound world enabled him to dodge attacks by millimeters based on perception of airflow and hostility, as if his body had no weight. Even his once criticized weak strength, far below the iron-born average, had slowly risen to 10 points through persistent daily exercise and age growth indistinguishable from an ordinary robust adult. Quantitative change finally triggered qualitative change. One day, when his brother Balon, known for bravery and strength, stepped onto the field with a hint of teasing and contempt, intending to instruct this eccentric brother, the outcome shocked all the onlooking ironborn. Balon Greyjoy's low roar drowned out the noise of the waves. His massive body charged with unstoppable momentum. The heavy practice axe tore the air with a vicious intent to cleave Euron and his sword in half, chopping down head-on. This strike contained the pure power accumulated from years of fighting at sea. Simple, Brutal, effective. However, Euron did not retreat or block as everyone expected. The moment the axe wind touched his body, he seemed to lose weight, flowing sideways and backward in an almost eerie manner, a perfect combination of water dancer footwork and Kami airflow perception. The deadly axe blade grazed the corner of his clothes by millimeters, smashing heavily onto the beach, splashing wet, cold gravel. Balon's strike missed, old force exhausted, new force not yet born. In this split-second gap, Euron moved. The wooden sword in his hand was no longer a weapon but an extension of his keen nerves. No wide swings, only continuous taps precise as surgery. Thwack! The first strike hit Balon's wrist joint holding the axe. Numbness instantly shot up Balon's arm, making him almost drop the axe handle. Thwack! The second strike followed closely, hitting his elbow, forcing his arm to bend involuntarily, completely dismantling the offense. Before Balon could adjust his center of gravity, Euron's third step entered his open center line. The wooden sword tapped precisely on the side of his knee for the third time. Balon grunted, staggering. The continuous precise strikes brought not only pain but thoroughly destroyed his balance and force rhythm. He felt he possessed fierce power but hit cotton every time, only to be lightly guided elsewhere by the opponent, frustrated enough to vomit blood. In rage, Balon let out a roar, swinging the giant axe again regardless of everything, trying to sweep with pure power to force Euron back. But this was the moment Euron was waiting for. Facing this angry full-force strike, Euron advanced instead of retreating. His body slid close to Balon at an extremely small angle. His left hand cleverly touched and guided Balon's exerting arm, not resisting, but pushing along the momentum. Balon felt his power rush into the void, then pulled forward by an unexpected force. He lost control instantly, pitching forward. Simultaneously, Euron's right foot shot out like a ghost, precisely tripping his already unsteady steps. Bang! A heavy thud. Balon Greyjoy's burly body completely lost balance, smashing heavily into the cold sea water and rough pebble beach, splashing water everywhere. The axe flew out of his hand, landing a few steps away. Dead silence fell on the beach, only the waves tirelessly beat the shore. Balon lay in the shallow water, salty sea water soaking his clothes. He looked at the grey sky of the Iron Islands, panting heavily, his face written with pure, unbelievable astonishment. When did that brother he could once need at will, that freak who only buried himself in books, grow to such a terrifying level? Shame and unwillingness instantly drowned the shock. Come! Balon propped himself up abruptly, water dripping from his face. He roared low, I was careless just now. Fight again! Euron smiled and retreated a few steps, picking up another blunt training sword. Standing with dual blades, he assumed a starting stance. The second match began faster and ended even quicker. Balon learned his lesson, no longer attacking blindly, trying to pressure more steadily. However, Euron's dual swords wove an invisible web, parrying, deflecting, thrusting, flowing like clouds and water. In less than 10 rounds, Balon's vision blurred, and the blunt round tip of a wooden sword was already lightly, yet with unquestionable cold touch, pressed against his Adam's apple. His whole body froze instantly. All roars and unwillingness were stuck in his throat. He could feel the faint pressure from the sword tip, and the gap in strength it represented. Euron withdrew the wooden sword, remaining silent, and turned to walk deeper into the water to continue his daily practice. Again. No. Practice your sword well. You can challenge me once a month. Challenge? Bastard. Dash. Night fell. Back in his room, Euron looked at the more than 500 points he had earned and opened the Pirate King system lucky draw. One special item, Suk no Mi, clear fruit. Source, Absalom, commander of the zombie soldiers and zombie generals, subordinate of Gecko Moria. Description, the user can turn their body invisible and make objects in contact with their body invisible. User becomes invisible under normal light. Special item, limited to system binder use only. Note, since the system binder has already consumed a devil fruit, soul fruit, this fruit automatically converts to a one-time use fruit. Disappears after one use. Duration, 60 minutes. Fruit effect can be actively terminated. 2 Skill, Pegasus Rush LV.1. Source, Ganfall, the 6th god of Skypiea. Description, use a knight's lance while mounted to perform a super armor raid. Super armor effect, while mounted, cannot be easily knocked off. 3 Equipment, octopus shoes. Source, God Usopp, Sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates, Bounty 500 million berries. Description, octopus-shaped props invented by Usopp. Worn on hands and feet, allowing wall climbing via built-in suckers. Looking at the weird shoes resembling octopus legs, Euron thought, do they expect me to climb the wall wearing these? For food, mackerel simmered in miso. Source, Wano Country Cuisine. Description, a delicious dish. Want a taste? 5 Item, Arlong's shark teeth. Source, Arlong, Captain of the Arlong Pirates, former Sun Pirates officer. Description, you can fit them in your mouth to bite through steel if your mouth fits them. They're not bad as decorations either. The only item among the 5 that satisfied Euron was the special item, clear fruit. Though one-time use, it might play a critical role at certain times. Like infiltration, sneak attacks, assassinations, etc. Of course, one could also emulate Blackleg and peek at the Dragon Mother or the Cersei taking a bath. The other 4 looked like wasted points, pretty useless. Sigh work done, sleep. Chapter 56, Levying Grain and Raising Taxes. The grain for iron trade hadn't lasted long before the Iron Islands were nearly overturned by a wave of cursing. Not cursing the Iron Islands, nor Greyjoy, but the one sitting high on the Iron Throne, the Mad King. When Aerys II Targaryen's edict to levy grain and raise taxes reached the Iron Islands, one clause particularly stung all Icelanders: the salt tax was tripled. For most lords of Westeros, salt might merely be a seasoning on the table, but for the Iron Islands, bathed in salty wind year-round and surviving on ocean catches, salt was white gold sustaining life. It was the cornerstone for preserving food against long winters, the most solid trade good to exchange for gold and copper from the green lands. Especially after white gold sand brought astounding wealth to the Iron Islands, salt became a crucial pillar supporting the archipelago's economy. For the Mad King to suddenly triple the salt tax was nakedly competing for wealth with his vassals, strangling their livelihood. Euron Greyjoy could even foresee, if left unchecked, next time, the Mad King would likely demand the treasured secret formula for white gold sand. This absurd and cruel decree was not just plunder of the Iron Islands' finances but a direct strangulation of their lifeline. The greed and short-sightedness it displayed chilled even the most loyal lords to the bone. Even Quellan Greyjoy, known for iron blood and endurance, finally tore off his mask of calm upon hearing the edict. He didn't roar but fell into a terrifying silence, fingers clutching the royal order bearing the Targaryen seal as if to crush it. The next moment, he slammed the document onto the long table with a thunderous crash. He looked up, flames unseen for years burning in his eyes, voice low but surging like the undercurrent before a tsunami, shaking the hall. He wants to tax us for sea, water and air. Every syllable was like ice-quenched steel soaked in rage. The news of the tripled salt tax swept through every corner of the Iron Islands like a sudden storm. It traveled on the damp sea wind to every wave-beaten bay, every stone-built castle, and every longship rocking on the grey sea. In the lords' halls, island masters and captains gripped their goblets, knuckles white. Low curses echoed between stone walls as they denounced the Iron Throne's endless greed, calculating how much gold and copper this absurd decree would cost their treasuries. In fishing villages, the news triggered more direct panic and anger. Men stood in icy water looking at the boats and nets they relied on, women looked at half-salted catches with despair in their eyes. They want to drain our blood. An old fisherman spat towards King's Landing. His roar was drowned by the waves but spoke everyone's heart. Salt was half their income, taxing it unbearably was tantamount to taking their lives. In taverns and docks, curses rose and fell like tides. Sailors and warriors greeted the king and his ancestors with the crudest iron-born slang, slamming mugs onto tables. Dangerous restlessness permeated the air, a single spark could detonate all accumulated resentment. Above this boiling tide of anger, at the apex where all curses converged, was the cold hall of Pike. Quellan Greyjoy's voice, like clashing cold iron, clearly suppressed all noise, delivering the final verdict: "This is no king, this is a raving madman." This sentence wasn't an evaluation, but a judgment. It branded itself onto every iron-born heart like a searing iron. Instantly, the humiliation of being taxed, despised, and called pirate scum for years, combined with anger at the Mad King's absurd rule, roared up like ignited wildfire, burning in every pair of eyes. While the Mad King's decree caused an uproar, Euron Greyjoy remained unusually calm. Familiar with the trajectory of fate, he had long anticipated the Mad King's actions. In his eyes, no absurdity from Ares was surprising. He stood alone on the seaside terrace of Pike, letting the wind ruffle his dark robes, looking indifferent as if the angry tide sweeping the islands had nothing to do with him. Amidst public indignation, the Iron Islands made an unexpected decision: no reaction. Grain for iron trade stopped because the brought-back grain was mostly exchanged. The Iron Islands didn't voice defiance but wouldn't hand over a single copper star to the Mad King. If asked, trade hadn't started, so there was no tax to pay. This wasn't submission, but calm contempt. Euron saw Westeros' current predicament clearly: after the long winter, lords' treasuries were empty. Even if they had residual wealth, it was spent on life-saving grain. Who had spare capacity to buy Iron Islands salt? The true trade had long begun at sea. Before the edict arrived, the Iron Islands merchant fleet had set sail. Every ship was loaded with coarse salt and their treasured white gold sand, destined not for Westeros ports, but for the free cities across the narrow sea bravus, uncontrolled by the Iron Throne. Euron's lips curled into a cold smile. The Mad King wanted to tax? Let him tax empty docks and sails long gone. Just days after the tax edict, a second raven arrived at Pike with a colder, more direct command: transport the grain to King's Landing. Quellan Greyjoy unrolled the thin paper, scanned the few words, and smirked without warmth. He said nothing, only emitting a low, contemptuous snort, then flicked his wrist, tossing the edict bearing the three-headed dragon seal into the fireplace. The parchment curled, blackened, and was swallowed by red flames, turning to smoke. He didn't take this royal command to heart. He knew similar levy orders had flown like desperate snowflakes to every lord's desk in the Seven Kingdoms. However, Westerosi nobles weren't fools. They had their own ravens and messengers, exchanging information and attitudes daily in an invisible network. All feedback pointed to one answer: no grain. In this difficult time when spring famine followed severe winter, even if the king held a bag of gold dragons, lords would frown and weigh heavily before trading a ship of grain. Let alone such open robbery. Survival was far more urgent than loyalty. However, this time, the situation for the Iron Islands was entirely different. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, The Messenger Approaches. Deep within the sea-like halls of the Red Keep in King's Landing, Varys the Spider was silently weaving his web. The flickering candlelight cast his rotund shadow onto the cold stone walls, like a silently expanding conspiracy. Varys moved with cat-like lightness through shadows and whispers, finally arriving beneath the Iron Throne. Facing the monarch increasingly consumed by paranoia and rage upon the throne, Varys leaned forward and whispered in his characteristically soft, almost dangerously gentle voice. Every word was carefully chosen, wrapped in honey and probing, quietly slipping into Ares's ears. Your Grace, a disturbing piece of news comes with the salty sea breeze. The Greyjoy boy, Euron, who returned from his voyage, is not crying poverty like other lords. On the contrary, he has hoarded mountains of grain in Pike's Harbour, enough to feed an army, yet turns a deaf ear to your generous levy order. King Aerys stood up abruptly from the Iron Throne, twisted metal spikes nearly tearing his sleeves. His voice was no longer human, but a mix of hissing and the crackle of burning fire. How dare they? Those rotten fish and shrimp in the salt water, those traitorous scum who can never wash off the stink of the sea. I gave them glory, allowed them to live under the name Greyjoy, yet they use hoarded grain to humiliate the Iron Throne. He waved violently towards the west, as if to crush the entire Iron Islands across the distance. Tell that old squid Quellen Greyjoy immediately. Right now. Ship every grain of wheat and every grain of salt in all his warehouses to King's Landing. This is what you Ironborn owe the throne, what you owe the true dragon. His voice suddenly became dangerous and low, mad flames burning in his purple eyes. If I don't see his fleet in King's Landing Harbour within a month, I will send the Arbor fleet to flatten Pike. I will tear their fishing nets to shreds, sink their longships to the bottom of the sea, and I will mount the head of every Greyjoy on. King Aerys suddenly coughed violently, then revealed a hideous smile stained with blood. No, use wildfire. Burn them all to ash. Now, get out and convey the king's decree. The will of King's Landing never stopped at cold words brought by ravens. This time, it transformed into a tangible threat, cleaving waves towards them. A high-masted warship crushed the chilly mist of King's Landing's waters, appearing starkly on the horizon. Its pitch-black hull was like a floating abyss, only the massive banner atop the mast roared in the wind embroidered with the hideous three-headed dragon sigil of House Targaryen. With an arrogance ignoring the winds and rules of the Iron Islands, the ship sailed without slowing towards Pike's heavily guarded harbour. Its very existence was an unquestionable ultimatum of royal power. Almost simultaneously, a weary-winged raven crossed the long route, stumbling into the window lattice of Pike's maester's tower. The maester untied the scroll from its leg. The moment he unrolled the paper, the blood drained instantly from his wrinkled face. He was so horrified he nearly fell off his chair. Hands trembling, barely able to hold the paper that was light as a feather yet heavy as 1,000 pounds, he dared not delay. Stumbling out of the maester's tower, he ran towards King Quellen Greyjoy with a hurried pace unbefitting his age. What that strip of paper carried was no ordinary news, but a portent wrapped in fire and thunder from the core of power. Quellen's fist slammed heavily onto the long table, knuckles turning white. His voice squeezed through his teeth, suppressing monstrous rage. The Mad King actually sent a messenger. Not only levying grain but demanding that triple salt tax. He even threatened that if he doesn't see our grain-laden fleet in King's Landing within a month, he will go to war with the Iron Islands. Hearing this, Balon let out a short, cold sneer, eyes void of fear. Grain? None. Life? I have one. Why bother with such unreasonable demands? War? Let them come. The sea is always our home ground. Would our iron-born longships fear the Arbor fleet? Amidst the grim atmosphere, Euron laughed softly. He spoke calmly, "Father, things may not have reached the point where war is necessary. Allow me to ask, who is the source of the news brought by that raven?" "It's Grand Maester Pycelle," Quellen said in a deep voice. "Our Iron Islands seem to have no friendship with him." Euron looked thoughtful. "Indeed not. But he has no reason to deceive me. If the news is true, the Iron Islands must plan early." Euron nodded, thoughts spinning. Grand Maester Pycelle, everyone knows his close relationship with House Lannister. Calling him Tywin Lannister's loyal dog in King's Landing isn't an exaggeration. His initiative to send news must have Casterly Rock's shadow behind it, inseparable from that old lion Tywin. He then changed the subject, tone relaxed as if arranging a family trip. "Coincidentally, a ship is setting sail for Bravos tonight. Father, perhaps you can take this opportunity to take Mother and my brothers across the narrow sea to relax." "Brother Balon, hasn't your father-in-law written many times wanting to see his daughter and grandchildren? This is a good opportunity, why not take the family for a short stay? Balon frowned, and Quellan looked at him sharply. Euron shrugged, maintaining that cynical smile, but his words were logical. Don't forget, I am just the second son of the Iron Islands, I can't make decisions on many major matters. It is most appropriate for me to receive the royal envoys. If I can send them away satisfied, that's best. If they are dissatisfied, even if I mishandle something in between, ultimately you, father, will need to return to make the final decision. You want to stall? Quellan understood his intent immediately. Exactly, Euron affirmed. The Mad King has always been capricious. Orders remembered today might be forgotten tomorrow. Why clash with him head-on right now? It benefits no one. It was now 280 AC. Only 1 year left until the tourney at Harrenhal in 281 AC, destined to go down in history. And Robert's rebellion in 282 AC, which would completely rewrite the Seven Kingdoms landscape, was close at hand. Why get angry with a destined loser, a dying man? Euron swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. The noise of Harrenhal, the usurper's war, the flames of the Mad King's end, these clear images in his mind were like history already happened, yet he couldn't explain them to his father and brother. Euron's tone suddenly shifted. His fingertips unconsciously traced the rough map of Westeros carved on the table, voice becoming calm, carrying an almost ruthless scrutiny. Step back and think, father. The situation in King's Landing is already like cracked glass. How long can the Mad King's rule last? His madness grows daily, complaints fill King's Landing. Highgarden, the Eyrie, even Casterly Rock, among those powerful vassals, who truly supports the Iron Throne with all their heart. His gaze swept over Quellan and Balon, words like cold tide beating against the reef of reality. Why should we clash head-on with a king deserted by his followers and isolated at this juncture? The Mad King has far more enemies than just us. We only need a little patience, waiting for the situation to ferment itself. Quellan fell silent, rough fingers unconsciously tapping the table. He knew Euron's suggestion might be the most rational choice right now, but handing the entire Iron Islands, especially the burden of dealing with royal envoys, to his young second son still made him uneasy. He looked up, scrutinizing Euron again, eyes mixing worry and assessment. Euron seemed to see through his concerns, lips curling into an unfathomable arc, tone relaxed yet with unquestionable certainty. Relax, father, it's no big deal. Baelor and his axe, along with old Dagmar, will stay here with me. He paused, looking out at the sturdy Pike Castle. On this island, in our territory, are we afraid a few envoys from King's Landing can make any waves? The confidence and power in these words finally persuaded Quellan. He took a deep breath of salty air and nodded heavily. All right, his voice deep, the Iron Islands are temporarily in your hands. That night, accompanied by Euron, Quellan Greyjoy took his wife and 2 young sons aboard the merchant ship bound for Bravos. Their figures merged with the massive hull under dim torchlight, quietly blending into the night and mist. Meanwhile, Balon took his wife and children aboard a longship to Harlaw, temporarily moving away from the center of the approaching storm under the guise of visiting relatives. The burden of Pike quietly fell on Euron Greyjoy's shoulders. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Guest Right, Salt and Bread. The envoys of King's Landing, carrying the King's will and scorching fury, finally set foot on the rough and rebellious soil of the Iron Islands. Their arrival was like an ominous shadow wrapped in a thunderstorm, suddenly shrouding the jagged towers and gloomy coastline of Pike. Leading the delegation was the new hand of the king, Lord Owen Merryweather. Just after taking over the still hot seat left by Tywin Lannister, before he could gain a firm foothold in the mire of Red Keep politics, he was dispatched by the Mad King's order to this distant, salty, hostile, and bitter cold land. At this moment, Lord Owen Merryweather was in a terrible mood. The habitual fawning smile on his face had long been blown away by the sea wind, leaving only condescending annoyance and undisguised disgust for the humid air, the coarse food, and these iron-born before him who seemed never tamed by civilization. Accompanying him were 2 Kingsguard knights, forming a stark contrast. Sir Arthur Dane, the sword of the morning, was like a moving snow-capped mountain. His handsome face was calm as water, containing unfathomable martial skill and unspoken majesty. Lewin Martell from Dorne carried a temperament mixing his homeland's laziness and danger, his sharp eyes seemed always able to perceive the slightest fluctuation. These 3 envoys of disparate identities collectively formed the tangible embodiment of the Iron Throne's cold will. Every step they took tread on the Iron Islands' taut nerves. When the King's Landing delegation, guided by guards, stepped into the sea wind-eroded, strict atmosphered main keep of Pike, the expected figures of King Quellan Greyjoy or at least his heir Balon did not appear. Instead, there was an unusually young boy possessing a calm demeanor inconsistent with his age. Euron stood in the center of the hall, posture upright. Though only 10, his height approached that of many adult men. His muscle lines were smooth and contained explosive power, like a young cheetah. His eyes held no childish timidity or curiosity, only a deep tranquility, with a faint smile on his face. Lord Owen Merryweather's brow immediately furrowed tight. His patience, already worn thin by sea wind and bad mood, ran out instantly. He flicked his silk sleeves, once scented with King's Landing perfume but now stained with the Iron Island's salty air. His tone of arrogance and dissatisfaction was undisguised. "What is the meaning of this?" he shrilled, gaze sweeping over the empty main seat, finally landing back on Euron. "Is House Greyjoy devoid of men? To send a wet behind-the-ears brat to welcome the King's Hand and the King's Guard? Where is Quellan? Where is Balon? Is this the Iron Islands' idea of hospitality?" Facing this near-humiliating interrogation, Euron Greyjoy did not get angry. He took a step forward, the silver platter in his hand steady. The bread and salt upon it were a silent declaration. "Lord Merryweather," his voice was clear, possessing a strange penetrating quality that echoed in the stone hall, causing Sir Arthur Dane to look sideways slightly. "Upon receiving news of your impending visit, my father King Quellan and brother Balon indeed had urgent matters and left Pike long ago. In the interim, all affairs of the Iron Islands are temporarily managed by me, Euron Greyjoy." He raised the silver platter slightly, movements standard as if walking out of an ancient book. "Guest right is sacred and inviolable, regardless of the age of the one presiding over the ceremony. Please partake of salt and bread. My lords have journeyed far, Pike has prepared quarters for rest." His response was fluent and confident, lacking the immaturity and panic a 10-year-old should have, resembling instead a seasoned host. This speech and conduct made Merryweather's anger feel like hitting tough leather, finding no purchase. The 2 Kingsguard knights, especially Arthur Dane, had a trace less habitual indifference in their gazes, replaced by imperceptible scrutiny and inquiry. This second son of the Iron Islands seemed distinctly different from the noble scions he had heard of. Euron's gaze lingered briefly when meeting Sir Arthur Dane's eyes. Besides due respect, there was a trace of imperceptible, pure curiosity and scrutiny for the legend himself. In this moment, etiquette became the best armor, cleverly hiding the Iron Island's true edge under rules. Guest right, bread represents survival assurance, symbolizing the host's protection of the guest's life, salt symbolizes purification and eternity, implying the contract is incorruptible. Once a guest enters the host's roof and accepts the bread and salt provided, guest right takes effect immediately. Until the guest leaves, neither party may harm the other. This right covers all classes, from commoners to nobles. Violators of guest right are deemed abhorred by gods and men, like the legendary rat cook who killed a prince guest and was turned into a white rat by the gods, eternally eating his own offspring. Though full of displeasure, Lord Owen Merryweather knew the ancient tradition of guest right could not be profaned. He reached out somewhat impatiently, took a piece of coarse wheat bread from the silver platter, deliberately dipped it in the dish of white, fine salt, and put it in his mouth, completing this ritual symbolizing safety and contract. Once the salt entered his mouth, his disdainful expression paused slightly. It wasn't the coarse, bitter salty taste of sea salt he expected, but an unusually pure, delicate saltiness. He instantly knew this was no ordinary item. This is white gold sand. Owen Merriweather raised an eyebrow, tone deliberately feigning exaggerated wonder, as if he had just tasted a rare delicacy. Indeed good stuff, extraordinary taste. Pity that in King's Landing, this stuff is worth its weight in gold. We who serve the king can't afford to enjoy even a bit of it. He changed the subject, looking sharply at Euron, greed almost undisguised. The Iron Islands produce this white gold sand, surely, the price would be much friendlier. The two Kingsguard knights Arthur Dane and Lewin Martell also silently performed the ritual. Sir Arthur's movements were concise and solemn. He seemed unsurprised by the salt's quality, his deep gaze lingered more on Euron, who was handling the situation. Whether coarse salt or white gold sand, essentially it was just salty taste. Owen Merriweather's expression combined with his words and tone amounted to near-naked solicitation of bribes. Euron maintained that unfathomable faint smile, tone peaceful as if stating a very ordinary business matter. My lord speaks truly. At the source, saving layers of merchant exploitation, it is naturally much cheaper. If we deduct the costs of long-distance transport, storage, and exquisite packaging, what remains is merely solid value. Euron leaned forward slightly, slowing his voice like sharing a kind suggestion. The hand of the king toils for state affairs, coming from afar is very hard. When you leave, why not take some Iron Islands specialties? Consider it a token of our Iron Islands regard. This speech saved the other's face, seemingly agreeing to the request, yet cleverly limited it with the vague quantifier sum and defined it as regard rather than tribute, lightly diffusing potential extortion into a decent gift. Owen Merriweather's expression improved slightly as he took his seat, accompanied by Euron. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Banquet Negotiations. Inside the cold main hall of Pike, the salty tang of sea breeze mixed with the damp chill of stone walls. Lord Owen Merriweather sat upright, fingertips tapping the table impatiently, finally breaking the silence with an aggressive tone. Has the Iron Islands not received the command from King's Landing, from His Grace the King? Euron met his gaze, expression calm. We have, my lord. We take it with utmost seriousness. In fact, upon receiving the order, my father was burning with anxiety. He even personally sailed to Bravos, hoping to exchange for enough grain from across the narrow sea to fulfill the king's command. King Quellan is not on the island because of this. Merriweather narrowed his eyes, pressing, what about your brother Balon? Did he go too? 3 years of winter, Balon has added 3 children. His father-in-law, Lord Harlaw, has yet to see his grandchildren. Before winter fully retreated, he had written many times urging them to visit. Euron answered fluently, tone steady. Before learning of your impending arrival, Balon had already departed for Harlaw to fulfill the filial duty of showing the children to their elders. The king's command is clear, levy grain from all realms. The grain must arrive in King's Landing within a month. Merriweather raised his voice, trying to pressure with authority. Winter has just passed, new grain is unharvested. Euron's tone remained calm but carried the undeniable power of fact. There is no surplus grain in the entire realm, my lord. This is especially true for the Iron Islands. We do not produce grain, this is a fact known throughout the 7 kingdoms. We only have salt, iron, and fish. Our poverty is equally well known. Every grain of wheat we eat relies on imports. But the king heard you brought back 3 full ships of grain from across the narrow sea. The earl's voice became sharp. Yes, half a month ago we did, Euron admitted frankly. But now, they have been exchanged away by other lords for gold dragons, timber, and ironware. What remains is only enough for the Ironborn to scrape by until the next harvest. Are you trying to disobey orders? Merriweather slammed the table, shouting sternly. Which law of the 7 kingdoms requires lords to hand over their life-sustaining grain for free and watch their subjects starve to death? Euron countered, voice still steady but revealing a cold, hard confidence. We are not disobeying, my lord. We have no grain to give. The relationship between king and lord was based on ancient contracts, not absolute royal power. The king could not demand money and grain for free, rights and obligations were mutual. Lords swore loyalty, provided military support, levies, judicial assistance, and economic aid in specific circumstances. The king protected the lords' safety, confirmed their land ownership, and maintained legal justice. Thus, faced with the Mad King's order for free grain levies, lords could justifiably refuse. As for appropriate economic aid, that depended on each lord's mood. The king is very angry, and the consequences are severe. Owen Merryweather leaned forward abruptly, trying to crush the young man with his imposing manner, threatening shrilly, Lord Leighton Hightower's Arbor fleet has raised its war banners, ready to sail at any moment to flatten any rebellious nest. Euron's face remained like a calm sea surface, showing no ripples. Only deep within his mismatched pupils did the temperature suddenly drop, as if freezing with the ice of the north. Conqueror's Haki activated. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly pierced the tense atmosphere. Every word was like a carefully polished ice pick. My lord, he spoke slowly, no anger or joy discernible in his tone, are your current words and deeds representing the Iron Throne, threatening war to force the Iron Islands to submit to an order we fundamentally cannot fulfill? Not me. It's the king. Merryweather shrilled immediately, as if burned, trying to clear himself and push everything onto the Mad King high in the Red Keep. Precisely because of that, Euron's voice suddenly sharpened, precisely seizing the other's identity, as the hand of the king when his grace, due to misinformation or momentary fury, might issue improper orders that could even lead to the kingdom's division and bloodshed. Is it not your duty, Lord Owen Merryweather, to offer counsel and prudent dissuasion? Or does the hand of the king merely act as a mouthpiece, or even, a war drum beater? These words were like an invisible slap, striking hard at Owen Merryweather's sorest spot, his hard-won but baseless position as hand, and his reputation for fawning over the monarch without backbone. His face instantly flushed red with shame and anger. He slammed the table and stood up, rattling the cups. You! His finger trembled, pointing straight at Euron, almost roaring, you are teaching me what to do. A wet behind the ears Iron Islands brat deserves to lecture the hand of the king on his duty. The air in the hall seemed to solidify. The gazes of the 2 Kingsguard knights instantly became incredibly sharp, focusing on the center of this suddenly escalating conflict. The Iron Islands, Euron's voice rose steeply, clear and cold hard, resounding like thousand-year-old reefs meeting the impact of a storm, never accept threats, and certainly never fear war. His words echoed in the cold hall. Before the sound faded, a deeper, more heart-palpitating change occurred abruptly. As his gaze swept over the 3 envoys like a cold blade, an invisible pressure crashed down, not physical force, yet heavy as substance, like terrifying water pressure from the deep sea, instantly shrouding the entire space. This was his awakened Conqueror's Haki, deliberately and controlledly released at this moment. Bearing the brunt, Lord Owen Merryweather's face turned pale as paper instantly. He felt a suffocating palpitation, as if a cold hand clutched his heart. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but his legs went weak. His upright posture swayed, hands trembling uncontrollably, hurriedly grabbing the table to barely maintain dignity. Behind him, the 2 Kingsguard reacted completely differently. Almost instinctively, Sir Arthur Dayne's right hand instantly pressed on the hilt of Dawn. His handsome face was unprecedentedly grave, eagle-sharp vigilance erupting from his usually calm eyes. His aura turned inward like a taut bowstring, silently resisting this crushing pressure originating purely from will and spirit. Beside him, Lewin Martell assumed a similar defensive stance, the Dornish laziness instantly replaced by a warrior's alertness. However, Right at this critical point of tension, Euron's aura suddenly retracted. He leaned back slightly, slowing his tone, like a shrewd merchant finding a compromise in an open ledger. The awe-inspiring stance of not hesitating to fight was cleverly wrapped into a pragmatic proposal. Actually, things may not need to go to such a serious extent. When the active release of Conqueror's Haki stopped, the pressure gradually faded. Only then did Sir Arthur Dayne and Lewin Martell realize their lapse in composure, releasing their hands from their sword hilts. But in their hearts, they were shocked by the pressure and threat Euron Greyjoy's speech had just brought. That was the spirit only a superior and a powerhouse possessed. Chapter 60, Raising Resources. Euron's gaze swept over every envoy present as he spoke. Regardless, you envoys have come from afar representing the king's will. The Iron Islands will certainly do our utmost to raise what is needed. He paused deliberately on the word raise. What we can provide is some grain, and he mentioned the key item again, our salt. You have tasted it yourself, that is white gold sand, a treasure sufficient to serve as hard currency in any market. Euron leaned forward slightly, proposing a suggestion that seemed to consider the situation entirely from the other party's perspective. When the time comes, you can take our salt to the Reach or the Riverlands territories of lords who still have grain reserves and exchange it. Or, he paused, offering a freer choice, sail directly across the narrow sea to the free cities. Use the salt to purchase any amount of grain you require. Would this not be far more practical and effective than mobilizing a fleet and moving troops with such fanfare? Lord Owen Merryweather's face remained ashen. The lingering fear from that indescribable pressure just moments ago still haunted him. The slight trembling in his fingertips had not fully subsided. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his churning anger and a trace of imperceptible fear. Finally, he squeezed out a compromised response through his teeth, though it still carried the harshness of a superior. Humph, in that case, how much can you raise? I warn you, if the amount is too small, if you try to perform your duty perfunctorily, none of us will be able to answer to his grace. The elusive smile returned to Euron's face, as if the sword-rattling oppression just now had never existed. His tone became smooth and considerate, even carrying a hint of enthusiasm. Please rest assured, my lord, the Iron Islands will do everything in our power. He first gave a vague but positive promise, then shifted the topic to a more operational plan. Tomorrow, in the name of House Greyjoy, I will summon the lords of the 7 Iron Islands to gather at Pike to jointly discuss the levy of grain and the collection of salt. At that time, I will certainly give my lord a definite answer. He continued, elegantly making up for the initial slight. Furthermore, it is a rare occasion for the hand of the king to visit our remote land. How could we entertain you so shabbily with just bread and salt? It is only right that we fulfill the duties of a host and hold a welcome banquet worthy of your status for you and your entourage. Let you witness the hospitality of our Iron Islands, rather than discussing official business on an empty stomach in this solemn hall. Please forgive the hasty preparations today for failing to fully display the Iron Islands' way of hospitality, Euron said with a smile, cleverly changing the subject and temporarily setting aside the unpleasant matter of the grain levy. He clapped his hands lightly. As if waiting in the wings, 2 glamorous women draped in light, thin saris entered, dancing gracefully to faint, exotic music. Their eyes rippled with emotion, carrying the unique laziness and temptation of Lys. They went straight to the side of the hand of the king, Owen Merryweather, one on the left and one on the right, snuggling into his arms like docile vines. They had obviously been carefully trained by the madams of Lys and knew the art of pleasing men well. Slender fingers filled the wine cup dexterously, twisting waists moved like water snakes. Accompanied by coquettish laughter, they even held the fine wine with their soft lips, slowly passing it into the earl's mouth. This bold and erotic act instantly dispelled the remaining gloom and displeasure on Owen Merryweather's face, replacing it with a smile of smug satisfaction deep in a gentle embrace. The dispute and threats from just a moment ago seemed to have been thrown to the back of his mind. On the other side of the long table, the atmosphere was starkly different. The two King's Guard Arthur Dayne and Lewin Martell were not disturbed by such erotic scenes. The loyal Baelor and the seasoned Dagmar were accompanying them in drinking. There were no coquettish laughter or light gauzes here, only the steady clinking of cups between men, low whispers about weapons and navigation, and the occasional mutual scrutiny and respect for each other's identity as warriors. The banquet did not last late into the night. Soon, the hand of the king, Lord Owen Merryweather, was tipsy. With an arm around each of the two charming women from Lys, he walked with unsteady steps toward the arranged guest room, claiming he wanted to have a deep heart-to-heart with them. As for what profound topics were discussed behind closed doors, that was a matter of interpretation. After sending away the satisfied royal representative, the smile on Euron's face receded like the tide, returning to his usual calm. He did not rest but went straight to the cold maester's tower of pike. Amidst flickering candlelight and piled scrolls, Euron concisely explained his countermeasures and the content of the letters to Maester Clegane. In the name of House Greyjoy, Euron's voice was steady and unquestionable. Send word to every lord of the 7 Iron Islands, before sunset tomorrow, each person must personally come to Pike Island carrying 1 barrel of high-quality salted fish and 1 bag of grain. I want to see them at the dinner banquet. The requirement of this order, 1 barrel of salted fish and 1 bag of grain, was not a heavy burden for any lord. It was more like a symbolic gesture to put off the king's envoys so he would have something to take back to answer the Mad King. However, behind this seemingly simple demand lay Euron Greyjoy's deeper intent. What he truly needed were not these meager supplies, but the opportunity to personally scrutinize the attitude shown by every lord of the Iron Islands upon receiving this order originating from royal pressure. Who would execute it without hesitation? Who would complain but still obey? Who would hesitate or even reveal dissatisfaction? This would be a silent test of loyalty and efficiency. More importantly, it was to let all lords of the Iron Islands know that the pressure the Crown applied to the Iron Islands was not just House Greyjoy's affair, but a responsibility shared by the entire Iron Islands. Maester Clegane knew the gravity of the matter and dared not neglect it in the slightest. He immediately bent over under the dim oil lamp, transforming Euron's will into formal orders with rigorous wording, sealed with the wax crest of House Greyjoy. The scratching sound of the quill across parchment was the only noise in the maester's tower at that moment. Subsequently, the maester carefully tied each scroll of parchment to the legs of restless ravens. These black messengers were thrown into the night sky one after another. Flapping their wings like escaping thoughts and decisions, they quickly merged into the heavy, cold night of the Iron Islands, flying toward Black Tide, Harlaw, Old Wick, and all other islands, to knock on every lord's window lattice and awaken their loyalty. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, The Sword of the Morning, Arthur Dayne. The morning mist had not yet been fully scattered by the sea wind. While the hand of the king, Lord Owen Merryweather, was still deep in the tender dream woven by the 2 Lysane women, Sir Arthur Dayne had already risen. Attracted by a burst of crisp and rhythmic clashing of metal from outside the castle, he walked leisurely toward the source of the sound. On the cold grey beach below Pike, he saw Euron Greyjoy practicing swordplay. The boy was shirtless, muscle lines clearly visible in the morning light and sea mist, full of cheetah-like flexibility and explosive power. He was entangled with a Bravasi water dancer. Dual swords danced like wild silver snakes, footwork agile to the point of eeriness, leaving almost indistinguishable shallow marks on the sand. Arthur Dayne stood quietly watching, a trace of imperceptible appreciation passing through his deep violet eyes. A moment later, Euron noticed the renowned spectator. The iron practice sword in his hand performed a neat flourish before he stood still, sweat sliding down his young yet chiseled cheeks. He wasn't panting, instead, he looked at the legendary King's Guard with burning eyes and issued an invitation. Sir Arthur Dayne, his voice carried the clarity after morning exercise. I have long heard the fame of the Sword of the Morning resounding through the 7 kingdoms. May I have the honor of asking you to join me for a spar and offer some guidance? Arthur Dayne, this knight with House Targaryen's iconic pale blonde hair, Note: Danes have violet eyes and sometimes pale hair similar to Valyrians, though they aren't Valyrian, and violet eyes stood tall as a moving white tower. His silver armor and snow-white cloak seemed to emit a faint glow in the dim morning light. Carried on his back was the legendary great sword Dawn. Forged from a fallen star, its blade presented a unique milky white glass-like texture. Even in its sheath, it seemed to flow with faint light as if alive. It was said the light it bloomed in battle was like the dawn breaking, hence its wielder was hailed as the Sword of the Morning. The true knight revealed a gentle yet majestic smile. He nodded readily. "The honor is mine." His voice was deep and magnetic. He unslung Dawn, placing it carefully aside, then took 2 practice-long swords from the weapon rack and stepped into the field. He was never stingy about guiding respectful juniors. In the time that followed, the cold beach below Pike became the best drill ground. The sword wind became increasingly fierce, sparks of precision and power bursting from every clash. Sir Arthur Dayne was obviously not using his full strength. His movements were light as a feather yet immovable as a rock. His blocks were not head-on collisions, he always pushed Euron's sword tip aside at the last moment with minimal movement, creating crisp, rhythmic clashing sounds. His dodges were like foreseeing the future, always letting the most threatening attacks pass by millimeters. His snow-white cloak danced in the wind but was stained by not a speck of sand. And his seemingly casual counterattacks always pointed to the defenseless gaps created the moment Euron exerted force, forcing him to change moves hastily. This legendary King's Guard was like a master immersed in artistic creation, calmly imparting his skills amidst the flash of blades. At the moment of a sword clash, blocking Arthur Dayne's heavy yet seemingly light downward slash, immense pressure transmitted through the blade, almost numbing Euron's arm. In this instant of stalemate, Euron's mind moved slightly, silently activating the ability from the Pirate King system Dora Key Test, LV.1. Instantly, the scene before him seemed to undergo subtle changes. Beside Sir Arthur Dayne's majestic and focused figure, several lines of translucent data visible only to him quietly emerged, coldly and precisely outlining the power of this legendary knight. Arthur Dayne, Sword of the Morning. Strength, 32, terrifying arm strength far exceeding normal humans, sufficient to wield the legendary greatsword. Agility, 38, astonishing speed and coordination completely inconsistent with his burly figure, like a cheetah. Stamina, 36, possessing nearly infinite endurance, able to support long-duration high-intensity combat. Spirit, 19, firm will, Yundi's tracked mind, considerable resistance to magic and mental influence. Command, 29, natural leader, can easily win soldiers' trust and following. Charm, 25, his charisma and knightly demeanor are captivating, the highest Euron has seen so far. A line of fine warning text flashed like blood threads below the data, warning, beware of magic on his great sword. Euron was shaken internally, using the chance of blocking and retreating to digest this information rapidly. Such high personal attributes. An extremely balanced development. Strength, agility, and stamina, the 3 core combat attributes, all broke the mortal limit of 30 points, with almost no obvious shortcomings. What caught his attention more was the charm attribute reaching 25. This didn't just refer to appearance, but an aura deep-rooted in the soul that involuntarily generated awe and conviction. Arthur Dayne was worthy of the name Sword of the Morning. His existence itself, like the divine sword Dawn he carried, was an insurmountable peak. Arthur Dayne's steady tone penetrated the whistling of weapons. Speed is good. He turned sideways to let a swift straight thrust pass, wrist flipping lightly. The sword blade slapped precisely on Euron's forearm, not heavy, but enough to interrupt the offense. But your eyes and the micro-movements of your shoulders betrayed your intent. Anticipation is too obvious, experts will exploit this. Euron panted, retreating a step to adjust quickly. Focus on force exertion, Sir Arthur continued. He didn't pursue but demonstrated a forward thrust. The movement was incredibly smooth, the whole body's power seemingly condensed at the sword tip, exploding with amazing penetration yet stopping abruptly at the end, controlled to perfection. Power condensed at one point to explode, not dispersed throughout the movement. Like waves hitting a reef, not tide washing over sand. He then parried a heavy cross-slash from Euron's dual blades. The massive power collision was cleverly deflected and unloaded by him. "See, your power was dispersed by yourself. If I hadn't retreated just now but advanced here," his sword tip instantly pointed to Euron's ribs slightly exposed due to exertion, "you would have already lost." Euron's pupils contracted slightly, deeply realizing the gap. "Also, watch your flanks." Sir Arthur's voice raised slightly. His footwork changed suddenly, figure sliding like a ghost into Euron's left blind spot, sword tip tapping his lower back again. "Real combat has no rules. Enemies won't be merciful enough to attack only from your front. Your dual swords are an advantage, but they can also make you too focused on the front, ignoring the surroundings." His guidance was by no means harsh criticism. Every sentence hit the mark, containing wisdom accumulated from countless battles and enlightenment between life and death. On this dawning beach, accompanied by the rhythm of waves and the clear cry of blades, a sword art inheritance transcending age and status was taking place in the most direct and profound way. Euron concentrated fully, eyes bright as stars, greedily absorbing every proverb and every movement of one of the strongest swordsmen of the age. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Awe and Submission. After the practice ended, sweat soaked both their foreheads, and the sea breeze brought a touch of coolness. Euron sheathed his sword and stood, mentioning seemingly casually, "Sir Arthur, I heard you recently eradicated the Kingswood Brotherhood that had been plaguing the region." As the words fell, Arthur Dayne's expression, which had slightly relaxed from the spar, suddenly tightened, as if covered by a layer of frost. He was silent for a moment, a trace of indelible sorrow passing through his violet eyes. They were not bandits, but a group of demons fallen into the abyss. His voice lowered, as if soaked in the ice of the north, every word carried heavy weight. "They nailed infants to oak trees, using blood to draw twisted smiling faces on the bark. There was a madman, just because a mother hid half a bag of life-saving salt, he chopped her young son into mincemeat right in front of her." He looked up, gaze passing through Euron, as if seeing that hellish scene again. "We counted 37 bodies," he continued, voice suppressing thunderous rage. "Among them, 12 were children. They should have had a future." It was this heinous atrocity that made Arthur Dayne resolutely petition King Aerys to personally lead the troops to crusade against them. According to Sir Jaime Lannister's later recollection, the Smiling Knight could be called the mountain of his era, mad, cruel, yet strangely possessing a twisted sense of chivalry, and most crucially, he knew not what fear was. This shows the terror and high strength of the Smiling Knight. But in the end, Arthur Dayne personally beheaded the Smiling Knight in the decisive battle, eradicating this cancer in one fell swoop, thus winning the heartfelt love of the people of the Riverlands and the Crownlands. The reason Arthur Dayne became a legend, deeply admired by later generations like Jaime Lannister, Barry Stan Selmy, and even enemy Eddard Stark, was not only because of his unsurpassed martial arts but also due to the kindness, integrity, and nobility rooted in his soul. He was a living example of a true knight, brave and upright, sworn to protect the weak and innocent, especially women and children who could not protect themselves. His conduct was unsullied, his demeanor elegant and possessing a soldier's unique awe-inspiring manner. Jaime once even praised him in his characteristically sharp tone, "Sir Arthur Dayne could piss with his right hand and use his sword with his left, and still cut down 5 of you useless wastes." However, even such a near-invincible knight was not completely undefeated in his countless battles. His only 2 defeats in his life were to the same person, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. This prince was not only the king's eldest son and future ruler of the 7 kingdoms but also Arthur Dayne's closest friend. Was there water in this? Only the parties involved knew. At least in Euron's view, Sir Arthur definitely held back in those 2 matches. But this was not cowardice, perhaps it was another manifestation of his loyalty and chivalry, cherishing friendship and maintaining the dignity of the crown prince. Euron praised sincerely, "You are a true knight." Arthur Dayne sheathed his sword, saying with genuine appreciation, "You possess extraordinary skill and courage. If you wish, becoming a true knight in the future will certainly not be difficult." Hearing this, Euron couldn't help but laugh aloud. His laughter spread in the sea breeze, carrying a bit of iron-born unruliness. "Haha, Sir Arthur, have you ever heard of an iron-born from the Iron Islands being knighted? That probably doesn't quite fit the drowned god's will." His tone was half teasing, half stating the cultural chasm lying between the Iron Islands and the mainland. Arthur Dayne also revealed a knowing smile, adding, "Besides, I remember they all say, you are the son of the drowned god." This sentence indicated that those extraordinary rumors about Euron, even his mysterious title, had reached the ears of this king's guard. Euron's smile restrained slightly, tone becoming more pragmatic. He looked toward the distant barren coastline and busy harbor. "My father has always yearned to change the old way, change the Ironborn, and let the Iron Islands truly integrate into the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. But all along, difficulties have been immense. The 7 kingdoms have never let go of past prejudices against us, still calling us pirates, or even uglier nicknames to this day." His gaze returned to Sir Arthur, pointing to this land. "You see it too. The Iron Islands are barren, unsuitable for farming. What we can trade is only salt, iron, and fish. If we truly follow the king's order and pay triple salt tax, that would be tantamount to draining our lifeblood, forcing us to walk the old way again." Arthur Dayne nodded with a grave expression. He confessed frankly, "I understand your predicament. But I am only a king's guard. I have no say in the small council's decisions regarding taxation and state affairs." He paused, making a knight's promise. "However, I will report what I have seen and heard in the Iron Islands, especially your actual difficulties, truthfully to the king. I believe that after understanding the truth, the king will make a fair judgment." Euron nodded. He believed Sir Arthur Dayne would report truthfully, his character and chivalry were unquestionable. But at the same time, he believed even more that the Mad King on the Iron Throne would never have the patience to listen, nor would he make any fair judgment. The luncheon was a simple affair. Lord Hando and Merryweather did not appear, ordering servants to deliver food to his guest room, evidently preferring to linger in bed with the 2 Lysane women. Starting in the afternoon, the lords of the other 6 Iron Islands began to arrive at Pike by ship, one after another, as ordered. Inside Pike's main hall, the salty sea breeze mixed with the chill of the stone floor. With the arrival of each Iron Island's lord, the atmosphere gradually became heavy and meaningful. Euron Greyjoy stood in the hall, calmly welcoming every arriving vassal. The Lord of Blacktide strode in first. This old captain, known for his explosive temper, unconsciously restrained his usual arrogance the moment he saw Euron. His burly body leaned forward slightly, bowing far more than necessary etiquette required, speaking in a hoarse but unusually solemn tone, "Lord Euron." 2 words, short and powerful, but full of unmistakable recognition. A Lord of Harlaw followed closely, not Balon's father-in-law, but a branch of House Harlaw. He was an elder known for shrewdness and learning, yet showed no negligence now. His right hand touched his chest, performing a nearly mainland-style salute uncommon in the Iron Islands, scrutinizing Euron with sharp eyes, tone steady and certain, "Summoned and arrived, awaiting your orders, my lord." His wording was cautious and precise, as if reporting to a recognized ruler. The representative from Salt Cliff was a relatively young captain. His awe carried undisguised eagerness. He almost trotted to Euron, eyes shining with worship, voice slightly high with excitement, "Lord Euron. We saw when your fleet returned. It was truly..." He seemed unable to find the right word, finally nodding vigorously, "truly magnificent." From Oldwick came a taciturn old man, his face like a reef edged by sea wind. He said little, just walked up to Euron, stopped, looked deeply at Euron with grey eyes that had seen through countless storms, then slowly, extremely solemnly lowered his head that had never easily bowed. This silent respect carried more weight than any flowery language. Lords from other islands arrived successively. Their expressions might differ in detail, but the core was consistent, gazes tightly following Euron, seriously catching his every word and every subtle change of expression, as if his words themselves contained unquestionable weight and wisdom. Throughout the process, no one questioned why Euron was presiding over the situation. That natural acceptance and respect formed an invisible field, allowing onlookers to clearly feel who was the person truly in control here. The two Kingsguard Arthur Dayne and Lewin Martell stood like two silent white statues in the shadows of the hall, sharp eyes missing no details. They took in the demeanor, movements, and words of every lord facing Euron. That was definitely not superficial etiquette, but a respect rooted in the heart, almost instinctive. Sir Arthur's handsome face remained rippleless, but a trace of very faint surprise and scrutiny passed through his deep violet eyes. He had seen countless nobles across the Seven Kingdoms, from Riverland's vassals to Dornish princes, and knew deeply that such heartfelt awe was not easily obtained merely by noble birth or martial force. Beside him, Lewin Martell, the Kingsguard from Dorne, raised his eyebrows slightly. He recalled Prince Oberyn Martell's evaluation of Euron before departure. The Red Viper, known for his sharp eyes, had said, 3 years traveling with that kid, the only thing I'm certain of is that he is another favored son of heaven kissed hard by fate, besides the true dragon. Given time, no one in the Seven Kingdoms will be able to ignore his name. At the time, Lewin thought it was just the prince's usual exaggeration. Seeing it with his own eyes now, he realized the weight of it. The two knights exchanged a very quick glance. Without words, both understood the shock in each other's hearts. The image of this young second son of House Greyjoy suddenly became deeper and more extraordinary in their minds. He had evidently conquered these iron-born lords, known for their unruly nature, with some wisdom, boldness, or indescribable personal charisma far beyond his age, winning their true recognition, and even, extraordinary loyalty. Chapter 63, The Iron Islands Banquet. The massive stone hall of Pike towered over 30 feet high. Its dome was piled with unpolished obsidian, through which the salty sea breeze seeped from cracks. Hundreds of whale oil candles were embedded in wall crevices. Their flames danced on the bronze skin of the Ironborn, casting twisted, ghostly reflections of the naval banners hanging between beams and pillars, blood-stained silks embroidered with shipwrecks, broken oars, and bones of the drowned. Bronze braziers in the center of the hall spewed sulphurous smoke, entangling with the rising aroma of roasted meat. Long tables stretched across the hall like winding keels. The nobles of the Iron Islands followed the ancient precept, first toast the sea, then divide the spoils. Whole roast suckling pigs spun on iron spits, crispy skin peeled off with rustling sounds, fat dripping into charcoal fire to raise blue smoke. Servants used iron hooks to tear off the fattiest brisket and stuff it into guests' mouths. Seal ribs piled like small mountains, dark red blood seeped into barrels of pickled cod and salted herring below. Ironborn tore flesh from bone with bare hands, translucent fish fat sticking between fingers. Oysters in ice buckets gleamed with pearly luster. Nobles pried open shells with flint knives, squeezed on sour wild berry wine, and swallowed them whole. Lobsters were skewered on iron spikes and roasted on shields. Snow-white meat surged out when shells cracked, children laughing as they fought for the fattest claws. Red wine from the south rippled in silver ewers, pouring into cups a deeper ruby red. The noise almost lifted the roof. Groups of Ironborn sat around, voices loud enough to drown out the musicians' lyres. "I swear by the drowned god." An old captain with a full beard and scarred chest pounded the table, shaking the wine cups. "The storm we hit on the last voyage had waves higher than Pike's towers. But do men from Oldwick fear anything? Only those bathed in the drowned god's trough sleep soundly in a storm." Rough laughter and agreement erupted around him. Elsewhere, Several slightly better dressed lords, perhaps from Great Wick or House Harlaw, conversed in lower voices, yet full of tension. Lord Greyjoy's fleet grows daily. A thin man twirled his wine cup, whispering, but grain supply remains a problem. We must ask Lord Euron later where we can borrow a bit more. The person opposite nodded slightly, gaze sweeping the noisy crowd. Power is justice. The iron and blood of the Iron Islands will naturally trade for what is needed. Only, we must act with caution. In a corner, a few guards in gold cloaks looked slightly constrained, out of place with their surroundings. They sipped red wine, observing vigilantly. "Damn, these Ironborn can really drink," a young gold cloak complained in a low voice to his companion, rubbing his ears pained by the noise. "Like pouring sea water." The older one grunted, tearing a piece of bread to dip in gravy. "Talk less, listen more. In their wild words, there might be things the king wants to know. Remember, we are here to be ears, not mouths." His sharp eyes swept over the bragging Ironborn captains and whispering lords. Scantily clad serving girls moved through the crowd like butterflies. Their figures were graceful, skin glowing honey-colored in the firelight. They filled cups with smiles, occasionally pulled into embraces by drunken men, triggering laughter. Coquettish cries mixed with crude teasing, blending into the hot air. The scent of desire and alcohol was equally strong, fermenting and rising amidst the aroma of roast meat and seafood. Someone started banging on the table, singing an off-key war song. More joined in, voices rough and full of power. Clinking cups, roared toasts, wanton laughter, clashing cutlery, sputtering fat in braziers. Everything intertwined to form the most primitive, noisy, and characteristically Ironborn banquet symphony on this land, echoing long in this sleepless hall. Hand of the King Owen Merryweather had long thrown his displeasure to the back of his mind. With a woman in each arm, he was intoxicated by fine wine and soft flesh. The two King's Guard maintained their usual restraint, sitting quietly in a corner, observing this feast full of Ironborn wild vitality. The accompanying gold cloaks exchanged toasts with Ironborn warriors, a temporary peace barely maintained by alcohol. After 3 rounds of wine, the banquet's noise reached its peak. The air was stirred thick and hot by roast meat steam, alcohol vapors, and boiling voices. At the crest of this chaotic wave, Euron Greyjoy, like the black spine of a sea monster emerging silently from the waves, stood up slowly. Euron didn't roar, he simply raised the heavy gold-inlaid goblet in his hand. The movement wasn't fast, but carried an unquestionable weight. As if an invisible signal was sent, the noisy tide strangely began to recede. Noisy chatter, clinking cups, crude songs dropped rapidly as if swallowed by the coast. All gazes drunkenly hazy, soberly sharp, wildly uninhibited were drawn to him, focusing on him alone. Brazier light danced on his dark finery and the golden cup, making his eyes deeper and unfathomable, sharp as a hawk scanning his pack of wolves. "I gathered you all at this time," his voice rang out, not high-pitched but unusually clear, every word like a cold stone thrown into a silent water surface, echoing with power between the rough stone walls. "Firstly, to celebrate that this damned winter, long enough to make bones moldy," he paused, sweeping over every face carved by sea wind and alcohol, "has finally fucking passed." The first wave of roars erupted from the Ironborn, a mix of agreement and venting, wildly pounding tables, creating a rhythmic drumming like war drums. Euron's voice rose steeply, suppressing the commotion, arm waving violently as if encompassing everyone, "Children of the Iron Islands, the drowned gods chosen. We didn't freeze to death, didn't starve to death, and certainly didn't die weakly by warm fireplaces like Southerners. We still live tenaciously on this land of salt and stone. Doesn't this itself deserve drinking 3 cups, deserve telling those ancestors sleeping in the watery halls with the loudest shout?" "Oorah!" Answering him was true thunder. It was the war cry bursting from hundreds of throats, the roar of fists hammering heavy wooden tables, the clang of hilts striking shields. The entire hall shook, fanatical flames burned in every pair of eyes. People raised cups madly, splashing wine into the air like an offering to the drowned god. Drink! 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 Euron enjoyed the boiling atmosphere, a nearly imperceptible arc at the corner of his mouth. He let the sound wave continue for a moment before raising his hand again. The noise subsided a second time, but now the air was filled with ignited heat and expectation. Secondly, his tone changed from an agitator inciting fanaticism to a ruler well versed in etiquette. He turned gracefully to face those guests who were always out of place, the envoys from King's Landing. His gaze landed on the leader, Earl Owen Merryweather, posture impeccable. "Let us welcome the esteemed hand of the king, Lord Owen Merryweather, with the Iron Islands salt and bread." Just the right amount of respect was injected into his voice, neither servile nor arrogant. "Also, welcome the King's Kingsguard, true knights renowned across the Seven Kingdoms, Sir Arthur Dane and Sir Lewin Martell." His eyes swept over the white cloaks of the two Kingsguard, gaze seeming able to penetrate shining armor. Countless cups pounded the tables forcefully, symbolizing the Ironborn's unique welcome ritual. The Iron Islands are remote and bitter cold, only sea wind and loyalty are fervent. My lords have traveled across the angry sea tirelessly, it is our great honor. He raised the golden cup towards the delegation. May you feel the Ironborn's unique hospitality here. This cup, to the king's envoys, to Westeros, unity and prosperity. The etiquette on the surface was flawless, every word landed where it should. Ironborn lords followed suit, raising cups, voicing agreement that was loud enough though not so uniform. However, under this seemingly respectful wave, how many eyes flickered with completely different lights deep down. Some were pure indifference, some hidden mockery, and more were undisguised, naked contempt for these soft eggs in gorgeous velvet and white cloaks. Cups crossed, noise rose again, the heat wave of the banquet seemed to temporarily drown all calculations. Red wine-stained lips and wet beards, the envoys from King's Landing seemed to relax their taut nerves slightly in this Ironborn-style wildness. Hand of the King Owen Merryweather's fat face was oily and drunk. He finally leaned forward amidst the noise, voice sticky with drunkenness but revealing an unmistakable persistence. "Lord Greyjoy," he began, trying to make his voice clear in the noise but unavoidably carrying bureaucratic slurring, "your hospitality is unparalleled. However, the king's needs are like the ocean's tides, never ceaseless. Though winter has passed, the Seven Kingdoms' granaries are empty. The king is particularly concerned about the Iron Islands tribute this year, grain, and Haki, the triple salt tax." Words were like cold salt water splashed into boiling oil, surrounding tables quieted instantly. Several Ironborn lords put down cups, gazes turning cold and hard as reefs. The aroma of roast meat in the air seemed to stagnate, leaving only the unpleasant echo of Earl Owen's words. Euron Greyjoy laughed. That smile wasn't joy, but more like a shark showing teeth before attacking, unhurried, even amused. He didn't answer immediately but sipped his drink leisurely, eyes scanning Earl Owen's face flushed with alcohol and desire, and the two Kingsguard sitting upright behind him, hands on hilts. Lord Owen is truly loyal to royal affairs, never forgetting the mission even during feasting, admirable. Euron's voice was smooth as oil, showing no anger. The Iron Islands' loyalty to the Iron Throne is like the rock beneath the drowned god's feet, immutable through ages. How dare we neglect what the king needs? He clapped his hands lightly. The hall doors opened again. A team of Euron's trusted Ironborn filed in carrying items. Heavy wooden barrels thudded dully on the stone floor, rough hemp sacks were dragged, and two men struggled to carry a small chest, obviously for ship use. They were placed one by one on the floor before the delegation, forming a strange contrast with the luxurious banquet around. Iron Island's specialty, fish. Grain. Euron kicked a bulging hemp sack casually, raising a bit of dust. This is the best harvest squeezed from skeletal soil. He pointed to the barrels. Coarse salt, and a little bit of white gold sand. He personally pried open the small chest's lock with a dagger and lifted the lid. Instantly, all firelight in the hall seemed attracted. Inside was not real gold dust, but sea salt of excellent quality, crystalline granules actually shimmering with pale, precious light like gold under the firelight. The Iron Island's gold sand is salt, Lord Owen. Euron's eyes flashed with something near teasing. This is the limit of what we can offer. You know, our islands abound in sea wind, stones, and hard bones, producing everything but surplus grain. As for the salt tax, 3 times is indeed difficult, but this is the sincerity scraped together from the efforts of all salt pans, even scraping salt shakers from dining tables. He opened his arms, a gesture near generous but carrying iron-cold facts. Please take these back to the king. Tell him the Iron Islands will forever remember the royal family's grace. These tributes may not fill the royal treasury and granary, but they are enough to prove our intent. Intent is very important. Ironborn present emitted suppressed chuckles and murmurs. They saw clearly that bit of grain and salt was a drop in the bucket for the Mad King's greed and King's Landing, more like a carefully calculated insulting perfunctory gesture. But it was indeed tribute, enough so these envoys wouldn't return empty-handed, unable to answer to the king. This was an arrogant obedience, a bowing of the head with a sneer. Earl Owen's fat face twitched, his drunkenness seemed half-sobered instantly. He looked at the shabby tribute on the ground, opened his mouth to say something, but finally, under Euron's gaze and the undisguised cold stares of surrounding Ironborn lords, swallowed his words with difficulty. His fat fingers gripped the wine cup tightly, knuckles white. Sir Arthur Dayne's white cloak didn't move, but the knuckles of his hand on the sword hilt tightened slightly. Sir Lewin Martell's sharp gaze swept over the tribute, then Euron's face, a trace of imperceptible assessment and vigilance flashing in his eyes. Euron Greyjoy raised his cup again, as if everything just now was an insignificant interlude. Then, let us continue drinking. To the king's health, to the beautiful future of Westeros. The banquet continued until most people collapsed drunk in the hall. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Invitation to a Gathering. After the night banquet, Lord Owen Merryweather was led by a silent Ironborn through cold, dimly lit spiral staircases and corridors. The stone steps beneath his feet were uneven from erosion by time and sea wind. Torches in niches flickered, casting his plump shadow onto the walls, twisting and shaking just like his current uneasy mood. He was led deep into the sea seal tower to a stone room facing the sea. There was none of the banquet hall's noise and warmth here, only cold stone and a small cluster of flames in the fireplace barely dispelling the chill. Euron Greyjoy stood with his back to him, gazing out the window at the sea, dark as satin and churning with white foam. Hearing footsteps, he turned slowly, eyes flickering with unfathomable light under the dancing firelight. Lord Owen, Euron's voice was smoother than the sea breeze but carried the same chill. I hope Pike's crudeness hasn't slighted an esteemed guest like you too much. Earl Owen forced a smile, abdomen tightening slightly from nervousness. Lord Greyjoy is too polite. The hospitality was very thoughtful. Euron smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. He paced forward without unnecessary pleasantries, lifting 2 items directly from the shadows. They were 2 unremarkable rough hemp sacks, but when they fell into Owen's hands, the heavy weight made his arms drop sharply. The sacks emitted crisp, enticing metallic collisions, gold dragons, so many that the sound alone indicated it far exceeded the scope of a usual gratuity. The other sack was much quieter but more heart-palpitating. Owen's fingers touched the sack and felt fine, heavy granules inside. He instantly understood what it was: the white gold sand that shimmered with pale light at the banquet, top-quality sea salt worth its weight in gold. A small token for your trouble. Euron's eyes fixed tightly on Owen, like a sea monster locking onto prey. Lord Owen travelled across the ocean, a tiring journey, and has to face his grace's ardent expectations. It is truly not easy. Muscles on Earl Owen's fat face twitched slightly. The weight of gold and the value of that salt burned his palms, a shudder mixing greed and fear shot up his spine. He opened his mouth, wanting to utter some decent refusal, but found his throat too dry to make a sound. He knew what accepting these things meant. Euron leaned forward, voice lowering to a viper's hiss, intimate yet full of deadly suggestion, the hardships of the Iron Islands. His Grace, far away in the Red Keep, perhaps finds difficult to truly appreciate. Here we have only salt, stone, and loyal hearts, and generous rewards for friends. I hope my lord can speak a few words of fairness for our hardships before the king. Let his grace understand that our loyalty is far warmer than those cold numbers, isn't it? He stressed the word fairness meaningfully. It wasn't a request, but more like an order, a threat wrapped in gold and silver, salt. Accepting it meant boarding a ship steered by Euron Greyjoy. In these crisis-ridden waters of the Iron Islands, either sail together or be swallowed by the sea. Fine beads of sweat seeped from Earl Owen's forehead, incongruous with the room's chill. He weighed his options rapidly. The Mad King's wrath was distant and terrible, but this bag of treasure was tangible, and this eyed man's threat was close at hand, bone-chillingly cold. His fat fingers tightened abruptly, clutching the sack opening like a drowning man grabbing driftwood. I deeply feel Lord Greyjoy's sincerity. He finally found his voice, carrying a trace of imperceptible trembling. The Iron Islands, difficulties, I will certainly report truthfully and earnestly to the king. The smile on Euron's face deepened into a cruel smile of all-knowing control. He nodded with satisfaction, as if having just completed an incredibly fair trade. That would be best. He stepped back, receding into the shadows at the edge of the firelight, leaving only a silhouette and that burning eye. May the friendship between us be as solid as the rocks of the Iron Islands. The journey is long, Lord Owen, please rest well. Earl Owen almost stumbled out of the stone room, clutching the two heavy sacks to his chest like two scalding hearts ready to explode. Gold dragons and white gold sand were given only to the hand of the king. Giving them to the two kings' guard would be an insult to them, no different from a slap in the face. Most guests were already drunk and asleep. Only the heavy footsteps of patrolling Ironborn and the ceaseless sound of waves hitting the shore interwove. In this silence, Sir Arthur Dane found Euron Greyjoy. Lord Greyjoy. Sir Arthur spoke, voice steady but carrying undeniable weight, breaking the sea's whispers. Call me Euron, I dare not accept Lord. Euron declined repeatedly, eyes reflecting broken moonlight, emotion unreadable. Sir Dane, the night is long, yet you do not rest? Is Pike's bed too hard for a white knight's refined bones? Arthur ignored the subtle mockery, shaking his head with a smile. Next month, Lord Tywin Lannister will hold a grand banquet at Lanny Sport. Celebrating his children's 15th name day, and formally holding the knighting ceremony for Jaime Lannister. He paused slightly, observing Euron's reaction, articulating clearly, prominent lords across the Seven Kingdoms will receive invitations. Did the Iron Islands receive that raven from Casterly Rock? Will you go? Euron narrowed his eyes slightly. He had indeed received the letter sealed with the lion crest. Cold lead grey paper, wording rigorous and distant. He had originally categorized it as polite correspondence to ignore. Leaving his sphere of influence at this delicate moment to go deep into the lion's den of the Westerlands wasn't wise. He preferred to watch Westeros changing winds from this familiar land of salt and stone. However, the one asking now wasn't a messenger, but the sword of the morning, Arthur Dane himself. His appearance and personal inquiry were almost equivalent to the royal family's silent gaze and expectation. Refusal might be interpreted as double contempt for the Iron Throne and the Westerlands alliance. The sea wind whipped the hem of Euron's black robe. He was silent for a moment, gaze turning again to the dark sea, as if weighing the undercurrents beneath the waves. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the rough stone grains on the windowsill. Tywin Lannister's grand feast, a lion's den surrounded by wolves, an excellent opportunity to observe future rivals, or allies, personally. A stage to display the Iron Islands' new face before the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms? Risks and opportunities intertwined like twin krakens. Finally, Euron turned back to face Arthur Dayne, House Lannister's grand gathering. He spoke slowly, voice like night tide rubbing against gravel. Surely the Golden Lion's treasures will be blinding, and Westerland's wine much sweeter than ours. His tone shifted, becoming brisk but hiding an edge. Since the Sword of the Morning invites personally, representing the graciousness of the King and Lord Tywin, how can the Iron Islands fail this sincerity? Euron Greyjoy made his decision, voice clear and certain. I would be happy to see, if the gold of Lanny Sport truly shines as legend says. Hearing this, Sir Arthur Dayne let out a clear, low laugh tinged with slight emotion. The laughter was exceptionally distinct in the cold sea wind, seemingly dispelling some of the night's heaviness. He shook his head, moonlight flowing over his perfect jawline and the white cloak on his shoulders. Smart people are sometimes like this. Arthur Dayne's tone carried a near-tolerant teasing, yet hit the nail on the head. Thinking too much, seeing a simple ball of thread as a web full of traps. Arthur Dayne stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Euron looking at the sea swallowing the moonlight. Inviting you is not the king's decree, nor Lord Tywin's instruction. Merely my personal wish. He turned his head to look at Euron. Because Lord Tywin invited me to, and I am the one who knighted Jaime Lannister. This is my honor and duty. His voice became more pragmatic, even carrying a bit of elder-like guidance, though their age difference might not be that vast. At that banquet, half of Westeros' young elites will gather. They are Lord Tywin's son, future Duke of Casterly Rock, the Red Viper of Dorne, young men from the Riverlands, the Vale, from major houses soon to inherit family businesses. He paused, letting the sea wind fill the brief silence to let his words imprint more clearly. They will be lords ruling regions, holding authority, deciding war and peace. You, heir to the Iron Islands, shouldn't you get to know your future contemporaries in advance? He used the word contemporaries rather than friends or enemies, measuring the nuance perfectly. It's not a feast at Hongate requiring you to take a side immediately, Greyjoy. At least not yet. Arthur's tone slowed, carrying a rare, almost sincere admonition. It's just an opportunity. A chance to step out of Pike's sea wind and salt mist, to see the outside world with your own eyes. Look at the faces you will deal with in the future, listen to what they chat about how they live daily, whether they love poetry, romance, or prefer discussing iron ore, fleets, or taxes. This is more useful than guessing 1,000 times here. His gaze became sharp again, but with less scrutiny and more substantive advice. The Iron Islands cannot just be the Iron Islands forever. Knowing new friends, or at least recognizing future opponents clearly, this itself is a form of power. Didn't you say you wanted to integrate the Iron Islands into the Seven Kingdoms? You can treat this gathering as a start for integration. Euron was stunned. He hadn't expected Sir Arthur Dayne to take his casual remark yesterday to heart. He bowed sincerely and promised, "Thank you. I will definitely be there." After dawn, Euron saw the royal ship off. He waved incessantly from the shore. The hand of the king thought Euron was greeting him and waved back. Little did he know, Euron only wanted to see off Sir Arthur Dayne. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Lannister the Matchmaking Assembly. Quellan Greyjoy hurried back before the Lannister family's grand event, specifically bringing his son Euron to Lanny Sport. The noise and luxury of Lanny Sport formed a sharp contrast with the rough coldness of Pike. In this grand event, ostensibly for celebration but actually to display Lannister power and weave alliances, Euron Greyjoy, the second son from the Iron Islands, stepped into the core of Westeros' top power social circle for the first time. Euron wore a smile, seeming very close to everyone, but in reality, he watched coldly from the sidelines like a spectator outside the play, observing these future protagonists not yet fully carved by fate. Duke Tywin Lannister sat at the head seat, like a golden lion, majestic, indifferent. His pale green eyes flickered with the light of calculating everything, as if every guest present was a chess piece on his grand blueprint. Beside Tywin were the dazzling twins Jaime Lannister and Cersei Lannister. 15-year-old Jaime already possessed handsome looks and spirited demeanor that eclipsed the sun. Golden hair, emerald green eyes, and a confident smile bordering on arrogance hung on his lips, as if the whole world should applaud him by right. His sister Cersei Lannister was breathtakingly beautiful, with golden hair and green eyes, unparalleled in looks. She wore an exquisite dress with perfect deportment, but in those emerald eyes so similar to her father's, hidden were ambition, arrogance, keenness, and a trace of imperceptible paranoia inconsistent with her age. Euron's gaze swept the crowd, seeing more familiar yet strange young faces. From the Stormlands, young Robert Baratheon already showed a bear-like physique and bold spirit. He was laughing loudly and drinking mead, though his eyes still held unconcealable exhaustion and sadness, likely over his parents' death. Eddard Stark and his brother Brandon Stark, heir to Winterfell. Eddard was quiet and steady, his brow already showing the fortitude of a Lord of the North. Brandon was more outwardly fiery, known as the Wild Wolf. Shuttling Loki among guests, Peter Baelish, Littlefinger, of humble birth but with sharp eyes, glanced around flexibly with a shrewd look. The three children of Duke Hoster Tully of the Riverlands, eldest daughter Catelyn Tully, dignified with red hair and blue eyes, a standard noble lady, her sister Lisa seemed shyer and more sensitive, her looks far inferior to her sister. Young Ed Muir Tully appeared slightly immature and a bit dull. Sir Arthur Dayne of Starfall was also present. Beside him was a woman with the same violet eyes and demure temperament, his sister Ashura Dayne. The youngest daughter of the Lord of the North, Lyanna Stark. She carried a wild beauty incompatible with the surrounding exquisiteness, her smile uninhibited and free. Members of House Frey from the Crossing, such as Rhaegar Frey, note, likely a minor Frey or typo, meant Valder's brood. Arianne Martell of Dorne had also arrived, bringing the South's passion and mystery, beautiful beyond things. From House Selmy, Nissa of Barristan the bold Barristan Selmy. From House Tyrell of Highgarden, the heir Willis Tyrell. Domeric Bolton of the Dread Fort in the north, the only legitimate son and heir of Lord Roose Bolton. Barbry Ryswell, youngest daughter of Lord Roderick Ryswell of the Rills. When Euron Greyjoy's gaze swept the noisy hall again, a sudden realization poured over him like ice water. He noticed that almost every prominent noble gathered here from all corners of the Seven Kingdoms was a parent duke, earl, or lord, inevitably accompanied by one, sometimes multiple, young heirs similar in age to Jaime and Cersei Lannister. These young men and women were all dressed in finery, their behavior carrying practiced elegance and reserve. And sitting at the head, Duke Tywin Lannister's pale green, deep pool-like eyes were slowly, untraceably scanning every eligible young person with a near-cruel scrutiny, assessing their family background, deportment, and value, as if counting a batch of precious livestock waiting to be sold. At this moment, the strange expression on his brother Balon's face before departure, that half-smile, hesitant speech, suddenly had a reasonable explanation. Euron instantly understood why his father Quellin was whispering with other lords, pointing at the young people in the field, exchanging low comments that wasn't simple chat, but a silent negotiation about alliances and bloodlines. All clues connected at this moment, pointing to a startling fact: he, Euron Greyjoy, was not merely here to observe a knighting ceremony. He had unwittingly stepped onto a chessboard meticulously laid out by Tywin Lannister, the most calculating Golden Lion, a massive matchmaking assembly for the top noble youth of all Westeros. Duke Tywin was using his daughter's beauty and son's inheritance rights as bait, calmly screening, evaluating, and attempting to bind the highest quality alliance partners for his family's eternal power. The air was filled not just with the scent of sweet wine and melodious music, but with something invisible yet deadlier: cold, precise calculations regarding power, bloodlines, and future unions. Behind every smile and every dance might lie the future of a river or a castle. Euron looked around the venue of fragrant clothes and surging undercurrents, a bitter smile only he understood curling his lips. He thought inwardly, seems no matter which world or era, one can't escape the awkward yet expectant drama of matchmaking. Since it was unavoidable, he simply relaxed his mind. Fine, discussing marriage at 10 is a fantasy in my past life, but here, in this world of ice and fire, it's the standard, most realistic script for the noble class. Since I'm here, I might as well keep my eyes open and try to find a girl to my liking, right? At this time, House Greyjoy finished exchanging pleasantries with old friends and returned to his son. Their eyes met. Seeing the look of understanding and teasing in Euron's eyes, House immediately knew one of his purposes for this trip had been seen through by this overly clever son. Actually, there's no need to hide it from me, Euron spoke first, tone relaxed as if discussing the weather. I never said I didn't want a wife. House grunted, voice low and realistic. In noble marriages, there's never such a thing as mutual affection sung in ballads. Only interests, only power, these are the eternal foundations. Euron smiled bitterly, speaking of which, finding a rock wife in the Iron Islands has always been done within our own archipelago. Is it appropriate for me to suddenly marry a noble woman from the Seven Kingdoms? Will other lords have thoughts? You are only the second son. Quellan interrupted him, tone decisive. Your brother Balon is the heir to the Iron Islands. He has already followed ancient customs and married an Ironborn as a rock wife, stabilizing the foundation. You have no such obligation. Your marriage can be the tentacle House Greyjoy extends outward. Euron stroked his chin, eyes flashing with practical light. All right, in that case, at least find someone beautiful, virtuous, gentle, and clean. He stated his most simple requirements. Hearing this, Quellan almost laughed in anger. He pointed his chin at the prominent noble girls in the hall, sneering, look whose daughters these are? Tully, Stark, Martell. What qualifications does a second son of the Iron Islands have to pick and choose here? Humph, if anyone takes a fancy to you and is willing to accept a marriage proposal, it's already the drowned god's blessing. Fair point. In that case, why bring me here? To be embarrassed? Euron rolled his eyes. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Ashura Dane. On the map of Westeros, when it comes to wealth and power, no one surpasses the Lannisters. Their sigil is a golden lion roaring proudly on a crimson field, and their house words "Hear me roar" are solemn and powerful. However, more well-known and feared throughout the Seven Kingdoms is their unofficial motto, not carved on their crest, "A Lannister always pays his debts." The promise and threat contained in this simple sentence far exceed their official words and fame. It represents an unquestionable fulfillment, whether a debt of gratitude or a grudge. Tywin Lannister might have many enemies, and his nature might be cold to the point of harshness, but he never lacks two things, unmatched gold, and the ruthless efficiency to use that gold to achieve his ends. He is never stingy with spending, especially when he intends to display family strength, win over, or deter parties through grand occasions. Therefore, this grand gathering personally organized by him, bringing together almost all the dignitaries of Westeros, reached a jaw-dropping level of luxury. Century-old golden arbor wine was supplied unlimitedly like common ale. Tables were piled with rare delicacies from all over the world, from Dorne's spicy dragon peppers and Riverland's fat trout to spices and candied fruits from the Far East across the ocean. Even the serving girls shuttling among guests, delivering delicacies and wine, were carefully selected. Dressed in uniform attire, each beautiful and elegant, they themselves became a flowing, pleasing scenery in this feast of power, silently speaking of House Lannister's bottomless financial power and ultimate control over details. What Tywin Lannister initially plotted was the closest marriage alliance with the Iron Throne, marrying his daughter Cersei Lannister to Crown Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, thereby thoroughly binding the bloodline of Casterly Rock with the true Dragon dynasty. However, at a banquet carefully organized by Tywin in King's Landing, after eating and drinking his fill, the Mad King Aerys flatly rejected this proposal in an extremely contemptuous and humiliating manner in front of the entire court, then announced the news of a marriage alliance with Dorne. This public slap in the face caused the Lion and Dragon houses, already cracking due to suspicion and jealousy, to break completely. At this moment, Tywin sat upright in the seat of honor. No ripple could be seen on his usually stone-cold face, but everyone knew that humiliation must be burning like lava in his heart. Now, he turned his gaze to other top nobles of Westeros, seeking valuable marriage partners for his heir Jaime and daughter Cersei to weave a new network of power. Beside him, young lords who would shake the foundation of the dynasty in the future were chatting happily with him, the representative of the North, father of Brandon and Eddard, Rickard Stark, the representative of the Vale, Lord Jon Arryn, House Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, Lord Hoster Tully of the Riverlands and his children, and the young lord of the Stormlands who already showed a bear-like physique and heroic spirit Robert Baratheon. They surrounded Tywin, their conversations low and continuous. Every smile and every nod could concern the future ownership of a river, a valley, or an ocean. Euron Greyjoy stood a little further down, calmly observing the scene on the high platform. Suddenly, a cold and clear thought flashed through his mind like lightning, making him almost hold his breath. Those sitting up there chatting enthusiastically with Tywin, aren't they precisely the core leaders of the future usurpers' war that will sweep the Seven Kingdoms and overthrow the Targaryen dynasty? In this moment, the luxurious banquet before him seemed to lose its luster, revealing the turbulent historical undercurrents beneath. He felt as if he were standing before the loom of fate, witnessing those crucial threads being quietly twisted together in Tywin Lannister's hall. The atmosphere of the banquet was in full swing, melodious music flowed through the brilliant hall. Suddenly, Sir Arthur Dayne crossed the crowd and came to Euron. Beside him was a graceful, demure woman with violet eyes similar to Arthur's, deep and moving as a starry night. "Euron Greyjoy," Arthur's voice was steady and solemn, "allow me to introduce my sister, Ashura Dayne." Euron was slightly stunned but quickly recovered his usual composure. He bowed elegantly to Ashura, extending his hand in invitation. "It is my honor. Lady Ashura, may I have the honor of asking you for a dance?" A faint blush instantly dyed Ashura's cheeks. She shyly placed her hand lightly in Euron's and nodded. They stepped onto the dance floor. Euron's steps were unexpectedly fluid and precise, leading Ashura to spin in the melody. When the song ended, the blush on Ashura's face deepened. After whispering thanks, she quickly returned to her brother like a startled deer. After whispering a few sentences, Ashura Dayne ran away shyly. Euron looked at Arthur Dayne, tone carrying a bit of self-mocking bitterness. "Sir Arthur, you should know very well I am only the second son of the Iron Islands. If you truly marry your sister, the Pearl of Starfall, to me, it would be too much of an injustice to her." Arthur Dayne shook his head, his gaze sharp and sincere, as if seeing through appearances. "No, you are a piece of uncut jade not yet fully discovered by the world. They despise you only because of your origin and age, but they haven't seen your true brilliance. Or do you look down on my sister?" Arthur Dayne's tone was calm but carried an unavoidable sharpness. Euron immediately shook his head, his answer sincere and cautious. "No, absolutely not. Lady Ashura is like a pearl fallen from the stars, beautiful, gentle, with extraordinary temperament. Marrying her would be the greatest honor for any man, and I am no exception." He changed the subject, tone becoming more pragmatic. "Only, marriage is a major event, ultimately, mutual affection is best. Moreover, for such an important decision, my father Lord Quellin also needs." A trace of understanding flashed in Arthur Dayne's deep violet eyes. He reached out, patting Euron's shoulder firmly and solemnly, interrupting him. "I understand." His voice lowered, revealing deep affection for his sister. "Our parents passed early. Ashura is my beloved kin, raised by my own hand. In such matters, I must also respect Ashura's own wishes. And my only hope is not to find her the husband with the highest status, but one she truly loves, and who will love her deeply in return." These words transcended the cold calculations of usual noble marriages, revealing the warmth and principles deep within this legendary knight's heart. They raised their cups and drank a toast, everything understood without words. Just then, a burst of heroic, loud laughter interrupted the moment of tranquility. The heir to the Stormlands, Robert Baratheon, rushed over like a whirlwind of joy, his bare strong arm wrapping around Arthur Dayne's shoulder. "Sir Arthur! First Sword of Westeros! Paragon of true knights!" Robert's voice resounded all around, full of pure enthusiasm and belligerence. "Don't just drink and chat, come, come, come. Let's go to the courtyard outside and spar. Let me see just how formidable the Sword of the Morning is." Brooking no refusal, he laughed loudly and half-pushed, half-pulled the somewhat helpless Arthur Dayne away from Euron, leaving Euron standing alone. Robert Baratheon seemed to have completely ignored Euron standing beside the Sword of the Morning. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, Cersei Lannister. Soon after, another lively figure burst into Euron's view. Arianne Martell of Dorne, like a dexterous sand snake, blinked her cunning big eyes and jumped in front of him. "Hey! My uncle Oberyn mentioned you to me." Arianne Martell, daughter of the Prince of Dorne and Lord of Sun's Pair, Doran Nymeros Martell, and niece of the Red Viper Oberyn Martell. "Oh!" Euron raised an eyebrow, smiling playfully. "Surely he said plenty of bad things about me." "Quite the opposite." Arianne's voice was crisp and enthusiastic. "I've almost never heard my uncle praise someone like that, especially someone so much younger than him. He told me, if you must marry, Arianne, marrying that Iron Islands kid, you absolutely won't lose out." Euron was amused by her straightforward words. He blinked, teasing her deliberately. "You were definitely tricked by your uncle. He probably just wanted an excuse to marry you, a troublemaker, far away to that bitter cold barren island of the Iron Islands." Arianne Martell, like a ball of leaping Dornish sun, came straight to Euron with the passion of a sand sea. She unhesitatingly reached out, actively grabbing Euron's wrist, her hearty laughter crisp and pleasant. "Come! Let's dance!" Her cheeks flushed with excitement, a color dyed by Dornish sunshine and uninhibited blood. She didn't mind the close distance between them at all, instead, she was open and natural. This actually caught the usually bold Euron off guard, rarely revealing a few moments of awkwardness belonging to his age. The unique scent on the girl, mixing exotic sweet fragrance and sunshine, lingered at his nose, actually making him momentarily dazed. In the spinning dance steps, she suddenly looked up, those cunning and bright big eyes looking straight at him, asking boldly, "Am I beautiful?" "Beautiful." Euron answered almost without thinking. "Just that." She pouted dissatisfiedly, with a trace of playful provocation. "No better adjectives? Like stars? Like the moon? Or like the son of Dorne?" She had obviously heard Euron's conversation with Arthur Dayne just now and deliberately used his metaphors praising Ashura to tease him. This overly straightforward questioning left Euron speechless for a moment, stammering, Well. Ha ha ha, teasing you." Seeing this, Arianne burst into hearty laughter, happy as if a prank succeeded. "But seriously, wanting to marry me, Arianne Martell, isn't that easy? Even if my uncle Oberyn praises you to the sky, it won't do." Her tone was confident and proud, carrying the unique edge of a Dornish princess. The dance ended, music paused. Her gaze, like the most agile falcon, immediately locked onto a new target, the solemn-faced, prematurely mature Eddard Stark by the dance floor. She immediately let go of Euron's hand, like a happy sand lark discovering a new playmate, running towards Eddard with skirts flying, leaving Euron standing there, savouring that dazzling Dornish whirlwind alone. Just as the atmosphere was relaxed, his father Quellan Greyjoy waved to Euron not far away. Euron moved his gaze from Arianne and walked towards his father. Quellan was standing with Duke Tywin Lannister. He introduced his son Euron to the Warden of the West. Tywin Lannister's pale green eyes, like a frozen lake, slowly and oppressively scrutinized Euron, as if assessing the value of strategic material. Tywin's voice was low and steady, as if stating a law natural as sunrise and sunset: Lannister gold mines will be dug empty one day. His pale green eyes were sharp as a hawk, looking straight at Euron. But the Iron Islands' white gold sand can be sourced endlessly from the deep sea. Continuing like this, one day, the title of richest in Westeros might change hands to your House Greyjoy. Facing these words seemingly of praise but full of scrutiny and probing, Euron bowed slightly, attitude humble and calm, his response watertight: Lord Tywin, you jest. White gold sand production is sparse and refining difficult. How can it compare to Casterly Rock's bottomless gold veins? The Iron Islands are barren, located in a remote corner far from the mainland's rich lands. Wanting to claim the title of richest merely by selling salt is tantamount to a fool's dream, fishing for the moon in water baseless. A trace of unreadable expression flashed in Tywin's eyes. He changed the subject, like an experienced hunter changing tracks. I heard that for the past 3 years, you traveled across the narrow sea in Essos. This wasn't a question, but a lead-in. Euron pondered slightly, as if countless scenes of beacon fires and different faces flashed rapidly in his mind, then answered slowly: Ancient Eastern sages said, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. And traveling 10,000 miles is not as good as meeting countless people. His voice carried a precipitation beyond his age. Every city has its unique pulse and charm, every people has its distinct temperament and wisdom. Only by seeing the luxury and deceit of the free cities with one's own eyes, experiencing the vastness and cruelty of the Dothraki Sea, contacting all kinds of princes, priests, mercenaries, and slaves, can one truly understand the vastness of the world, and truly realize one's own insignificance. This answer frankly stated his experience and implicitly displayed insight and growth far beyond the scope of an ordinary 10-year-old boy. Tywin Lannister quietly savored Euron's answer. That insight and steadiness far beyond his age caused a trace of genuine appreciation to light up imperceptibly in his pale green eyes. He nodded extremely slightly, then raised his hand, speaking with the solemn gesture of introducing an important figure. Very good. Then, allow me to introduce my daughter, Cersei Lannister. A tall, blonde, green-eyed girl stepped forward at the sound. Her beauty was like a carefully carved gem, brilliant but with cold edges. Euron met her scrutinizing gaze frankly, elegantly taking her slender white hand and planting a light, proper kiss on the back of her hand. Second son of King Quellan of the Iron Islands, Euron Greyjoy. The honor is mine, Lady Cersei. Cersei Lannister's voice was as cold as the winter wind in King's Landing, carrying an alienation inconsistent with her age. Hello. Honored to meet you. However, just as her gaze lowered and unintentionally glimpsed Euron's strange pupils, the left eye dark as a deep pool, the right eye blue as a glacier, her expression froze for an instant. This heterochromia suddenly stung the deepest disgust in her heart, instantly reminding her of her dwarf brother Tyrion, who also possessed different colored eyes and whom she regarded as the family shame. Hating the house and its crow, that indelible anger transference immediately cast an unspeakable layer of aversion over this Iron Islands boy she met for the first time. Euron clearly captured the flash of disgust and cold retreat in her eyes, but he only released her hand calmly, expression unchanged. Knowing the temperament and fate of this future Lion Queen well, he naturally wouldn't take her coldness based on prejudice to heart. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Tyrion Lannister. After Tywin Lannister finished introducing his daughter, his gaze naturally shifted to the son who had been standing beside her all along, like her mirror image. These blonde, green-eyed twins were always inseparable, the most dazzling and tightest alliance in Casterly Rock. This is my eldest son and heir, Jaime Lannister. Tywin's voice carried a trace of imperceptible regard, different from when introducing Cersei. Jaime Lannister stepped forward, his nearly perfect face overflowing with sun-like confidence and curiosity, a sharp contrast to Cersei's coldness. He looked at Euron undisguisedly, lips curling into a rather charming smile. Sir Arthur mentioned you to me, his voice brisk. He said you also use dual swords, and your swordsmanship is quite good. After the banquet, we must find a chance to spar." Euron bowed slightly, tone humble and appropriate. "It is the sword of the morning who overpraised me. As you know, he is always happy to encourage juniors." He cleverly defused the potential contest into guidance from a senior. However, Jaime then blinked and blurted out an inappropriate comment, "Hey, your eyes are really special. Like my brother's, they are two different colors." These words were spoken lightly, but instantly made Cersei's face even colder beside him, and caused a ripple of awkwardness in the air. Duke Tywin keenly captured the change in his daughter's mood. His sharp gaze swept over Cersei's face, understanding she had no interest in this second son of the Iron Islands. Thus, he completely ignored the youngest son hiding in some unknown corner, as if he didn't exist in the family tree, and ended this introduction. Watching Tywin Lannister turn and leave with his dazzling children, merging into the noisy guests, Quellan Greyjoy keenly sensed the lingering coldness in the air. He walked to his son's side, voice pressed extremely low, carrying the Ironborn's unique straightforwardness. "Looks like this is a no-go. That girl didn't take a fancy to you." His tone held no regret, more like stating an observed fact. Euron didn't appear disappointed. He pondered for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Then, what do you think of Ashura Dane?" "House Dane?" Quellan's thick eyebrows raised slightly. "Dorne, House Dane of Starfall? That sister of Sword of the Morning Arthur Dane," he confirmed, tone carrying the implication of weighing pros and cons. Seeing Euron nod affirmatively, Quellan fell into brief thought. Marrying into Dorne's most prestigious knightly family, the advantages and disadvantages needed quick assessment. Starfall. The reputation of the Sword of the Morning is indeed a heavy dowry, he finally said deeply, not rejecting immediately. "No rush on this matter, but it can be considered." He gave an answer leaving ample room. Finished speaking, Quellan turned to walk toward other lords, continuing his socializing and observation. Just as Quellan turned away, Euron's gaze slowly swept the edge of the noisy hall. In a shadow-shrouded corner, he saw a lonely, small figure, Tyrion Lannister, standing alone holding a cup disproportionate to his size, looking at the lively center with complex eyes, like a forgotten grey silhouette. And Euron made a choice almost no noble present would make. He didn't chase those glamorous figures but walked straight towards that corner deliberately ignored by everyone, towards Tyrion Lannister sitting alone in the shadows. He stopped in front of the little dwarf. Their eyes met. Euron revealed no pity or curiosity, just pointed to his own strange eyes, one black, one blue, and bloomed a frank, malice-free smile. "Look, we are the same. Both heterochromatic." The noise of the banquet hall was like a warm tide beating against the resplendent walls, yet leaving cold shadows in certain corners. Tyrion Lannister curled alone in such a shadow-shrouded alcove, a nearly untouched cup of golden wine at his feet. He watched the spinning crowd on the dance floor, watched his brother Jaime's dazzling figure, eyes mixing admiration, self-mockery, and a trace of imperceptible bitterness. Euron Greyjoy approached silently like a ghost, following Tyrion's gaze, easily capturing that golden, highly focused center of attention. Cersei Lannister. Tyrion sensed his gaze. Without turning back, he just shrugged, masking real emotions with a cynical tone. "That's a pity then. My sister who hates me very much will definitely look down on you for this reason." Euron let out a low laugh, like gravel rubbing together. "Hat," his eyes flashed with playful light, "if I said I don't like arrogant, narrow-minded women who are impossible to control, would you believe me?" His evaluation was precise and cruel, pointing straight at Cersei's core. Tyrion finally turned his head, face wearing the dwarf's characteristic defensive mockery. "You dislike my sister's personality, but you surely like her looks, and her figure." "I still have that much self-awareness." "Haha, that's true," Euron admitted frankly, gaze sweeping over that bright color in the hall again. "Men in Westeros who don't like your sister's looks and figure are probably rarer than living dragons." His praise carried no warmth, more like assessing a precious trophy. Tyrion took a large gulp of wine, tone becoming stiff, as if driving something away. You don't need to pity me. Days like today aren't suitable for chatting with a dwarf like me. Go find those glamorous people. Euron didn't leave. He leaned against the cold stone wall, posture leisurely, as if this were the center of the banquet. Pity you? Euron repeated, tone carrying genuine surprise, then turning into a cold equality. I am a second son. Though not a dwarf or a bastard, in such occasions, a second son isn't much more popular than a dwarf. A second son without inheritance rights seems to have much fewer rights to choose. He looked down at Tyrion, eyes devoid of ordinary pity or disgust, only a near cruel bluntness. I don't pity you. What's pitiful about a dwarf? Besides being shorter than normal people, is there any other difference? His gaze deliberately moved down, sweeping over Tyrion's crotch with crude teasing. Did it shrink down there too? This incredibly vulgar joke pierced Tyrion's defensive shell instead. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, he straightened his small body abruptly, face flushing with angry blood. Bullshit. I am a man among men. A super stud. He growled, voice somewhat high-pitched from excitement. Euron laughed loudly, seemingly very satisfied with this reaction. That's good then. He stopped laughing, eyes becoming sharp. So, you shouldn't hide in this corner like a sinner awaiting judgment. Dwarves aren't welcome, dwarves are monsters. Tyrion's voice lowered, carrying a trace of imperceptible trembling. My father doesn't want me out there losing his face. These words hit ice thorns accumulated over years. But, Euron's voice was decisive, interrupting his self-pity. You are a dwarf, will be a dwarf all your life, this is an unchangeable fact. You are the third son of Lannister, all Westeros knows it. No matter where you hide, in however dark a corner, this fact won't change. Worrying about unchangeable facts is for fools. He extended a finger, almost poking Tyrion's forehead. So, you should walk out openly, hold your head high, and tell them openly even if I'm shorter than others, I am still Lannister seed. Tell those muscle-brained idiots, so what if I'm a dwarf? I'm shorter than you, but I can crush you with my mouth and IQ until you kneel and lick my boot soles. A dwarf in body can be a giant in knowledge and wisdom. To make others accept you, first, you must accept yourself. Admit your shortcomings, recognize your advantages, then you can see the road you must walk. If you always exist in shadows, you will forever be just an unacknowledged shadow dwarf. Tyrion was completely stunned. He had heard countless pity, ridicule, and disgust, but never had anyone spoken such near-inspiring words to him in such a cold and unbiased tone. There was no false comfort in these words, only naked admission of reality and a philosophy of counterattack. His small fingers gripped the wine cup tightly, eyes flashing with complex light, falling into deep thought. Just then, brisk footsteps interrupted the heavy atmosphere in this corner. Jaime Lannister split the shadows like a ray of golden sunlight. With a brilliant smile on his face, he grabbed Euron's shoulder, movement natural and full of strength. Hey! Greyjoy! Hiding here chatting what profound philosophy with my brother. He laughed heartily, then pulled Euron up without explanation. Go! The courtyard outside is bright. They all say your swordsmanship inherits the water dancer's true teachings. Spar with me. Let me see if your blade is fast or my sword is sharp. Half pushed, half pulled away by Jaime, Euron looked back at Tyrion. That strange light in his eyes flashed past, as if saying, see, I told you. Your brother is exactly that kind of muscle-brained idiot. Tyrion smiled, remaining alone in the shadows, watching the retreating backs of the two. The hall's noise wrapped him again, but this time, something in his heart seemed quietly different. He slowly put down the wine cup, spine seeming a little bit straighter. Chapter 69, Jaime Lannister. An open-air training ground paved with fine sand on the west side of Casterly Rock was now illuminated as bright as day by countless torches and lanterns, becoming an unexpected climax of the banquet. The noise spread from the hall to here. Nobles holding wine cups formed a circle, staring intently at the two in the field. Jaime Lannister had already taken off his luxurious outer robe, wearing only a flexible leather jerkin suitable for movement. His golden hair looked like flowing molten gold under the firelight. Holding a blunt practice sword, his posture was elegant and confident, like a young lion poised to strike. Every glance and every step overflowed with Lannister pride and absolute confidence in his swordsmanship. Opposite him, Euron Greyjoy was still in dark clothing, incongruous with the surrounding splendor. In his hands were two slender light swords, twirling in sword flourishes. He didn't assume a common knightly stance but lowered his waist slightly, sword tips pointing diagonally to the ground, posture relaxed to the point of casualness. Only that single eye locked sharply onto Jaime. "Begin!" someone shouted. Jaime launched an attack immediately. His sword was fast as a viper's strike, piercing straight towards Euron's middle with a whistle of wind, standard Westerland's swordsmanship, efficient and full of power. However, Euron didn't block hard. His body slid sideways and backward with a near dance-like flexibility. Simultaneously, his wrists flipped, the two long swords in his hands entangled Jaime's blade like water weeds, pulling and guiding, cleverly unloading this fierce strike. The moment their weapons touched, the Pirate King System's ability Dora-Key test, LV.1 checked Jaime Lannister's attributes. Jaime Lannister 266 AC, 14 years old. Strength, 19, 10. Agility, 12, 10. Stamina, 16, 10. Spirit, 10, 10. Command, 12, 10. Charm, 22, 10. Dora-Key value, 1890. Is this water dancer technique? Someone in the crowd who had been to bravos across the narrow sea whispered. Jaime was slightly stunned, then his offense became fiercer, sword light like a waterfall, continuous and unending. His steps were steady, power abundant, every hack carried the momentum to shatter shields. But Euron's movements became increasingly eerie. He seemed boneless, always dodging the blade edge with minimal movement in the nick of time. His movement trajectory was like paper fluttering in the wind, paper art, unpredictable. The two long swords in his hands were sometimes heavy as giant axes, sometimes light and tricky as rapiers, switching freely between various styles, even mixed with strange footwork from across the narrow sea. Euron thought to himself, Jaime Lannister's strength is higher than mine, but agility is lower. To defeat him, I must use my strength's flexible swordsmanship and footwork. Two people, three swords, clanging sounds in the field were incessant, sparks flying. Jaime's magnificent swiftness contrasted sharply with Euron's eerie flexibility. Euron didn't rush to attack, more like guiding a dance of death, consuming Jaime's stamina and patience. Suddenly, in a seemingly retreating movement, Euron exerted force abruptly. His body shot forward like a spring. The two long swords drew a weird arc, bypassing Jaime's block. The tip of the right-hand sword stopped abruptly, lightly tapping an inch in front of Jaime's Adam's apple. The entire field went instantly silent. Jaime's movements froze. He could clearly feel the cold touch and threat of death from the blunt tip. A trace of disbelief flashed in his azure eyes. Euron slowly withdrew his sword, stepped back, no triumph in his mismatched eyes. Jaime took a deep breath. Surprise faded from his face, turning into warrior's magnanimity. He shook his golden hair and said loudly, "What a fast change of moves! I lost the first round." The second time, Jaime was more cautious, trying to suppress with strength, forcing Euron into a head-on collision. But Euron displayed that ghostly movement again, slippery as a loach, always avoiding frontal confrontation just before power was fully released. Then came another unexpected dash, sword tip hitting the same spot again at an incredible angle. Fine sweat seeped from Jaime's forehead. The third time, Jaime almost used his full strength, sword momentum violent as thunder. But Euron seemed to predict all his movements, finding gaps in the storm-like attacks, like a black bolt of lightning. Shing! The blunt sword tip hovered precisely in front of Jaime's throat for the third time, motionless. This time, the silence lasted longer. Everyone saw clearly, this was no fluke. Jaime Lannister looked at the sword tip before his throat, then at Euron's rippleless face. He intended to step back, but accidentally tripped and fell backward. Half lying on the sand, he burst into laughter, a laughter of complete defeat yet hearty relief. He threw away the practiced sword, spreading his hands. Enough, enough. I yield. Euron Greyjoy, did you steal these skills from the drowned god's treasury? Damned wicked! Euron laughed too, no longer that cold arc, but a genuine, wild smile. He reached out and pulled Jaime up. Sir Jaime, let me win, his tone became humble. I relied on flexibility and tricky footwork. On a battlefield, with both of us in heavy armor, your strength and orthodox swordsmanship would easily shatter my bones. The loser would definitely be me. He cleverly gave the other a way out and pointed out the limitations of his own style. These words displayed strength while giving enough face to the Lannisters, drawing cheers from around. Jaime patted his shoulder hard, eyes devoid of contempt, holding only respect for the strong and intense interest. You defeated, Jaime Lannister, 14 years old, obtained 80 points. This brilliant contest was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. The blood of the belligerent was thoroughly ignited. Damn! Too splendid! Robert Baratheon's huge voice rang out first. He pushed through the crowd, eyes shining with the excitement of meeting rare prey. Greyjoy! Come come come! Exchange a few moves with me, Robert. Let me see if your water dance can dodge my war hammer. Though he held no hammer at the moment. Brandon Stark also squeezed forward, wolf-like eyes burning with fighting spirit. Northerners also want to experience Iron Island's swordsmanship. Euron, can't let Westerners take all the glory. Even the usually steady Eddard Stark showed thick curiosity and eagerness in his eyes. For a time, Euron Greyjoy, the second son of the Iron Islands who was originally marginal at the banquet, instantly became the focus of all martial nobles. They gathered around, no longer out of politeness or curiosity, but purely out of the desire to challenge a strong opponent, purely out of mutual appreciation between warriors. Tyrion watched the victorious Euron and his brother Jaime, who showed no disappointment or anger despite losing, and smiled happily. Euron also saw the imp through a crack in the crowd, extending 2 fingers to him in a victory sign. Sword of the Morning Arthur Dayne winked at his sister Ashura standing beside him, saying, I said his combat talent is absolutely no worse than mine. Moreover, his looks compared to the Lannister son are not inferior at all. How about it, did I find you a good husband? Ashura Dayne's eyes flickered, face flushing red like a shy apple. Chapter 70, Knighthood. Facing the burning challenges in the gazes of Robert, Brandon, and others, Euron Greyjoy only bowed elegantly, a trace of fatigue appropriately showing on his face. Lord Baratheon, Lord Stark, Euron's voice carried just the right amount of regret. Competing with an outstanding opponent like Sir Jaime has exhausted the meager stamina of this humble islander. Please allow me to save a little face, lest I make a fool of myself before true sword masters like you. He cleverly placed himself in a lower position, declining subsequent matches with humble words and a slightly pale, feigned, complexion, saving face for the others while avoiding revealing all his cards or truly exhausting himself. Although everyone felt it was a pity, seeing his fierce battle with Jaime was indeed thrilling, so they didn't insist. The next day, the sky over Lanny Sport was as blue as if washed, and the sunlight illuminated Casterly Rock brilliantly. Inside the September, the atmosphere was solemn. The cold-colored marble floor reflected the sacred glory cast from the dome. Sunlight filtered through high windows was dyed in 7 colors, falling quietly like the gods' pitying gaze. A faint incense permeated the air, suppressing all whispers, leaving only the slight crackling of flames flickering on candle stands. Jaime Lannister knelt on one knee. His polished armor flowed with platinum-like brilliance under the light and shadow, echoing his brilliant golden hair. His head was slightly bowed, the usual arrogance and unruliness on his handsome face were all restrained, leaving only a near-pious concentration. His young back was straight as a ramrod, like the long sword he was about to hold. Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, stood before him. Dressed in a pure white knight's tunic, he appeared even more sacred and inviolable than Jaime in armor. In his hand was not a practiced blunt sword, but the ancestral heirloom of House Dayne, the legendary great sword Dawn. The blade was broad, glinting with cold light, seeming to condense the brilliance of stars and the weight of all chivalry. Arthur Dayne's low and clear voice echoed in the silent September, every word striking people's hearts. Jaime Lannister. Jaime raised his head, scorching flames burning in his azure eyes, responding firmly and without hesitation. I am. Arthur Dayne looked solemn, gently placing the blade containing supreme glory flat on Jaime's right shoulder. The cold metal touched the skin of his neck, bringing a shudder of awe. In the name of the warrior, Arthur's voice was like a great bell, containing power, I charge you to be brave. I will. Jaime's answer was swift and impassioned, as if these words were already carved into his soul. The gleaming blade drew a precise arc, moving to the left shoulder. In the name of the Father, Arthur continued, injecting judgment-like majesty into his voice, I charge you to be just. I will. The vow was resounding, stirring faint echoes under the dome. The long sword returned to the right shoulder, movement smooth and sacred. In the name of the Mother, Arthur's tone softened but remained firm, I charge you to defend the young and innocent. I will. Jaime's gaze deepened, as if he had already shouldered this heavy responsibility. The sword tip moved for the last time, landing steadily on the left shoulder. In the name of the Maiden, Arthur's voice carried a pure expectation, I charge you to protect all women. I will. Jaime's final answer carried all his enthusiasm and young ideals, completing this sacred vow. Sir Arthur Dayne held the sword with both hands, tapping the blade gently on Jaime's shoulder, pausing slightly to let the power of all vows settle there. Then, he steadily withdrew the long sword, pointing the tip diagonally to the sky. Arise, Sir Jaime Lannister. Welcome to the Brotherhood of Knights. The resonance of the loud dubbing words seemed to still vibrate in the air, blending with the candlelight and colorful sunlight, eternally branding this moment in the hearts of all witnesses. Jaime slowly rose, armor making slight clinking sounds. His face glowed with unparalleled radiance. A young knight granted the highest honor and dream was born. In that moment, Jaime Lannister's golden hair and bright armor seemed to absorb all light, becoming the absolute focus. After the ceremony, the crowd slowly dispersed, leaving a lingering scent of holiness and solemnity in the air. Only Jaime Lannister remained. He would keep vigil in the September and be anointed with 7 holy oils by the Septons. Euron watched the new night bathed in holy light, sighing inwardly, future Jaime Lannister, when recalling today, will you feel shame? Quellan Greyjoy paced to his son, who was watching Sir Jaime intently. His gaze swept over the Dornish princess Arianne Martell, who was chatting and laughing with female companions not far away. She was indeed dazzling, smooth skin, curvy figure, bold and infectious smile, like a passionate gem born of the Dornish desert. That Martell, Quellan's voice was low, carrying consideration, heir to Dorne. Status high enough, appearance impeccable. What do you think? His meaning was clear. Marriage alliance was the most direct way to consolidate power, and the heir to Dorne was a truly tempting identity. Euron's eyes glanced indifferently over Arianne, like assessing a commodity, without ripples. She is a thorny sand rose, father. Beautiful, passionate, but also dangerous. His voice was steady and calm. She knows what she wants and will seize it at all costs, believing she deserves it all. Such a woman is wildfire that can burn enemies but might also incinerate one's own home. Quellan frowned slightly, seeming to think his son was too picky. Euron said calmly, "Not that I'm picky, but I have self-knowledge. Prince Doran of Dorne won't marry his heir to me. And Arianne Martell. I only shared one dance with her. That night, she danced with over 10 people. Finally, with her personality, if she fancied me, she would tell me directly. But she didn't, so she doesn't fancy me." Quellan thought briefly, then nodded, agreeing with his son's view. Euron's gaze passed over the noise, landing on Ashura Dane standing quietly a little further away. She was looking at her brother Arthur, a gentle and demure smile on her lips. Her violet eyes were like the twilight of starfall, carrying a trace of faint melancholy and unspeakable nobility. In comparison, Euron's voice was injected with a trace of imperceptible, genuine warmth. "I favor that lady from Starfall more." Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Betrothal. Quellan Greyjoy followed Euron's gaze, slightly surprised. "Ashura Dane? She is indeed beautiful, but House Dane." Having a brother like Sir Arthur Dane, a character of noble virtue and legendary status, Euron interrupted him, tone decisive. "Lady Ashura naturally inherits the same character and sentiments from her brother. Noble but not ostentatious, gentle but not weak. She is like a quiet deep lake, not a turbulent wave. The latter can plunder, but the former can nourish and carry." His words revealed a prudence and consideration beyond his age, viewing Ashura as a more stable, long-term investment for an ally and partner. Quellan pondered for a moment, eyes flashing as he seemed to rapidly weigh the benefits and risks behind the two choices. Finally, he nodded. "House Dane holds esteemed status in Dorne and has close relations with the royal family. Sir Arthur is even the one who knighted Jaime Lannister." "Good, I will sound them out." Quellan Greyjoy walked straight towards the sword of the morning Arthur Dane, who was conversing with several Dornish lords. The two patriarchs formally met and walked aside to a secluded colonnade to talk in low voices. Sunlight filtered through colored windows, casting dappled shadows on them. Euron saw Sir Arthur listening to his father Quellan, expression first slightly surprised, then becoming serious and earnest as they exchanged opinions quietly. Meanwhile, Euron didn't stand still waiting. He walked naturally to Ashura Dane, bowing slightly to extend an invitation. "Lady Ashura, the solemnity of the ceremony here is breathtaking. Might I have the honor of inviting you for a walk to the harbor? It's said the fleet of Lannisport is second only to King's Landing. The sea breeze might bring more relaxed topics." Ashura seemed somewhat surprised, but good breeding allowed her to recover composure quickly. She glanced at her brother still talking seriously with Quellan, nodded lightly, and placed her hand gently on Euron's extended arm. The two walked side by side down the castle slope to the noisy harbor. Salty sea breeze brushed their faces, bringing scents of ship timber, tar, and distant cargo, starkly different from the luxurious atmosphere inside the castle. They strolled along the breakwater, chatting about trivial topics: seabirds, ship styles, Dorne's deserts, and the Iron Islands waves. Euron put away his usual perverseness and indifference, behaving like a knowledgeable, slightly melancholy noble youth. Ashura didn't speak much, but her voice was gentle, demeanor elegant. Occasionally, when talking about Starfall and her brother, genuine emotion would flow from her eyes. Ashura asked about Euron's 3-year journey across the narrow sea. When Euron talked about that adventure, hearing of those magical sights, she exclaimed occasionally, her amethyst eyes full of curiosity for the unknown and admiration for Euron's courage. This walk wasn't overflowing with passion, yet a tacit calmness flowed between them. Euron's eyes occasionally fell on her quiet profile, assessing, but also carrying a trace of genuine satisfaction. When they returned from the walk, Quellan and Arthur's conversation just ended. Sir Arthur Dane walked to his sister, looked at Euron with a complex gaze, then nodded lightly to Ashura. Quellan walked to Euron's side, voice pressed extremely low but carrying a trace of satisfaction from closing a deal. House Dane agreed. Sir Arthur acknowledges your potential, and also believes this is a suitable marriage alliance. But Lady Ashura is still young, House Dane wishes to keep her for 3 more years. Euron looked towards Arthur and Ashura. Ashura blushed slightly, avoiding his gaze, but showed no unwillingness. Of course, neither of us is of age yet. A genuine, though still hidden, smile finally curled Euron's lips. 3 years later, I will go to Starfall to marry my bride. This grand gathering, masterminded by Tywin Lannister and bringing together almost all of Westeros' future power holders, meant far more than a knighting ceremony. It was more like a meticulously set chessboard, and marriage alliances were the most important and powerful moves on the board. Besides the betrothal of Euron Greyjoy and Ashura Dane, unexpected by many but settled in secret, the air was filled with more overt or covered probing and tacit agreements. Invisible threads were quietly woven amidst the clinking of glasses and seemingly casual strolls. Where gazes met, family elders were silently assessing and weighing. Behind the laughter of young men and women, cornerstones of future alliances were often being laid. Many marriage intentions, large or small, sprouted in this grand event, fragile like tender shoots in early spring but full of possibilities. However, what flowers these marriages based on current political interests would bloom into, whether they would bear sweet or bitter fruit, nourish towering trees or breed poisonous thorns, all this could only be left for cruel time and changing politics to tell. Tywin Lannister's gaze never left his chessboard. For his heir, the radiant Jaime, he had selected a partner he deemed most secure and effective for connecting with Riverland's power, the youngest daughter of House Tully, Lisa Tully. Though her temperament wasn't as steady as her sister Catelyn's, House Tully's prestige and Riverrun's strategic location were enough to compensate. This engagement was almost set with the tacit consent of both parents, awaiting only the right time for formal announcement. However, even the calculating Duke Tywin encountered a small resistance from within the family. His daughter, Cersei Lannister, possessed beauty enough to topple the Seven Kingdoms and matching Lannister arrogance. Her gaze swept over all the young talents in the venue. The Marshal Robert? In her eyes, just a drunken brute, the steady Eddard? The North's bitter cold and silence made her dismissive, even Euron, who just defeated her brother? A second son from the Iron Islands, plus those heterochromatic eyes she didn't want to see, didn't enter her sight. She mocked every suitor, heart burning with a twisted possessiveness for her brother Jaime and desire for the pinnacle of power, believing no one was truly worthy of her. Tywin sensed his daughter's resistance. His cold gaze lingered on her for a moment, weighing the benefits and risks of forcing an order. But ultimately, he chose not to force it for now. Not out of doting, but out of absolute, value-based calm judgment. Cersei's beauty and the Lannister name were unquestionably top-tier chips, like the most dazzling gold in the treasury, rare commodities worth hoarding, not to be sold cheaply in haste here and now. He believed that given time, this chip could exchange for greater, more critical benefits. Thus, in this feast that achieved many alliances, Cersei Lannister watched everything coldly like a proud and lonely golden phoenix. She belonged to no suitor yet. Her future, in her own woven fantasies and her father's cold plots, remained a puzzle waiting to be written. In addition, the high-level decision-makers settled many secret matters. Those covered alliances and trades would surface one by one in the future, for now, they only fermented in the dark. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Farewell. The noise of Lannisport slowly settled like a beach after the tide receded. The dock area beneath the Golden Castle was filled with the busyness before departure and a touch of melancholy. Ships bearing various crests were making final preparations to set sail. The chanting of sailors, the sound of moving cargo, and the cries of seagulls intertwined. The grand event hosted by the Lannisters had lasted 3 days, now it was time to leave. Just before boarding, Euron Greyjoy did not walk directly to his ferocious longship but turned toward the guest house where House Dane of Starfall was staying. Sir Arthur Dane was already waiting outside, his plain white robe seeming to isolate him from the surrounding noise. Seeing Euron, he nodded. His expression was as serious as ever, but deep in his eyes, there was a trace more scrutiny and perhaps the heaviness of entrusting something. Greyjoy, Arthur's voice was steady, is the ship ready? The sea wind is calling, sir, Euron responded, attitude respectful yet measured. Before leaving, I came to bid farewell to you and Lady Ashura. Arthur turned slightly sideways, signaling him to enter. In a small hall facing the sea, Ashura Dane stood quietly by the window, watching the undulating ships in the harbour. Hearing footsteps, she turned around. Today she wore a lavender gown, the colour like the twilight settled in her eyes, quiet and noble. Seeing Euron, a trace of imperceptible blush rose on her fair face as she curtsied slightly. Lord Euron. Her voice was soft, like the evening breeze of Dorne. Lady Ashura. Euron bowed in return, the sharpness in his eyes turning into a near gentle focus. Sea wind blew in from the window, brushing her hair and the hem of his clothes. After a brief silence, Euron took out a small box carved from deep-sea sunken wood from his bosom. Opening the lid, a necklace lay quietly on the black velvet cushion. The chain was woven from fine mithril threads, incredibly exquisite. The pendant was a rare aquamarine gem, not overly carved but deep as the sea before a storm, seemingly containing endless waves and starlight within. The Iron Islands are barren, only the sea gifts generously. Euron's voice was much lower than usual. This sea soul stone is said to be formed from the drowned god's tears, protecting the wearer from wind and waves. It reminds me of your eyes, Lady Ashura, quiet, yet possessing the power to contain everything. Allow me to put it on for you. He stepped forward, movements unexpectedly gentle, carefully taking out the necklace. Ashura's face flushed red, she lowered her head slightly, revealing her slender, graceful neck. Euron put the cold necklace on her with his own hands. His fingertips occasionally touched her warm skin inadvertently, causing both to tremble slightly at the subtle contact. The aquamarine gem hung precisely between her collarbones, complementing her skin and dress color perfectly, as if it belonged there. Thank you, Lord Euron, Ashura stroked the gem gently, feeling its refreshing coolness and inner warmth with her fingertips. It's beautiful. I will always wear it. Her gaze met his, emotions were complex in her violet eyes, shyness, a trace of trepidation about the future, and perhaps a touch of being cherished. Then, she also removed a ring from her finger. The band was pure platinum, but the face was carved with the sigil of House Dane, a long sword beneath a falling star. The craftsmanship was exquisite, symbolizing the ancient glory and heritage of Starfall. This ring, she placed the ring gently into Euron's palm, his hand rough and calloused, contrasting sharply with her slender fingers. May it also protect you, Lord Euron. May you always remember on the sea that a lamp is lit for you at Starfall. Her words were reserved but sincere, containing promise and concern. Euron gripped the ring still warm from her body tight, as if holding something heavy and distinctly different from cold blades. He gazed at her, making a solemn promise, letters will come with every raven when we dock. 3 years. His voice was clear and certain, like an oath. 3 years from today, wherever I am, my longship will appear on the coast of Starfall on time. I will marry you, Ashura Dane, as my bride with the grandest ceremony of the Iron Islands. I will wait for you. Ashura responded softly, gaze firm. Ashura stood there, fingers still unconsciously rubbing the cool aquamarine on her chest, watching his retreating figure merge into the harbor's sunlight and sea mist. Her eyes reflected the undulating sea and a quiet, certain future spanning 3 years. Euron solemnly put the ring on his finger. Dane's star and sword sigil looked particularly striking on his bronze knuckle. He nodded a final greeting to Sir Arthur, then took a deep look at Ashura, as if to carve her image into his heart, before turning resolutely and striding away towards the ship and sea wind awaiting him. Amidst the chaos of the dock, Tyrion Lannister moved his short legs with difficulty to find Euron Greyjoy, who was supervising Ironborn loading the last few barrels of fresh water onto the longship. The dwarf's figure looked particularly insignificant among tall sailors and piled cargo, but he looked up, eyes devoid of previous gloom, replaced by an ignited curiosity and determination. "Euron Greyjoy." Tyrion spoke, voice less teasing than usual, more serious, asking, "They say you spent 3 years across the narrow sea. Is it really as legendary, full of dragon bones, hairy elephant men, and wizards who predict the future?" His eyes were wide, as if he already saw those bizarre sights. Euron turned, looking down at Tyrion. The sea wind blew his black hair slightly messy. His lips pulled into an ambiguous smile. Legends always like to play truth with gold, or add fangs. But the world across the water, yes, it is vaster, more interesting, and more dangerous than any ballad sung in Westeros. Euron's gaze seemed to penetrate the harbor before him, returning to those years full of exotic flavor and unknown risks. Whether interesting or not depends on what eyes you use to look, what heart you use to experience. In dangerous black markets, people sell not only dragon bones but dragon eggs of various colors. Though 9 out of 10 are fake, if your eyesight is poor, you'll definitely be cheated of all the gold dragons in your purse. As for wizards, they are real. Warlocks with blue lips, red priests serving the Lord of Light, shadowbinders, faceless men. In the Iron Islands, there is a red witch and a shadowbinder. Both brought back by me from across the narrow sea, ha ha ha. Do they really know magic? You could call it magic, though I see it more like tricks. Sigh, their strength is trash and weak, I can take them down alone and make them kneel and call me daddy. Tyrion took a deep breath of salty air, as if he could taste the distant continent. He made a decision: I don't want to stay in this golden cage all my life, listening to the same lies, seeing the same faces. His tone was urgent, carrying a rare, almost earnest yearning. I want to see dragon skulls, taste Summer Isles wine, I want to be like you. Euron looked him over, not mocking this seemingly unrealistic desire. You are a Lannister, although this Lannister and the other 2 Lannisters seem like different species. Euron was silent for a moment, as if weighing something, then turned to a locked seaman's chest nearby. He unlocked it and took out a heavy tome. The book's leather cover was mottled and darkened by sea water and time, corners worn, evidently read repeatedly. This book, Euron handed the book to Tyrion, who barely held it with both hands, was written by a man named Lomas Longstrider. He was an adventurer, scholar, and writer who had been to many places, and a companion I recruited across the narrow sea. The bridges he crossed might be longer than the roads you've walked. It records the wonders he saw, from the shadows of Asai to the gates of the Jade Sea. It won't teach you how to use a sword, but perhaps it can teach you how to use this. He tapped his temple with a finger, to understand this world. Tyrion looked down at this masterpiece titled Wonders, likely referring to Lomas Longstrider's wonders made by man or wonders made by gods, fingers carefully stroking the rough cover, as if feeling the wind, frost, and endless knowledge it carried. This gift was far more precious than gold or silver. Read it well, Euron's voice lowered. Before you can truly take steps, let your thoughts fly there first. Euron paused, an elusive light flashing in his eyes, like a promise or a casual joke. Maybe, next time my ship sails to farther places, I can take a Lannister who has seen wonders. After all, days at sea are long, I need someone who can chat. Tyrion raised his head abruptly, eyes bursting with incredible brilliance mixed with surprise and excitement. He hugged the heavy book tightly, like holding the key to the whole world. Is that a promise? He pressed, voice slightly high-pitched from excitement. Euron smiled, reaching out to put a hand on the imp's shoulder, making a solemn promise. It's a promise. At this time, crew members shouted, signaling imminent departure. Euron patted Tyrion's shoulder, turned, and strode towards his longship. Tyrion stood there, hugging the heavy wonders, watching the ferocious-looking, dark-painted Iron Islands warship slowly leave the dock, sailing towards the vast and unknown sea. The sea wind blew harder, ruffling the edges of the book's pages, as if eager to turn the first page for him. For the first time, Tyrion Lannister felt that this massive, golden Lanny sport didn't seem so suffocating anymore. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Family Banquet. The longship cleaved through the grey-green waves like an iron plough tearing through frozen earth, finally bringing the jagged towers of Pike back into Euron Greyjoy's sight. The salty, cold sea breeze carried the familiar scent of home damp rock, rotting seaweed, and the ever-present smell of beacon smoke. The splendor of Lanny sport, the fragrant wine of the south, and those whispers entwined with power and desire all seemed like a blurry, noisy dream. The dream faded, reality was the cold, hard bedrock of the Iron Islands. In the great hall of Pike, rough stone walls illuminated by roaring braziers and dense whale oil candles shed their daytime chill, revealing a near-savage warmth and noise. The long tables were again piled with roast fish, blood pies, and large cups of red wine. The atmosphere of House Greyjoy's internal banquet was far more relaxed than when entertaining outsiders. Euron sat on one side of the long table, methodically cutting a piece of seal meat. However, he soon became the focus of the feast. The marriage alliance between House Greyjoy and House Dane, between the Iron Islands and Starfall of Dorne, what this union would bring to the Iron Islands in the future was yet unknown, but it was undoubtedly a major event concerning the entire Iron Islands. Though Euron was a second son, no one in the Iron Islands dared look down on him. Arthur Dane, the fame of the Sword of the Morning alone was enough to draw the Seven Kingdoms' attention. Arthur Dane was Aerys II's Kingsguard. Kingsguard hold no lands, take no wives, father no children, and serve only their monarch. As the eldest daughter, Ashura Dane would be the future heir of Starfall. Balon's voice carried undisguised teasing, drawing roars of laughter from several distant relatives. Heard that in the lion's den of Lannister, not only was your swordsmanship amazing, taking down that little lion, but you also snagged yourself a wife from Starfall? Fast moves, unlike your usual dawdling style. Heard she's a white-skinned, purple-eyed, pretty dame. Is it true? Mind your manners, Balon. She will be your future sister-in-law. Euron looked up, glancing indifferently at his brother, putting a piece of meat into his mouth. But this silence fueled Balon's arrogance. He leaned forward, deliberately lowering his voice but making it audible to the whole table. What? Did I hit the mark? Heard that Ashura Dane is a delicate beauty, not a flower our Iron Islands can raise. You kid put on quite an act, bluffing people pretty well. Come on, tell us, how did you trick her? Did you learn those tricks from southern bards and recite sour poems to her? Euron didn't want to bother with this big fool, sighing, how can a marriage alliance be called trickery? You make it sound like our Iron Islands are so bad we aren't qualified to marry noble ladies of the Seven Kingdoms. Father Quellan Greyjoy sat at the head. His usually serious face was rarely relaxed, carrying a bit of amused smile. He sipped his wine, joining this siege. Humph, recite poems? If he knew that, the drowned god would wake up laughing. I recall someone at a certain ball nearly stepped out of his boots inviting a lady, stiff as a mast soaked in seawater. Louder laughter erupted at the table. Quellan seemed interested, continuing to spill details. Also, heard that when leaving the Lannisters to meet the Dane lady, our fearless Ironborn adjusted his collar 3 whole times outside the door, voice tighter than a new sail when speaking. Is that right, Euron? That pretense was quite different from your current dead look. Mother's reaction was starkly different. Lady Sranza sat beside Quellan, listening to her husband and eldest son's teasing, but her face brimmed with a satisfied and gratified smile. She looked at Euron, eyes gentle, as if seeing that once nervous and helpless boy. All right, stop teasing him. Mother finally spoke, tone protective but unable to hide her joy. It's the drowned god's blessing that Euron can settle down and find a wife of noble birth and dignified conduct like Lady Ashura. House Greyjoy is gaining a new member, what a joyous event! She dabbed the corners of her eyes gently with a handkerchief, as if already envisioning grandchildren around her knees. My little Euron is finally growing up to be someone's husband and father. She wiped the corner of her mouth gently, looking eagerly at Euron, voice full of impatient expectation for grandchildren. Euron, my dear, since the marriage is settled, when exactly is it? Did Starfall say, when Lady Ashura can marry over? We need a definite date to prepare early. Euron's hand cutting food paused slightly, then resumed as normal. It's early, mother. Ashura Dane was born in 269 AC, she's just turned 11. According to House Dane's wishes and the initial agreement, she will stay in Starfall for 3 full years, learning etiquette, history, and how to be a qualified mistress. The smile on Lady Srensa's face froze instantly, replaced by massive disappointment. She almost cried out, fingers unconsciously gripping her skirt. Gods, doesn't that mean waiting full 3 years? That's too long. Her gaze turned to her husband Quellin, carrying a trace of pleading. Quellin, can't we discuss it again with House Dane? Maybe, 2 years? In 2 years she'll be 13, about marriageable age. In our Iron Islands. Nagging woman. Quellin Greyjoy interrupted her impatiently, heavy palm slapping the table, rattling cups and plates. His thick eyebrows knitted together, bearing the absolute authority of the head of the house. House Dane is an ancient, proud Dornish family, not the daughter of just any Iron Islands captain. When we agreed to this marriage, we agreed on the time. Is it something you can change just by saying so? 3 years is 3 years, not a day less, not a day more. The matter is settled, stop your noise. Lady Srensa was cowed by her husband's anger. Her lips moved a few times, but ultimately she made no sound, just lowering her head in disappointment and sighing softly, as if seeing her expected grandchildren recede much further away. Euron listened silently to his parents' dispute, expressionlessly putting a piece of meat into his mouth, chewing slowly. 3 years? He sneered silently in his heart, a laugh only he could hear, full of cynicism and indifference inconsistent with his age. Even after 3 years, wait another 3 years, I'll only be 16, she's 17. I still feel it's too early. 13, 14 in another world, this might be the age of ignorant youth. But here, in Westeros, on this continent where ice and fire intertwine, where power and survival are paramount, this is the most common age for noble marriage alliances. In this world, love is a rare luxury. Marriage is a tool to consolidate alliances and pass down bloodlines. Placing pieces early on the board is the only way to seize the initiative. Euron wiped his mouth, ending his meal. This is the fate of nobles. Early marriage, many children, weaving a web of power with offspring and in-laws. Resist? Pointless. No choice, these are the rules of the game. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Iron Smoke Isle. The next morning, a long and narrow boat glided silently away from the cold dock of Pike, heading towards the distant Iron Smoke Isle, which constantly spewed thick smoke, the island gathering all blacksmiths and iron ore of the Iron Islands. A small boat of 3. Euron Greyjoy stood at the prow. Aboard were only Dagmar and the Red Priestess Gwendolyn. Dagmar, Euron's guard, rowed the oars with effort. Red Priestess Gwendolyn, claiming to study fire and light, actively volunteered to accompany Euron upon hearing he was going to Iron Smoke Isle and might stay for a few days. My lord, her voice was low with a strange rhythm, like crackling firewood. True fire not only forges steel but tempers the soul, and can reveal the future. The power you seek may not solely originate from cold hammers and furnaces. Euron scrutinized her with habitual, undisguised skepticism. What insight could a Red Priestess have on iron smelting? He almost scoffed, but thinking of magic's wonders and the comfort of having an eye-candy beauty around even if useless, he brought her along. Gwendolyn's bright red robe appeared exceptionally dazzling between the grey sea and sky, like a drop of thick blood in ink. Her hood was slightly lowered, revealing a pale, chiseled face with deep eyes that seemed to burn with invisible flames. The boat moved forward in silence. Dagmar focused on rowing, ignoring the priestess. Gwendolyn sat with eyes closed, hands folded on her lap, lips moving silently as if whispering to some existence invisible to mortals. Before docking, the familiar pungent smell of sulfur mixed with coal ash hit their faces. The once desolate small island had completely changed appearance. Densely packed rough stone houses were built along the coast, roofs covered with thick seagrass to resist sea wind erosion. A newly opened road wound from the simple pier to the island center, where grime-covered workers pushing mine carts were seen everywhere. The scene in the island's center was even more spectacular. Dozens of stone chimneys of varying heights stood like an abruptly grown forest of iron trees, spewing rolling thick smoke day and night, dyeing the sky an eternal grey-yellow. Huge bellows roared heavily and rhythmically inside sheds, like the island's giant lungs breathing. The clanging of hammers on anvils was dense as rain, incessant, playing a rough symphony of iron and fire. All excellent blacksmiths recruited from the Iron Islands had moved here with their families as ordered. Their families formed small villages on the island. Women and children picked shellfish by the sea, children ran and played amidst smoke and dust, adding a trace of bitter life breath to this hardcore industrial island. At the island's highest point stood the two most magnificent furnace workshops. The managers, Marwyn Stevens and Atticus Whitney, two master blacksmiths personally appointed by Euron, were already waiting at the pier. Marwyn was a middle-aged man strong as an ox, arms thick as ordinary thighs, taciturn, face always flushed from furnace heat. He was a practical man, the most skilled smith. Atticus was slightly thinner, eyes sharp, fingers exceptionally flexible from years of precision work. He was a theoretical man, skilled in improving processes. "My lord." The two bowed, voices weakened somewhat by surrounding noise. Euron nodded, gaze sweeping the bustling scene on the island. "Show me around Iron Smoke Isle." They passed through the noisy workshop area. Inside huge furnaces, crimson molten iron rolled and flowed like hellish rivers, heat waves distorted the air. Burly apprentices shouted chants, stirring the mixture inside furnaces with long poles. Sweat evaporated instantly upon dripping. Formed iron blooms were tonged out to anvils, repeatedly forged under experienced hammers, splashing dazzling sparks. "Houses are built, my lord, enough to accommodate all craftsmen and families." Marwyn's voice was dull and powerful like his hammer blows. "The two largest furnaces are lit. Bellows, anvils, quenching pools, all equipment is in place. We can formally begin smelting iron." His tone held little joy, but rather a trace of heaviness. Atticus took over, tone more direct. "My lord, ore is piled mountain high, as you ordered." "But..." He paused, bending to pick up a dark red-brown ore from the roadside and handing it to Euron. "Quality is uneven. Most are too low grade with too many impurities, especially high sulfur and phosphorus content. Using this ore, we need to consume more charcoal and time for repeated calcining and purification. The resulting wrought iron is brittle, prone to cracking, strength far below expectation." Euron took the ore, scrutinizing it carefully. This stone was heavy and rough, indeed far inferior to the dark, dense ores from high-quality veins he had seen in Essos. At the island's edge, as Atticus said, iron ore from across the Iron Islands piled into several small hills. But their dull appearance silently spoke of poor quality. No excitement of initial production could be seen on the blacksmiths' faces, only fatigue and disappointment with the material. Euron pinched the ore, feeling its roughness. Silence ensued for a moment. The deafening hammering around seemed to become background noise. His eyes narrowed slowly, gaze moving from the ore to the chimney cluster spewing endless black smoke, then to the surging sea in the distance. Then his lips curled into a cold arc, as if mocking nature's stinginess or challenging the predicament before him. "Then find a way." There's a solution to everything. The Iron Islands never produce anything easily obtained, be it wealth or steel. He tossed the ore back onto the pile with a dull thud. Euron's voice rose steeply, suppressing the noise, carrying unquestionable command: continue smelting. Grope for better formulas, improve your processes. Remember, I don't want a few pretty daggers, but steel to arm an entire fleet. If quality isn't enough, make up for it with quantity and experience. Scanning the island, he forcibly endowed with a mission, ambition hotter than furnaces burned in his eyes. Iron Smoke Isle isn't named in vain. Marwyn, Atticus, show me the complete smelting process. In the next few days, we will find a way together. Euron Greyjoy did not immediately issue harsh orders on craftsmanship or ore quality as the two masters expected. Instead, he changed the subject, eyes scanning those soot-blackened, tired faces. Marwyn, Atticus, his voice suppressed nearby hammering, take me to see where you live. The two masters were stunned, seemingly not reacting. See living quarters? And your wives, children, Euron added, tone flat but unquestionable, and where other craftsmen and workers eat, sleep, and wash. With a trace of confusion, Marwyn and Atticus led Euron away from the noisy core industrial area to the residential area built along the rugged terrain at the island's edge. The stone houses here were lower and simpler. Seagrass roofs were thick but couldn't hide poverty, narrow windows let in faint light. They first came to Marwyn's home. His wife was a woman with coarse hands and feet and a weathered face, washing soot-stained clothes outside with two half-grown children. Seeing the Lord suddenly arrive, she stood up in panic, wiping wet hands on her apron while children hid fearfully behind her. Euron didn't enter, just stood at the door scanning the interior: simple stone fireplace, rough wooden table, clutter in corners. He asked if the sea wind was too cold, if the roof leaked. Next was Atticus's slightly tidier dwelling. His wife seemed of slightly better origin, literate, with a small row of worn books inside. Euron asked similar questions, picked up the black, hard staple bread on the table to look, and pinched it. They walked through the public kitchen area. Huge iron pots boiled thick soup mainly of dried fish, beans, and a little coarse grain. The smell wasn't pleasant, but it filled stomachs. Euron stirred with a ladle, asking how many times a week they ate meat besides seafood, if there were fresh vegetables, and if meat and vegetable varieties changed often. They came to several simple cisterns and washing areas carved against the cliff. Workers scrubbed bodies here after work. The water was bone-chillingly cold. Euron reached out to test the water temperature and frowned. He even stopped, squatted down to eye level with a little boy playing with polished stones, asking his name, if he missed home, if he was happy here. The boy answered timidly but stared curiously at Euron's black and blue heterochromatic eyes. Walking, looking, asking all the way. Euron didn't say much, but his observation was meticulous. He saw some signs of improvement, but more hardship, scarcity, and making do. Finally, Euron had the two managers gather all residents of Iron Smoke Isle. He stood on a slightly higher rock in the residential area, black smoke spewing furnaces behind him, craftsmen and their families who stopped work looking at him uneasily in front. His voice rang out again, no longer low, but clearly entering everyone's ears, drowning out the distant hum of bellows. I saw your sweat, heard the sound of hammers striking. That will be House Greyjoy's most solid shield and sharpest spear. I care about the quality of iron, that concerns our survival and power. He paused, eyes slowly sweeping every soot-stained face carrying fatigue and expectation. But today I wanted to see more of the lives of the people forging this steel. Because the strength of steel originates not only from fire and hammering but from the spirit and strength of the forger. I once promised you, his voice rose with decisive force, follow me to this island, and you will receive rewards far exceeding before. Your families will be protected, your skills respected. You will no longer be slave laborers ordered about by some lord, but iron casters of Euron Greyjoy, the foundation of the Iron Island's future. His gaze burned. I saw your stone houses can be sturdier and warmer, more meat and ale should appear in your meals, your women and children need warmer water for washing, your craftsmen need better tools. And your children, perhaps should have a safe place to learn to read and play. They need a teacher to teach them swordsmanship, language, and writing. A suppressed commotion rose in the crowd, disbelief and faint hope began to flicker in their eyes. Everything I promised, Euron's voice was like a hammer hitting an anvil, every word heavy and clear, I will realize for you one by one. Not charity, this is what you deserve. Because your value far exceeds this. He pointed to the pile of low-quality ore, then to the newly formed weapons glinting coldly. Only by letting you live well, live with peace of mind, live with a future, can you smelt the best iron and forge the sharpest swords for me. This is not the end, this is just the beginning. Tell me, what else are you lacking? What else do you need? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in shouts mixed with excitement, gratitude, and urgent needs. Euron Greyjoy stood on the rock, listening, remembering. His eyes no longer held only cold calculation but were injected with a pragmatism and determination to win hearts. He knew deeply that to squeeze out ultimate loyalty and power, one must first fill their stomachs, warm their bodies, and tether their hearts. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Red Priestess Gwendolen. The night of Iron Smoke Isle was dyed a murky dark red by the tireless furnace fires. The air was filled with the thick smell of sulfur, the charred scent of burnt metal, and coal dust particles that even the sea breeze couldn't fully disperse. Night fell. Amidst this heavy breathing of industry, Euron Greyjoy and Red Priestess Gwendolen were arranged to rest in the same small stone room. Space on the island was limited, everything simplified, no one raised objections, as if this were an unspoken arrangement. Inside the stone room, there was only a simple stone couch and a flickering oil lamp. After the door closed, the roar from outside became dull, highlighting the room's confinement and a certain rising, strange heat. Gwendolen looked composed. She shed her conspicuous red robe, revealing nothing underneath. Her body in the dim lamplight showed milk-white contours and a maiden's softness, carrying a mysterious, tempered, almost sculptural sense of line. She walked to Euron, standing quietly before him. Dancing in her eyes was no longer metaphorical fire, but a real, burning, almost fanatical light. In such a scorching Iron Smoke Isle, amidst such thick smoke, her body was stained by not a drop of sweat, nor a hint of rust smell. A man cannot be cowardly, let her know the consequences of seducing me. Euron traced her body with his fingers, stroking her beautiful form, asking, is this also the magic of the Lord of Light? My lord, Gwendolen avoided the topic, voice tender but incredibly firm, you crave power, crave to see through the mist. What the Lord of Light can give far exceeds mortal iron, but it requires a price, requires, the most candid sacrifice. What price? Sacrifice what? Euron narrowed his eyes, neither retreating nor impatient, looking at her like a unique weapon or a forbidden book waiting to be deciphered. Gwendolen confessed frankly, the price is me, the sacrifice is me. My lord, please enjoy me to your heart's content. Refusing such a thing would seem unlike a true man. Euron tacitly permitted her approach but made a demand, remove the ruby necklace on your neck, it gives me a false illusion. The thought of a certain Red Priestess's appearance after removing her ruby gave him goosebumps involuntarily, he didn't want to face an aged body. Gwendolen obediently unclasped the ruby necklace hanging at her throat and placed it gently aside. Nothing changed, her skin remained smooth, figure graceful. When she looked up at him, her eyes were innocent as a forest deer, containing no lust, only a heart-palpitating frankness of offering everything. Gwendolen's fingers were cold. Their initial touch on his skin provoked a shiver. But soon, that coldness was replaced by an astonishing heat permeating from deep within her. It wasn't the heat of lust, but a more primitive, tyrannical energy, as if a miniature volcano was imprisoned in her slender body. At my current age, that, isn't it a bit early? No, we are merely responding to the call of the Lord of Light. When the two finally entangled on the hard stone couch, Euron felt he wasn't embracing a woman, but a ball of fire, and that fire embraced him into a burning ritual. Gwendolyn's body temperature was frighteningly high. Sweat evaporated into steamy heat the moment it seeped out, permeating between them, carrying a strange scent mixing incense, sulfur, and maiden sweetness. Just as senses were drowned by extreme heat, the oil lamp's flame suddenly shot up, crackling, turning an eerie blazing white. Euron felt his consciousness yanked violently from his body. No longer the cramped stone room, no longer the scorching Gwendolyn beneath him. His soul seemed thrown into a turbulent river of light and shadow, speeding north. Cold wind whistled past, an absolute cold that could freeze the soul. The vision suddenly cleared. He saw an endless snowfield. Pale moonlight shone on glaciers, presenting an unearthly beauty of deathly silence. Then, he saw them countless figures, moving silently like shifting glaciers. Their bodies appeared crystal transparent and ghostly blue, armor was ancient, decaying ice, in their hands, ice crystal longswords flashed with deadly cold light. Their eyes were 2 points of cold stars bluer than the deepest winter night, devoid of any living emotion, holding only eternal death and destruction. White Walkers. The legendary Others. Their numbers were like a moving ice age, silent but carrying the terrifying momentum to crush all living things. Just then, a grand, blazing, irresistible voice, like thousands roaring in fire simultaneously, exploded directly deep in his mind. Burn them all! Purify the extreme cold of this world with sacred fire. Only the heat of the Lord of Light can oppose the cold of the long night. Burn them all! Burn them all! Burn them all! The voice repeated over and over, with fanatical sense of mission and destructive resolve, almost tearing apart Euron's sanity. Extreme cold and the extreme heat represented by that voice fought madly in Euron's consciousness, bringing unspeakable pain and a twisted enlightenment. Meanwhile, on the stone couch in reality, deep within that female body emitting astonishing heat, Euron Greyjoy's body tensed, releasing a suppressed, growl-like pant. Amidst the vision of weaving ice and fire and reality, he underwent a violent metamorphosis simultaneously. In the vision lay prophecies of destruction and rebirth. In reality, he also fought madly, roughly completing the primitive ritual from boy to man upon the sacrificial body of the Red Priestess. The oil lamp's flame gradually withered, returning to normal dim flickering. The astonishing heat in Gwendolyn's body receded like the tide, leaving only cold sweat and her exhausted panting. Her pale face bore a near-collapsed satisfaction and unfathomable mystery. Beneath them, on the rough surface of the stone couch, several incredibly bewitching red plum blossoms bloomed quietly, telling of the sacrifice's completion. Euron sat up, eyes shining with unprecedented light in the darkness. That light mixed unfaded passion, the shock of the vision, and the deep brand of that fanatical voice. Was it the Green Seer who showed me all this? Or Gwendolyn? Or the Lord of Light? Euron asked uncertainly, did you see those scenes? Did you hear those words? The Red Priestess panted, saw it, all that you saw, heard it, all that you heard. But I don't seem to have seen clearly, nor heard clearly. Sometimes prophecies are like that, the Lord of Light only lets us see what he wants us to see. Euron said extremely piously, no, the Lord of Light's teachings are incredibly vivid. I feel I can watch again, listen again. Soon, the movement of spring played again in the stone room. The night of iron smoke aisle remained noisy, but in this stone room, something had changed forever. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Greyjoy Steel. The ritual in the stone room, interweaving physical heat with cold visions, was branded deeply into Euron Greyjoy's perception. The inhuman heat within Red Priestess Gwendolyn, the fanatical mantra burn them all roaring in his mind, and the bone-chilling cold from the endless White Walkers beyond the wall formed a strange and powerful tension, haunting him, almost dragging him into a delirious realm of pure light and shadow, fire and ice. However, Euron was ultimately Euron. At dawn, while Gwendolen still whispered unintelligible fire prayers in the slumber of fatigue and sacrifice, Euron had already risen. He glanced at the pale body that had been scorching hot, then resolutely pushed open the stone room door, shutting the ambiguous scent of incense and lust behind him, and stepped back into the cold, rough, yet incredibly real world of Iron Smoke Isle. Outside, deafening hammering, roaring bellows, and booming furnaces instantly wrapped him. The choking smell of sulfur and coal dust felt far more grounding than the priestess's exotic fragrance. Here there were no illusory prophecies, only hard reality needing conquest. He had conquered salt, now he would conquer iron. Marwyn Stevens and Atticus Whitney were already waiting outside, faces wearing the anxiety and expectation peculiar to craftsmen. "My lord." Both bowed. "Show me." Euron's voice was hoarse but clear, unquestionable, from start to finish, every link. "Don't miss any detail." Thus, a long and extremely meticulous inspection began. Euron Greyjoy, the future ruler of Iron Smoke Isle, like the harshest foreman, immersed himself in the entire process of Iron and Fire's birth. They first came to the simple pier at the island's edge. Here, iron ore from various iron islands pits arrived in deep draft barges, packed in rough hemp sacks or rattan baskets. Workers chanted low, powerful calls, shirtless muscles nodding, sweat carving ravines on soot-covered skin. They shouldered these extremely heavy packs with thick wooden poles, stepping on creaking, worrying planks, transporting them step by step to the designated storage area, each step leaving deep pits in the mud. This road, Euron's voice cut through the noise, unquestionable, is the first shackle hindering efficiency. From the pier to the furnace, all passages must be tamped with gravel and paved flat. Don't stint on these few days of labor. A solid, flat road is a lifeline that will save us 100 times the effort later. Then, his gaze fell on the porters with nearly bent backs. "Stop this futile self-consumption," he ordered. "Human strength should be used where it's worth more. Gather all carpenters on the island, stop secondary work immediately, and rush produce wheelbarrows according to my requirements." He picked up a piece of charcoal and quickly sketched a clear diagram of a balanced wheel and cargo bucket on a discarded wooden board. This simple design was a cognitive subversion for everyone present. One person pushing this can easily transport the weight of 3 shoulder-carrying men. Freed hands can operate more important machinery. Marwyn Stevens and Atticus Whitney nodded in agreement. "My lord, look." Atticus picked up a piece of ore, breaking it open with force to reveal a structure with dull metallic luster inside. "This is our biggest problem. Too many impurities, especially these yellow sulfides and grey gang, they seriously affect the purity and fluidity of molten iron." "I know, but understand this, don't complain about unchangeable facts, just as we cannot change the inherent quality of Iron Island's ore." Euron picked up a piece, weighing it, carefully observing its quality. Atticus nodded hurriedly, somewhat guilty. "I understand, my lord." Next, the ore was transported to the deafening crushing yard. Robust laborers, shirtless as if repeating some ancient ritual, wielded huge iron hammers to smash large ore chunks into fist-sized pieces. Stone chips flew, impact sounds were ear-piercing, sweat and debris flying together, the most primitive, labor-intensive and inefficient display of strength. This crushing is meaningless. Low efficiency, wasted manpower, crude results. What we need is pulverization, thorough separation. Euron used charcoal again, drawing a more complex sketch, a huge circular stone base with a deep groove, atop which sat an equally huge, heavy cylindrical stone roller with a central axle. "Look clearly. This is a grinding mill," he explained, voice like a prophet imparting secret rites. "Use animal or water power to pull this roller, making it circulate along the stone groove. Pour ore into it, and it will be continuously ground until it becomes uniform powder. This is the way to conquer stone." Crushed ore was then sent into simple roasting kilns. Marwyn explained, we roast them with slow fire to drive off some sulfur and other volatile impurities. But it consumes time and charcoal. The kiln mouth emitted strong, sour smoke. Roasted ore was sent to the core area, the towering furnace workshop. Huge stone-built furnace bodies stood like silent giants. Blowers, driven by water or manpower, roared continuously, forcing air into the furnace bottom. Ore, charcoal, occasionally attempting expensive coke, and limestone flux were constantly added from the top. Temperature must be high enough, Atticus pointed to the scorching flames from the furnace mouth, to reduce iron from ore and melt it into liquid iron. But our furnace temperature is erratic, and impurities are too many, forming viscous slag that often clogs the tap hole. Euron observed closely, heat waves hitting his face. He narrowed his eyes, watching crimson molten iron rolling in the hearth and the glassy dark slag constantly skimmed off from the top. Our furnace fire is merely burning, not smelting. Euron pointed out the key. Wind power is weak, delivery method foolish, 7 out of 10 parts of heat are lost. We must build deeper hearths with more reasonable internal structures, making heat flow spiral up with nowhere to escape. Bellows efficiency must increase tenfold, improve bellows, make heat-resistant clay tuyères, even use the island's eternal wind to drive larger blowing devices. Temperature. He emphasized, I want absolute high heat enough to make stones cry and impurities float by themselves. Regarding impurity removal, his method surpassed simple limestone addition. Pretreatment. Euron introduced a brand new concept. Before ore enters the furnace, use grinding mills and sieves of different meshes to separate them by size and specific gravity as much as possible, discarding large amounts of waste rock in advance. During smelting, treat slag like an enemy, skim it continuously and ruthlessly. Every skimming is a sacrifice to steel purity. Smelted pig iron, sometimes semi-molten spongy bloom iron, was clamped out by huge tongs and sent to the forging area. Heat here was oppressive, sparks splashing. Strong shirtless blacksmiths, muscles knotting, wielded heavy hammers, repeatedly forging red-hot iron blocks to rhythmic chants. Tempered 1,000 times, my lord. Marwyn's voice almost had to shout over the clanging. Only this way can most impurities be beaten out, making iron tougher and harder. Every hammer blow accompanied flying sparks and iron deformation. Forged iron bars or rough billets were sent to nearby sheds. Here, more skilled smiths processed them, further heating, shaping, quenching, grinding. The clinking sounds became more rhythmic. Gradually, outlines of sword blanks, axes, and spearheads began to appear. During quenching, red-hot iron plunged into cold water troughs with ear-piercing hisses, large clouds of white steam rising. Finally, grinding and sharpening. Metal rubbing stone emitted sharp noise, sparks sprayed in fans. Rough ironware gradually became sharp, glinting cold light. Forging isn't blind venting. Euron's voice was like the most precise hammer blow, but absolute control over temperature and time. Force must be applied when metal is in the most docile heat window. Too high destroys, too low cracks. He even proposed a more shocking concept: quenching is not the end, but the start of another strengthening. Different iron ores need different cooling speeds. Some need rapid cooling for extreme hardness, some slow cooling for flexibility. You need to experiment, record, compare, and find the most suitable spectrum for every kind of steel. Euron walked silently, looking, listening. From pier to furnace, from forging area to grinding bench. His eyes were like the most precise scale, measuring the efficiency and defects of every process. He saw workers' fatigue, material inferiority, technical limitations, and the rough, powerful strength contained within. Marwyn Stevens and Atticus Whitney also gained a completely new understanding of Euron. Upon hearing the young lord would visit Iron Smoke Isle personally, they had preset scenes in their minds, just a noble scion's whimsical inspection, frowning and covering ears in deafening workshops, fanning air disgustedly in pervading coal dust, perhaps asking a few pretentious superficial questions, then quickly losing interest amidst their cautious answers, leaving a few hollow encouragements or reprimands before rushing back to Pike's comfortable castle. They never imagined facing the scene before them. Euron Greyjoy didn't cover his ears, he even listened intently to the unique rhythm of each bellows. He didn't detest coal dust, instead, he reached out to touch freshly solidified slag, grinding it carefully to distinguish. His questions were never superficial, each precisely poked at the most painful, thorny difficulties in the iron smelting process. More incredibly, he didn't just ask questions. He gave answers. Those answers: wheelbarrows, grinding mills, improved blowing methods, strict demands on temperature precision, systematic concepts of impurity removal like lightning in the night, instantly split the walls of thinking they had followed for years. These insights didn't come from any craftsman tomes or heritage they knew, they were unique, efficient, even carrying a near-cold elegance, pointing straight to the core of efficiency and quality. Marwyn, the strong man used to speaking with muscles and hammers, realized for the first time that conquering stubborn stone didn't rely solely on infinite brute force but also on wisely designed machinery. Atticus, the craftsman good at thinking but suffering from realistic limitations, felt as if a whole new, systematic metallurgical philosophy unfolded slowly before him. Many predicaments he intuitively felt but couldn't summarize or solve were pointed out by this young lord in one word, with clear solution paths proposed. Their eyes looking at Euron changed completely. Initial respect was offer status, subsequent surprise was unexpectedness at attitude, and now, a genuine shock and admiration originating from the technical level was quietly growing. Euron stated firmly, "I believe we will definitely smelt Greyjoy steel comparable to Valyrian steel." Chapter 77, Merchant Ship Hijacked. Greyjoy steel was Euron's goal, but achieving this was by no means the work of a single day, despite all the proposed improvements. On the second night at Iron Smoke Isle, the roaring of furnaces served as an incessant background score. Inside the stone room, lamplight once again cast the shadows of the two onto the rough rock walls, twisting and shaking. The air was filled with a scent identical to the previous night, a mix of sulfur, incense, and a certain subtle sweet, fishy smell. Euron Greyjoy leaned against the wall, eyes flickering with playful light in the dimness. He looked at Gwendolen, at her pale face struggling to maintain priestess solemnity yet unable to hide physical and mental exhaustion. A nearly imperceptible arc curled at the corner of his mouth. He spoke again in that deliberately innocent tone, "Gwendolen, now that the night is quiet, I've been thinking. I want to meet the Lord of Light again, to listen to the old man's teachings." Gwendolen's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Her deep eyes looked at Euron, clearly flashing with speechlessness and intense, barely suppressed anger. She was almost certain this man wasn't pursuing any divine revelation at all. He was just making excuses. Finding a shameless excuse to possess her wantonly again and crown this act with the title of listening to divine oracles. She wanted to rebuke his hypocrisy, to tear through his vile disguise, but the cultivation from years of asceticism and awe for the deity made her swallow the curses, turn her head away, and snort coldly. Euron seemed to find this reaction amusing, continuing his performance, throwing out those questions he knew would embarrass her. "If I listen like this every day, will it consume my lifespan? Can a red priestess bear children for me? Can you be my salt wife? Gwendolen?" Her silence this time wasn't just from shock or humiliation, but more from a powerlessness after seeing through him. She understood, this man didn't care about the answers at all. These questions themselves were his means to tease her, tear at her sacred cloak, and finally drag her back to the stone couch. He enjoyed this process, this trick of dirtying the sacred with the secular and desire. He doesn't want to see the Lord of Light, he just wants a pretext to copulate with me again. This realization made her feel a burst of absurdity and deep fatigue. All sacred rituals, all fanatical visions, perhaps to him were just the most stimulating background decorations in this game of power and lust. Shameless! She lowered her head deeply, letting the hood's shadow cover all emotions that might leak from her face: anger, helplessness, even a bit of humiliation from being looked down upon, but ultimately, all turned into a near-resigned indifference. Her clenched fists loosened slightly, no longer resisting, but a posture of giving up argument. He chuckled low, laughter no longer containing feigned piety, but full of some successful, controlling meaning. It seems, he stood up and walked to her, grinning, the Lord of Light has no new teachings to convey tonight. His fingers lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. However, his voice lowered, carrying unquestionable intent, we might review last night's ritual. After all, practice makes perfect, right? Maybe with more practice, we'll eventually hear something. His words were flippant, purpose naked. Gwendolyn closed her eyes, saying nothing more. This bastard doesn't believe in our healer, the Lord of Light, at all. What he sought was never divine oracles, but her body viewed as a sacrifice, and the pleasure of control overriding the spokesperson of a god that he could feel in this copulation. Euron tapped his left shoulder lightly. The soul fire ball, smaller than a table tennis ball created by the soul fruit, jumped up. Gwendolyn had stayed by Euron's side precisely because of this seemingly soulful flame. Now, this small flame still danced before her eyes, but Euron's tight embrace almost suffocated her. But the images seen and voices heard last time did not appear. After one round, Euron reflected, maybe I wasn't pious enough, attentive enough, didn't use full strength, didn't last long enough. Then, 1, 2, 3, 4, again. The movement of spring played all night. Dash. Blessings never come in pairs, this saying holds no falsehood. Early next morning, just as Euron Greyjoy set foot on native soil, before the saltiness of seawater faded from his black robe, a piece of bad news carrying a heavy scent of sea and rust impatiently crashed into his ears. 3 of his ice and fire caravan merchant ships were hijacked in the waters of the gullet. Euron was stunned for a moment. Iron Islands ships? Ironborn ships? Our ships? Hijacked? How does the saying go? Hunting wild geese all day, only to be pecked in the eye by a goose. He laughed in anger. The ancestor of robbery got robbed at his own doorstep by others, haha. The salt wind of the Iron Islands never ceased, like the ceaseless whispers of gods, blowing over Pike's jagged towers and cold stone walls. Red-haired Orkwood knelt on one knee, face looking as terrible as if he ate shit, voice trembling slightly from anger and humiliation, my lord, it was people from the Arbor. It was Adrian Redwine's fleet. The captain was his son, Pakester Redwine. Euron's eyes narrowed slightly, like a sea eagle aiming at prey. The Arbor. His voice was steady but carried a cold texture, like a blade scraping ice. How can you be sure? The narrow sea is full of wild dogs wanting something for nothing, cowards flying skull flags. Red-haired Orkwood raised his head abruptly, face flushed with agitation. Absolutely no mistake, my lord. Their warships, a full 10 of them, openly flew the Redwine sigil, on a blue field, a cluster of deep purple grapes so full they were almost arrogant. I wouldn't mistake it even if beaten to death. They surrounded our merchant ships like hunting seals. Pakester Redwine on the flagship stood right at the prow, wearing bright armor with the sigil, shouting to our men. They said they were acting on the king's orders to collect the taxes the Iron Islands owed King's Landing, saying that grain was meant as tribute to the Iron Throne anyway. On the king's orders? Orders from the Reaper's ghost. Euron let out a short, mirthless sneer. Red-haired Orkwood swallowed, adding with difficulty, they only took all the grain on the ships, didn't leave a single bag of wheat or barrel of pickled fish. But, they didn't kill anyone, didn't even damage the ships much. After emptying them, they just sailed away, as if they had merely completed an unpleasant tax collection job. I was saying, how could there be such polite bandits who announce their identity? Euron's words were full of ridicule, as if hearing an extremely clumsy yet unusually insulting joke. The king's orders? Truly obedient loyal dogs. The king farts, and House Redwine dares to move against us. Wolf, go notify my father, brother, Baelor, and Maester Qyburn. We will discuss this in the main keep in half an hour. Orkwood, settle the brothers from the merchant ships, let them eat and drink their fill. Tell them, those willing to wash away the shame, sharpen your blades and axes for me now. Remember, Ironborn never compromise. Wolf and Orkwood bared their teeth, moving with lightning speed. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Illegal Ass-Kicking. Half an hour later, the Great Hall of the Keep. Old One-Eye Wolf and red-haired Oakwood were on their knees, slowly recounting the details of how their merchant ship had been hijacked. Balon, a man with a hair-trigger temper, lunged forward and started laying into them with his boots and fists. God damn it! You just stood there and watched while they hijacked our ship. Why didn't you just give them a hand loading the crates while you were at it? You're a goddamn embarrassment to every Ironborn who ever lived. King Quellen's face was like stone. Losing 3 ships of grain was a nuisance, the insult to his pride was a catastrophe. Balf grinned like a shark, already smelling blood and iron in the air. Maester Clegane stood there trembling. It had been years since anyone dared to hijack an Ironborn ship. This wasn't just a crime, it was a slap in the face to the entire Iron Islands. It meant one thing, war was coming. Euron spoke up, his voice cool and level. Balon, enough. Killing them won't fix anything. Besides, it was 3 merchant ships with maybe 20 guards against 10 warships and hundreds of soldiers. Fighting would have been suicide. At least they're alive to tell us who did it. The hall fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the crackle of the hearth and the wind howling through the stone window slits. This kind of restrained robbery was more insulting than a bloody massacre. It wasn't the chaos of a pirate raid, it was a cold, calculated move like a bureaucratic seizure of assets from a subordinate who had missed a tax payment. It was pure arrogance. Euron Greyjoy turned slowly toward the window, looking out at the churning, slate-grey sea. House Redwine of the Arbor owned one of the most powerful fleets in Westeros. Their wine was famous across the 7 kingdoms, and their gold could fund a dozen navies. Lord Adrian Redwine, a calculated, loyalist old aristocrat, wouldn't pull a stunt like this unless he had permission from above, or thought he'd found a perfect opening. The Fire and Ice Trading Company was the Iron Islands' soft spot, and a vital piece of Euron's ambitious expansion plans. Redwine had hit them exactly where it hurt. Euron's fingers tapped rhythmically against the cold stone sill. Are they testing the king of the Iron Islands? Do they want to see whose fleet is actually top dog? Or did some idiot in the capital give them a legal excuse to crush our trade and choke our rise? Or is it just because our ships are cutting into the Arbor's profits? Maybe all of the above. But I'll rip the truth out of their throats soon enough. Right now, it's not about why it happened, it's about how we hit back. Lord Quellen, Maester Clegane stammered, what do we do? Should we send envoys to the capital to protest? Or maybe go to the Arbor to negotiate? Or... King Quellen shot the Maester a look so cold it made the man flinch. Negotiate? Protest? Euron let out a sharp, mocking laugh. If talking fixed things, the Ironborn wouldn't need swords and longships. Might makes right, Maester. Always has. If we tuck our tails and play nice now, the capital and the Arbor will think they can seize our ships whenever they feel like it. Today it's the Redwines, tomorrow it'll be the Stepstones, and the day after that, the Lannisters. So, you mean we fight? If you make yourself a sheep, the wolves will eat you. Euron turned around. His pale, handsome face wasn't twisted with rage, it was set in a chilling, icy calm. His eyes swept over every man in the room. They didn't just steal some grain and salted fish. They trampled on our pride. They spit on the Greyjoy name. They think we've been domestic for too long, that our teeth are dull and we've forgotten our motto, we do not so. His voice rose, cutting through the room like a blade. I'm not just talking about fighting them. He paused, letting the murderous intent settle in their bones. I'm talking about breaking them. I'm talking about ending them. They love that little grape crest on their blue banners, don't they? Euron's mouth curled into a predatory grin. Fine. Let's water their vineyards with blood. Let's use their bones for fertilizer. I want every man who sees a red wine banner to feel a deep, soul-crushing fear of the ocean, of sails on the horizon, and of the very name Ironborn. A wildfire burned in his eyes, a hunger for something deeper than loot. He wanted total destruction. I'm going to lead the charge. We'll rip their precious vineyards out by the roots. We'll smash their sweet wine cellars and wash the ruins into the sea. I want the Arbor's coastline to burn, and I want the red wine fleet at the bottom of their own harbor acting as a reef. He looked at the crowd, his voice sounding like a final judgment. I want the Seven Kingdoms to understand one thing: we follow the law now not because we're weak, and not because we're afraid of anyone. We follow it because we chose to be part of Westeros. But if anyone mistakes that choice for weakness and thinks they can ride over us, they've got a war on their hands. King Quellan Greyjoy, who had been sitting in silence on the main throne, slowly stood up. He didn't move fast, but he carried the heavy weight of a true ruler. His voice was steady as the rocks beneath the castle. Euron speaks with the fire of the Ironborn, the king said, acknowledging his son's grit before pivoting like a captain adjusting his sails. But we are going to make sure Westeros understands two things very clearly. He held up one thick finger. First, this isn't a war. This is a lawful retaliation against House Redwine for their pathetic act of piracy and public insult. They drew first, we're just finishing it. He held up a second finger, his gaze sharp. Second, our beef is with the Arbor and House Redwine. We are not declaring war on the Iron Throne, and we aren't picking a fight with the rest of the country. We have a specific debt to settle with a specific person. If you insult us, we crack your skull. We need to make sure everyone understands that distinction. Balon Greyjoy let out a feral grin, practically vibrating with excitement. Damn right. Let those softies in the Seven Kingdoms see who really owns the sea. The Iron Fleet is the baddest navy on the water, always has been, always will be. The Redwines and the Royal Navy can go eat shit and feed the fish. Euron nodded, picking up where his father left off, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. The king is right. We play it by the book first. He turned to Maester Clegane. Send out the ravens. The first goes to the Arbor, straight to Lord Pakester Redwine. Keep the tone polite but firm. He has 3 days to return 10 times the amount of grain he stole and issue a public apology. If he misses the deadline, the consequences are on him. The second wave of ravens goes to every major castle in the Seven Kingdoms, Euron added with a cold smirk. Send them to Tarth, Old Town, Casterly Rock, Highgarden, everywhere. Tell them the facts: House Redwine ignored the law and hijacked a legal merchant ship. Tell them we tried to settle it peacefully by asking for an apology, but let them know that if Redwine refuses, the Iron Islands will use any means necessary to protect our rights. Euron knew perfectly well that the proud and powerful Redwines would never agree to pay a 10-fold fine or apologize. But that was the point. This move took the moral high ground. It branded the Redwines as the pirates and put the diplomatic pressure on them. You can go anywhere when you have the law on your side, even if you have to write that law in blood and iron. King Quellan nodded, satisfied. Euron's plan was exactly what a ruler needed. His booming voice rang out like a war horn. Good. Get it done. And send word to all our vassals in the islands. Tell them to bring their best longships, their sharpest axes, and their toughest men. Everyone assembles at Pike. He swept his hand through the air, as if seeing the massive fleet already gathered. We're going to the Arbor. We're going to knock on Redwine's front door and take back what's ours in the only language those bastards understand. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, The Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine. The Arbor. The ancestral castle of House Redwine sat nestled between sun-drenched vineyards and the sparkling blue ocean. The air here was usually thick with the sweet scent of wine and the salty breeze. But inside the great hall, the atmosphere was heavy enough to crush a man. A raven's scroll, the crude, threatening declaration from the Iron Islands, lay cold and flat on the ornate table. Sitting right next to it was the cause of the problem, a copy of the royal command from King's Landing, stamped with the dragon seal. Lady Olenna Redwine, the Queen of Thorns and matriarch of House Tyrell, hadn't been invited. She had rushed back to her childhood home from Highgarden, driven by a deep, nagging worry. Though aged, she was still as sharp as her nickname suggested. Right now, her eyes, which had seen through every lie in the Seven Kingdoms, were drilling holes into her brother, Lord Adrian Redwine. The king's orders. Olenna scoffed, her voice dry as autumn leaves scraping against stone. Show me exactly where on that paper it says, when you see iron-born food ships, hijack them and drag them back to the capital. My dear brother, did you marinate your brain in a barrel of your own vintage last night? Or have you finally gone senile enough to buy into this absolute load of horse manure? She didn't give Adrian a second to interrupt, her words coming fast and stinging. King Ares has nothing between his ears these days but wildfire and paranoia. The man is a lunatic. When a madman speaks, smart people nod politely and then throw his letters into the fireplace. But you? You actually believed it? You sent your precious fleet to do his dirty work? Why didn't he order Tywin Lannister to do it? Why not use his own royal fleet? Why the Arbor? Is it because you're loyal? Or is it because you're an easy mark? Lord Adrian's face flushed red at his sister's bluntness. He tried to muster the dignity of a house lord. Olenna, watch your tone. We are the king's most loyal bannermen. When the king commands, we naturally. Loyalty. Olenna cut him off with a bark of laughter. Spare me the speech. Read the damn letter from the Iron Islands. Do they mention the king even once? No. They care about one thing, that you, Adrian Redwine, hijacked a Greyjoy ship. It's a frame-up. They're scapegoating us. Adrian slammed his hand on the table. They're too scared to go after King's Landing, so they're taking their anger out on us. Even if they are, so what? Olenna's voice dropped to a chill. The problem is, they have the facts on their side. You did take the ships. You did take the grain. Legally, they've got you dead to rights. The whole continent is probably laughing at us right now, watching my loyal and reliable brother walk face first into a bear trap. I don't want to hear another word about the king, it just makes you sound stupider. Adrian took a deep breath, forcing down his rage. I'll write to the capital immediately. I'll ask the crown to clarify the situation and prove we were acting under orders. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Olenna shook her head, looking at him with a mix of pity and mockery. Naive. It's almost tragic. So, you plan to piss off the vindictive squids, and then announce to the world, Your Grace, the Mad King, that dirty job you told me to do is causing problems, so please tell everyone you made me do it. Do you think the crown cares about you? You think the Tyrell alliance will save you? Are you trying to make enemies on both sides? Then why are you even here, Olenna? Adrian finally snapped, growling at her. Did you come all the way from Highgarden just to enjoy your brother's misery and throw insults at me? Why am I here? Olenna drew herself up to her full, albeit short, height. Her gaze was fierce. Because my name was Redwine before it was Tyrell. Because you are my brother. Because my daughter Mina is going to marry your son Pakester. I'm here to stop you because I'm terrified that your brain, which is apparently stuffed full of loyalty instead of grey matter, is going to drag both our families down with you. Drag you down? Adrian laughed, finding his confidence again. Relax, sister. What are the Ironborn? Nothing. The Arbor has the strongest navy in the Seven Kingdoms. We have the best warships. Highly trained soldiers. The sharpest steel. Yet, Olenna interrupted again, waving a dismissive hand toward the window where soldiers were likely drilling. The armor is shiny. The swords are expensive. It all looks very pretty in the sunlight. But let me ask you one simple question, brother. She took a step closer, her voice low but piercing. These handsome young knights of ours, when was the last time they fought a real battle? Not chasing off a few ragged pirates, and not hitting wooden dummies in the training yard. When was the last time they fought for their lives? You don't understand war, woman. Adrian waved her off, trying to dodge the question. I admit, I'm not a man, Olenna said, her tone razor sharp. I don't wave swords around. But I have a brain. The Ironborn spend their lives on the narrow sea. They dance on the knife's edge every single day. They are born fighting storms, reefs, and people trying to kill them. Are you really ready to send your boys who grew up in soft vineyards drinking sweet wine to fight a death match against a bunch of psychos who worship drowning? For a mad king's order? For your fragile ego? What choice do I have? Adrian roared, completely losing his cool. The grain is already in King's Landing. Do you expect me to bow my head to those squids? Return 10 times the amount? Publicly apologize? Ha! How would House Redwine ever hold its head up in Westeros again? Negotiate. Olenna said the word like a command. Swallow that ridiculous pride and negotiate. Contact them. Offer compensation, pay them off under the table if you have to. Find a way out that lets both sides save face. It's better than feeding your fleet and your handsome young men to the fishes. There is nothing to talk about. Lord Adrian spun around, turning his back on his sister. Go back to Highgarden, Lady Olenna. Leave the affairs of House Redwine to me. I know what I'm doing. Olenna stared at her brother's stubborn back. The last light of hope in her eyes flickered and died, replaced by a cold, resigned acceptance of the disaster to come. She didn't say another word. She simply shook her head slightly and walked out of the hall. Outside, the air still smelled of sweet grapes and summer wine, but to Olenna, the wind already carried the metallic tang of blood and the ash of burning ships. Chapter 80, The War Assembly. The third day. A shadow fell over the glittering waters of the Whispering Sound. More than 10 longships, flying the golden kraken of House Greyjoy, appeared on the horizon like a school of sharks that had scented blood. They moved silently, without the fanfare of war drums or battle standards. They simply drifted into view, dropping anchor just far enough out to be seen from the lush coastlines and busy harbors of the Arbor, but close enough to be a threat. Leading the pack was a massive, terrifying warship. Its prow was carved into the shape of a twisted, roaring sea monster. This was the Great Kraken, flagship of Balon Greyjoy. Young Balon stood at the prow, the sea wind whipping his black cloak around him. His face still held traces of youth, but it was already stamped with that signature Greyjoy ruthlessness. He wore a sneer of impatience. His orders were simple: intimidation and provocation. His job was to pin the Arbor's attention firmly on this open bay. News travelled fast to the Redwine Castle. Lord Adrian Redwine rushed to the highest tower. Looking out at the small but fierce fleet and specifically at the conspicuous Great Kraken, he let out a dismissive snort. Just the Greyjoy whelp with a dozen ships, he scoffed to his knights, trying to reassure them as much as himself. The spies were right. The rest of the Iron Islands are still dragging their feet, slowly gathering their longships. Looks like old Quellan sent his boy ahead to scare us. What a joke! He felt confident. The harbour defences were reinforced, patrol shifts had been doubled, and soldiers were on high alert day and night. He ordered his fleet to hold their positions defense only. He wasn't going to take the bait and sail out into a trap. His eyes were fixed on the whispering sound, fixed on Balon, convinced that as long as he held the front door, the savages from the Iron Islands couldn't touch him. He was wrong. Dead wrong. While his eyes were locked on the front gate, he didn't notice the viper slithering into his garden through the back door. While Balon's fleet demanded the world's attention, 3 nondescript, unmarked little cogs slipped into the docks of Old Town under the cover of twilight and heavy merchant traffic. They looked like nothing, blending perfectly into the background. The men on board moved like ghosts. The moment they hit the docks, they scattered, disappearing into the labyrinthine alleys of the city. Their leader Euron Greyjoy was nowhere near the main battle line. He had handpicked 20 of his most lethal men, experts in stealth and wet work. Instead of taking the open sea, they had chosen a secret, dangerous route. They bypassed the main roads and the guarded 3 towers, moving only at night along the rugged coastline. On a moonless, starless night, they moved like scavengers. Using small, stolen fishing boats with muffled oars, they silently crossed the narrow channel known as the Redwine Straits. They were incredibly close to the heart of the arbor, but because they were directly opposite the heavily fortified main harbor, they were in a psychological blind spot. It's what they call darkness under the lamp. The cold water licked silently against the hulls. In the dark, Euron's eyes gleamed with a predator's hunger. He knew the layout of the smaller islands surrounding the arbor: Stone Crab Cay, the Isle of Pigs, Mermaid's Palace, Horseshoe Rock, and Bastard's Cove. He chose his landing spot with surgical precision, a steep, unguarded pebble beach near Mermaid's Palace. It was on the backside of the arbor, far from the towns and ports, surrounded only by endless vineyards and the occasional vintner's shack. 21 black figures spilled onto the shore like ink dropping into sand. They dragged the boats into the dense brush, hiding them completely. They carried hand axes, daggers, throwing axes, and crossbows well equipped, but silent. Euron took a deep breath, savoring the strange mix of sweet grapes and salty sea air. A smile curled on his lips. The breach was open. The killing blow wouldn't come from the fleet in the bay. It would come from the soft, unprotected rear. These 21 men were the spark that would burn the arbor to the ground. More iron-born longships would follow this secret path, pouring through the gap like a virus injecting itself straight into the heart of the enemy. The 4th day. As the morning mist cleared over the whispering sound, new shapes emerged. 20 warships flying the white skeletal hand on a red field joined Balon's line. House Drum of Oldwick had arrived. Their leader, Dunstan Drum, known as the Bone Hand, had brought his fiercest reavers, along with Andrike the Unsmiling, a man feared as the greatest warrior on Oldwick. The silent blockade grew larger and more menacing. By late afternoon, 40 more sails appeared on the horizon, bearing the silver scythe on black. House Harlaw of Harlaw had arrived. They were Balon's in-laws, led by Sir Harris Harlaw. The massive fleet took its place in the formation with the cold resolve of family bound by blood and iron. The 5th day. The whispering sound began to look like a second Iron Islands. Vassal after vassal, loyal to King Quellan, swarmed in. House Valmark with their black Leviathan on grey, House Stonetree with their barren stone tree on black, House Good Brother of Hammerhorn, House Sunderly of Salt Cliff. The sea was crowded with grim figureheads and a riot of banners. In a single day, the beautiful bay of the arbor was choked with nearly 100 iron-born warships. The masts stood like a forest of dead trees, a suffocating wall of wood and iron. The 6th day. The main event arrived. Quellan Greyjoy, King of the Iron Islands, Lord Reaper of Pike, and Captain of the Iron Fleet, sailed into the whispering sound. Behind his terrifying flagship, the Iron Victory, came the banners of every minor lord and landed knight in the Iron Islands. It was a total mobilization. The full might of the Ironborn was on display. Lord Adrian Redwine stood on his tower, his face no longer sneering. It was the color of old ash. The bay beneath him was a jungle of sails and steel. The killing intent in the air was heavy enough to choke a man. The Iron-born ships still didn't attack. They just sat there, silent and waiting. It was the breathless, terrifying calm before the hurricane. He knew exactly what they were waiting for. Every raven sent to the 7 kingdoms had carried the same message. 7 days. Tomorrow was the deadline.